Buildings are a no-go. Where am I supposed to run? Jackson kept moving, his lungs burning with every breath. His throat felt dry, and every second only made things worse. The noise drew more infected, their roars echoing from every direction. He crawled when he had to, jumped over wrecks, climbed whatever he could. Anything to stay alive. He rushed into a narrow alley and turned, only to stop short. A tall concrete wall blocked the way ahead, and it was too high to jump and too smooth to climb. Jackson spun around. The horde was already close. Their mouths opened wide as they charged, eyes locked on him, as if they were already tearing into his flesh. Am I done for? Memories flashed through his mind, but he cut them off at once. Don't bullshit me. His hand dove into his small bag behind. A grenade. One he had taken from the soldiers and never thought he would use. Screw this. He yanked the pin and hurled it toward the front of the horde. Boom! The explosion ripped through the front line, bodies blown apart as the shockwave slammed into his chest. 2 EXP, 2 coins. 0.02 strength obtained from the zombie. 2 EXP, 2 coins. 0.02 agility obtained from the zombie. 2 EXP, 2 coins. 0.02 speed obtained from the zombie. At the same time, Jackson summoned his rifle. He opened fire without holding back, screaming as he emptied everything he had left. If he was going to die here, he would not go down quietly. The smoke cleared just enough for him to see how hopeless it was. More infected kept coming, climbing over broken bodies and filling the street again as if nothing had happened. Jackson staggered back, breathing hard, his vision blurring, as he turned his head, searching for anything. Then something caught his eye. Near the corner of the dead end, half buried under dirt and trash, was a round shape in the road. A rusted manhole cover. Hope flared in his chest. 20 coins spent. Crowbar successfully purchased. Jackson rushed toward it, gripping the crowbar tight. Come on. Come on, he hissed as he jammed it under the edge. The cover lifted just a little, but not enough. One infected was already too close. Jackson swung without thinking. The crowbar smashed into its head, dropping it to the ground. He did not stop. With a strained grunt and a surge of panic-fueled strength, he shoved the manhole cover aside. A wave of foul air rushed up from below, thick and rotten. But Jackson did not hesitate. He plunged in without hesitation. His hands barely caught the ladder. His arms screamed as his grip almost slipped. At the same time, another infected fell in after him. His hands grabbed his ankle mid-drop. Get off! Jackson kicked hard. The grip broke, and the infected plunged into the filthy water below with a heavy splash. Above him, the infected were already closing in on the opening. Jackson hauled himself up with the last of his strength and shoved the manhole cover back into place. It did not seal fully, but the infected above slammed into it, pushing it down until it locked tight. The light vanished. Darkness swallowed the space as roars echoed from above. Claws scraped and fists pounded the metal, but each hit only pressed the cover harder into place. Jackson sucked in a shaky breath. Then he heard it. The infected that had fallen earlier was climbing back up. 10 coins spent. Flashlight successfully purchased. A small beam of light flickered on. Jackson clenched the flashlight between his teeth. One hand held the ladder while the other summoned his rifle. He fired at the shape climbing toward him. The infected jerked, then fell, crashing into the water below with a heavy splash. This time it did not move again. Jackson dismissed the rifle and leaned against the ladder, dragging in deep breaths. His chest burned, but he could finally breathe a little. He climbed down, flashlight in hand. The stench smelled shit, making his stomach twist, but he forced himself to endure it. The tunnel was cramped, with waist-high water. Ahead, dark passages stretched into the underground. Jackson wiped his face and steadied his breathing. Without looking back, he disappeared into the darkness below, while the infected howled in anger far above. Minutes earlier, somewhere in Hudson City, at Hudson Heights Senior High, 16 students and their homeroom teacher were huddled inside a classroom. Chairs and tables were stacked high against the door, blocking it completely. Everyone stayed curled up in the corners, bodies pressed close together. Their faces looked worn and pale, eyes dull with fear and exhaustion. Hope was already fading from many of them. Boom! The distant explosion echoed through the city. The sound jolted them awake, making several students flinch in shock. "Hey, did you hear that?" A dude whispered to his two buddies beside him. "Someone must be fighting those monsters out there." "Soldiers?" Another whispered back. "The military? Is someone finally coming to save us?" A girl murmured. Her eyes shone as tears gathered. "Are they killing the monsters?" Another voice asked softly. Low whispers spread through the room, fear mixing with fragile hope. Miss Elaine, a girl with short black hair and glasses, called out in a hushed but excited voice. She was the class president. Hey-in, her eyes bright despite the fear. Elaine raised her hand gently. She had a calm and clean look, her long blonde hair tied back neatly despite everything. Her eyes were tired, but steady. "Hey-in, calm down," she whispered. Then she looked at the rest of the class. "Everyone stay calm. Keep your voices down. We don't want to draw their attention." Elaine's words did little to calm the room. Several students still crept toward the windows, peeking through the gaps in the curtains and broken glass, all looking toward the direction where the explosion had come from. It was not far. Maybe, just maybe, the soldiers were getting closer. At the far corner of the classroom, a girl sat apart from the others. She did not rush to the window. She stayed still, her back against the wall, eyes lifted toward the light outside. She had a slim frame and long, dark hair that fell straight down her back. Her face was calm, almost cold, her eyes sharp and thoughtful as she looked toward the window. Someone hurried over and crouched beside her, unable to hide the excitement. "Did you hear that, Na-Rin? They say the soldiers are coming. We'll be safe now." Na-Rin did not answer right away. Her gaze stayed fixed on the window as thoughts crossed her mind. Soldiers? Could just be a random person fighting outside. And even if they were soldiers, she no longer believed in rescue. They had called for help again and again. When everything started, they had seen helicopters in the sky. They had screamed, waved, and begged. Yet no one came for them. They were just students, unlike those important people rescued first. What possible value could they have? If anything, Na-Rin had learned one thing clearly. They were on their own. Sometime later, bang, 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 a manhole cover flew open, and a figure crawled out. Jackson gasped, gulping in fresh air as if he hadn't breathed in days. That shit stinks like hell. I didn't die from the zombies, but I think I'm dying from the smell," he muttered, his head spinning from the stench and the exertion. After a moment, he steadied himself, scanning the streets cautiously for any sign of movement. The roads were empty and eerily silent. No movement, no groans, no signs of the infected, but he didn't trust silence anymore. Still, he forced himself out of the manhole. The stench of the underground clung to his clothes, a grim mixture of grease, filth, and rot he couldn't even identify. He gagged slightly but pushed it down. He had bigger problems than smelling bad. Looking around, he noted the area was mostly bare. Few buildings, cracked roads, abandoned cars. The tallest structure directly ahead caught his attention. Hudson Heights Senior High? He read from the letters above the entrance. My clothes stink. I need a shower." The stench hit him again. Jackson forced himself to ignore it, moving cautiously across the quiet school grounds. Crowbar in hand, he stayed low, ears straining for any sound. He reached a small guardhouse and peeked through the dusty windows. No infected in sight. Nodding to himself, he slipped inside quietly. Finally, he found a bathroom tucked in the corner. Even better, a spare pair of old guard uniforms lay nearby. He quickly stripped off his filthy clothes, grimacing at the stench clinging to his skin. Then his hand brushed against something in his bag. Pulling it out, he cursed under his breath. Shit, my phone. It had been submerged in the sewer water for too long. The screen stayed dark and unresponsive. Just great. Now I can't contact the others. He sighed, tossing it aside. I'll deal with that later. He didn't waste any more time. The water ran, and he scrubbed himself clean, the grime and stench finally washing away. An hour later he stepped out, refreshed. Now that's more like it. He chuckled, stretching as if his body could finally breathe again. All right, time to see where we stand. He opened his status window, the familiar glow of the system giving him a small sense of control amidst the chaos. Name Jackson Hawk. Level 5, 120/230. Age 24. Strength 12.01. Speed 9.98. Agility 8.63. Intelligence 9.64. Stamina 10.06. Vitality 6.01. Stat points 0. Skills. Marksmanship D+ handling and control have improved. Aim faster and fire with greater stability. Recoil is easier to manage, and shots are more accurate even under pressure. Stealth. G+ enables quieter movement by controlling footsteps, posture, and body motion. Storage space. F, a personal dimensional space that can store up to 3 cubic meters of items and upgrades as you level up. Coins. 342. 3 cubic meters. Let's see what this can do. He glanced at the crowbar resting in the corner. Focusing, he willed it into his mind. But nothing happened. Frowning, he grabbed it and tried again. This time, it vanished. Curious, he scanned his mental storage. It was like he had eyes inside a separate space, seeing the items neatly stored away. Good. Finally, I can hoard food and supplies. Without worrying about carrying it everywhere, he muttered, a small smile forming. After all, it was an apocalypse fundamentals. A necessity people would fight for no matter what. Then his thoughts shifted. The others. They should be fine, right? Elena and Natasha are still with them. He shook his head slightly, forcing himself to focus. I'll catch up with them soon. All right, first things first. I need to find a phone, then contact the others. He began rummaging through the room, checking drawers and corners, but found nothing. His eyes then drifted to the classrooms down the hall. There should be plenty there. I need to prepare. He opened his system window. Weapon upgrades system store. With so many coins, I should try the other upgrades too. 46 coins spent. Ammo LV.3 to LV.4. 21 coins spent. Magazine LV.0 to LV.1. 29 coins spent. Body LV.0 to LV.1. 23 coins spent. Muzzle LV.0 to LV.1. 24 coins spent. Grip LV.0 to LV.1. 22 coins spent. Scope LV.0 to LV.1. Jackson raised the DMR, feeling it lighter in his hands, and aimed at a rusted sign across the street. He squeezed the trigger. The shot felt different. The recoil barely nudged his shoulder. The rifle stayed steady instead of jerking upward. He fired again, then a third time, each bullet landing almost exactly where he wanted. He paused, then reloaded. The magazine slid in smoothly with little resistance. He could now fit 8 bullets instead of 5. His fingers moved automatically, almost without thinking. Jackson adjusted his grip and looked through the scope. The target sharpened immediately. His breathing slowed, and the crosshair locked in faster than before. He fired a short string of shots, stepping sideways as he did. The rifle stayed steady, no shake and no sway. Yeah, that's better. Then an idea formed in his mind. He remembered that night when they had been chased by the zombies. How he had struggled with only a flashlight, the narrow beam barely showing anything, slowing him down. Fighting like that had been brutal, and the memory still left a bad taste in his mouth. Without hesitation, he poured more coins into the scope. 58 coins spent. Scope LV.1 to LV.3. He raised the DMR and tested it. The glass became clearer, the zoom smoother, and lining up a target felt easier. Jackson frowned. It was better, no doubt about it, but still not what he had been hoping for. He paused, weighing his options. This better work, he muttered under his breath. Or I'm just wasting hard-earned coins. 37 coins spent. Scope LV.3 to LV.4. This time something changed. A new ring appeared along the side of the scope. Jackson switched off the room's light, raised the DMR, and nudged the ring with his thumb. The darkness thinned. Shadows pulled back as shapes slowly emerged, faint at first, then clear enough to see edges, depth, and distance. The room unfolded inside the lens, every detail sharper than before. Jackson let out a slow, steady breath. It worked. Then another thought crossed his mind. What about level 5? 44 coins spent. Scope LV.4 to LV.5 max. A small switch slid out near the rear of the scope, resting beneath his fingers. Curious, Jackson flipped it. The image changed instantly. Heat bloomed across the lens. The room around him turned dull and flat, but his own body glowed bright against the cold, shadowy background. Jackson lowered the rifle slowly, a small smile forming. Night vision and thermal. Worth it. 20 coins spent. DMR bullet, 100 rounds. Successfully purchased. 10 coins spent. Military provision successfully purchased. Coins remaining, 8. Back to being broke, huh? Alone in the quiet room, the loneliness settled in. Natasha and his family were usually nearby. Their presence had kept him moving forward. Now, with only silence around him, his thoughts began to spiral. The plan had fallen apart. The city was far more dangerous than he expected. He had come close to dying more times than he could count. Everything had happened too fast, giving him no time to breathe. Jackson shook his head and forced the thoughts away. Thinking like this would get him killed. He moved around the room, securing the door and blocking the windows as best he could. After eating the provisions in silence, he found a hidden corner, lay down and turned off the lights. The exhaustion crushed him the moment he closed his eyes, and sleep took him almost at once. Hours later, roar! Jackson jolted awake as familiar howls echoed outside. His heart jumped as he crept toward the window and peeked through a narrow gap. It was completely dark outside. The streetlights were dead, the houses reduced to black silhouettes. From within it, sounds moved and shifted, many of them, like a crowd surging through the streets. A chill ran down his spine. A horde? Why now? What drew them out? He grabbed his rifle at once and raised it, switching the scope to thermal vision. Nothing changed. The vision through the lens stayed dark. No glowing shapes or heat, just darkness. Jackson frowned, then realized. Ah, right, they're dead. He slapped his forehead softly, feeling stupid. Of course their bodies aren't warm. Damn it, he whispered. Then what's the point of thermal vision? But then, a faint human-shaped glow appeared in his scope, moving fast through the darkness. It was weak, almost washed out, but it had a clear human outline. There was only one reason a heat shape like that could appear. A living person. Huh? Why is it moving with the horde? He did not waste time guessing. His thumb slid the ring on the scope, switching to night vision. The darkness snapped into focus. Outside the school grounds, the scene turned into a nightmare. Hundreds of bald infected swarmed the streets, howling as they moved like a flood. They smashed windows, tore doors apart, and clawed at anything in their way. The noise was endless, loud enough to make his head ache. Yet something stood out. Among the identical bald heads and twisted bodies, there was one figure that did not belong. A man, maybe in his 40s, moved among them calmly. The infected ignored him completely, brushing past as if he were one of their own. Jackson's eyes narrowed. The memory of the schoolgirl and the infected police officer flashed through his mind. Both had looked human. He switched back to thermal vision. The man glowed faintly. His body was warm, but the heat was weak, far dimmer than Jackson's own. Half infected? Before he could think more, movement surged closer. Dozens of infected broke away from the horde and rushed toward the guardhouse. Jackson's breath caught. What the hell? Can they sense me? Jackson glanced toward the classrooms. If the infected were flooding outside, then the inside of the building was his only choice. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and rushed to the back door, dragging the furniture aside as quietly as he could. He took a few deep breaths, then pulled it open and sprinted inside, heading straight for the nearest classroom. Reaching a broken window, he leaped without slowing down. His body slid through the gap, rolled across the floor, and came up smoothly on his feet. His rifle appeared in his hands in the same motion as he scanned the room. One bald infected stood near the desks, its back turned. The body collapsed, head gone before it could even react. Then sparks burst from the concrete wall behind it. The upgraded bullet punched through, stone chips flying as the impact echoed through the room. Jackson's heart dropped. Oh hell nah. He did not wait. He dashed for the door as shadows rushed past the windows. Shapes slammed against the glass, drawn by the sound. More footsteps followed, fast and hungry. Jackson burst into the hallway, sprinting for the next room as the building began to wake up around him. By the time the infected swarmed into the previous room, Jackson was already gone. He lay flat beneath a desk in the next classroom, holding his breath. The lights were off. Through his night vision scope, the room ahead glowed in dull green. The infected tore through the room he had just left, knocking over chairs and desks, snarling as they searched. One of them suddenly stopped. Its nose twitched as it sniffed the air. Suddenly, its head snapped toward Jackson's hiding place. Even through the scope, their eyes met. Bam! Its head burst apart before a sound could leave its throat. Jackson did not stay. He slid out from under the desk and crouched low, moving into the next room with careful steps. He hid again, pressing himself against the wall, rifle steady as he watched through the scope. More infected poured in, gathering around the room he had just left, as if they knew he had been there. What's up with these freaks? Jackson thought, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. They can detect me? Seconds dragged by. Then he made his choice. Bang! The bullet punched through two infected in a straight line, dropping them both at once. If hiding would not work, then he would fight. There were still dozens inside the building, but most of the horde had rushed outside. I just need to clear the ones left behind, he told himself. That's all. The decision was made in an instant. Jackson's bullets whispered through the darkness, silent and precise. The infected reacted at once. They rushed forward, fast, moving as if the dark meant nothing to them. 5 bald head infected closed in on his position in seconds. Jackson slipped from the classroom, landing lightly behind a row of desks. He fired a single silent shot, but 2 infected staggered and fell with a soft thud. He didn't stop. The school became a twisted maze. Classroom after classroom, hallway after hallway, he darted through, firing only when he had a clear shot, disappearing before the infected could react. They followed relentlessly, like predators tracking their prey. As Jackson slipped quietly into a classroom, something wet splashed onto his shoulder. He looked up and froze. 2 infected were crawling upside down along the ceiling, their pale faces twisted in hunger. Before he could react, they plummeted straight toward him. He ducked and rolled to the side, kicking a table into them. The table slammed against their bodies, toppling them back. Without a pause, he fired his rifle, bullets tearing through their flesh. His heart pounded, adrenaline surging through his veins. If he didn't react fast, it would be him dead. He crept into the next room. 1, 2, 3 infected dropped silently, headless bodies sliding across the floor. But more were coming. Jackson ducked into a side room, crouched low, and watched. The infected circled the room, sniffing and listening. The school had turned into a nightmare, and he was in the middle of it, alone, fighting for every second of his life. Meanwhile, in one of the 5th floor classrooms where the students hid, silence hung heavy in the air. Outside, the roars of the horde echoed faintly, growing weaker with each passing second. Thud, thud, thud. The pile of chairs and tables they had stacked against the door suddenly started shuddering. Hey, do you hear that? The door. One of the male students whispered. Thud. Eep. Several students let out small yelps, their fear breaking through as the sound of pounding grew louder. One by one, the students stiffened. There's something behind the door, someone muttered. How could that be? We've stayed hidden and silent the whole time. A female student stammered, clutching the desk in front of her. Someone must have made a noise and attracted it. June, I saw you a while ago. Standing up, moving strangely. Another whispered, pointing nervously. What? Why me? June's voice shook. Don't deny it, All of you stop arguing. Their homeroom teacher's voice cut sharply through the tension. Miss Elaine, the infected is already here, Elaine said, taking a shaky breath, trying to calm herself. There's no point blaming each other. Hey, gather everyone. We'll pile up more chairs and hold it as best we can. The students moved at once, working together as they dragged chairs and tables toward the door. Hands trembled as they piled everything higher, pressing their weight against it. Then, thud, thud, thud. The impact grew stronger with each hit. The wooden door groaned, cracks spreading across its surface. Crack. A sharp snap rang out and a hand punched through the wood, fingers twitching as it groped around. Slowly, the hand reached inside and fumbled for the lock. Click. The door creaked open just enough for a face to appear. A man peeked through the broken door, his lips stretched into a twisted smile. His eyes were completely black, empty and cold. It's the principal. One of the students whispered in disbelief. He's infected. Narin muttered, her voice flat but tense. The principal's smile vanished. In the next moment, he slammed his body against the door. Thud. Wood shattered. The door broke apart piece by piece as he forced his way in. No. Some students broke down, tears streaming as the opening grew wider. Miss Elaine, what do we do? Hayen cried desperately, her voice shaking. Elaine stood frozen for a heartbeat, watching the infected principal tear through the door. Then she clenched her fists and spoke. Everyone prepare to run. We'll escape through the exit door. But if we go out, there will be more infected. A male student whispered in fear. Miss Elaine, Hayen said quickly, her eyes fixed on the principal. What if we take him down? He's only one. There are many of us. Elaine hesitated. The principal growled and smashed another piece of the door aside. Then her eyes hardened. All right, everyone grab anything you can use as a weapon. We'll work together. The students scrambled, grabbing anything they could. Chairs, sticks, even rulers. Some of the males stood at the front, holding chairs and blunt objects like shields and weapons, but their hands shook uncontrollably. At that moment, bam, the door exploded inward. The principal barreled through, ignoring the barricade entirely. Splinters flew everywhere as he stepped into the room, grinning with teeth stained dark red. Tack, Elaine shouted, swinging a chair with all her strength. The other students followed, rushing forward in a wave of desperate courage. The principal barely reacted. He swayed Elaine aside with a single arm, sending her crashing into the wall. In the same motion, he lunged at one of the male students, his teeth tearing through the boy's flesh. The boy screamed in horrifying agony, freezing the others in place with terror. Panic erupted. Formation collapsed instantly. One of the males spun around and ran for the exit door. Some of the girls stumbled after him, leaving a trail of chaos behind. No, don't leave, Hayen cried in panic. The principal didn't pause. He grabbed into another student, blood spraying as the student screamed. Elaine pushed herself up, eyes burning with determination to protect her students. She charged again, smashing a chair against him. Hayen, Narin, and 6 other students joined her, while the rest had already fled. The students slammed their chairs and swung whatever they could, knocking the principal to the ground. But he quickly rose as if nothing had happened, his black eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. Before they could react, he lunged forward and bit into one of the girls, the sound of tearing flesh echoing through the room. Then, one of the males took a step forward as he screamed and tackled the principal, holding him down with every ounce of strength he had. Everyone, get out of here now, he yelled, his voice cracking as the principal bit into his neck. Elaine's legs shook, but she forced herself up. Go, run, she shouted, dragging the others toward the exit door. They ran. To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to new episodes and updates. Leaving behind the dying student's screams and the horrific sounds of the infected principal feasting, they ran down the hallway, desperately searching for an escape. Na-Rin, keeping pace with the others, froze for a moment, noticing the scattered corpses of dead infected lying on the floor. Hei-In yanked her along without a word, forcing her to keep moving. Turning a sharp corner, the girls let out a startled yelp. A slightly tall man stood there in complete calm, a rifle resting in his hands, his back to them. Beneath his feet lay a pile of dead infected, their bodies twitching even in death. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind. They turned just in time to see the principal and the infected students rushing toward them, moving with terrifying speed. Let's G. Elaine barely had time to speak before Jackson appeared from the side, his rifle raised. 2 precise shots silently rang out. Heads exploded into bits before anyone could blink. 1 bullet, 2 kills. The bodies twitched for a moment before collapsing to the floor. Jackson lowered his rifle and looked at the group of students and their teacher, who stared at him wide-eyed and frozen. Survivors, he thought. For a moment he couldn't believe it. Everything here had seemed like nothing but death. The students stood frozen, staring at the man in front of them. Jackson studied them as well, his eyes moving from face to face. For a brief moment, silence hung between them. Then hope flickered in the student's eyes. "And mister, are you our school guard?" one of the girls asked, her gaze fixed on his uniform. Huh? Jackson raised an eyebrow. Before he could say more, roars echoed down the hallway again, louder this time. His expression hardened at once. He turned his head, scanning the dark corridor with sharp eyes. "If you want to live," he said calmly, "follow me." Without waiting, he turned and moved forward, heading up the stairs. The group hesitated, confusion spreading across their faces. They looked to Elaine. She paused for a second, fear and doubt flashing in her eyes, then nodded. The students followed. As they moved, Hei-In crept closer and whispered, "Mister, where are we going?" Jackson did not slow down. His rifle stayed raised as his eyes swept the corners ahead. The top floor. Na-Rin stiffened. We shouldn't go there," she said quickly, her voice rising despite herself. Jackson stopped. He turned and looked straight at her. "That's where the infected gather," Na-Rin continued in a low voice, realizing she had spoken too loudly. "They return there in the morning." "They'll return?" Jackson raised an eyebrow. "Every night, they come out and return before morning," Na-Rin whispered. The other students nodded in agreement. "Why?" Na-Rin shook her head. "I don't know." The infected's behavior made Jackson wary. It was strange, too organized. The thought of a leader crossed his mind, and he quickly pushed it away. Whatever it was, he had no interest in digging deeper. Curiosity was a quick way to die. "Then where do you think we should go?" he asked. "The storage area near the courtroom," Na-Rin replied. "I've been watching them. They don't go there." Jackson nodded. He did not understand much about this place, and there was no reason to force his own plan. The girl was calm, sharp, and clearly observant. "Stay behind me and show the way," he said. Na-Rin stepped forward, staying close as she quietly pointed out the turns. The group of 6 students, 3 boys and 3 girls, along with their homeroom teacher, followed in silence with Jackson at the front. Whenever an infected appeared, Jackson dealt with it before anyone else could react. A soft shot and a body would fall. Elaine and the students could only stare at the headless corpses they passed, their nerves tight as they forced themselves to keep quiet. Soon enough, the group reached their destination. A quiet, dark storage room tucked beside the gym court. Jackson moved first, checking the corners and listening closely. After a moment, he nodded. There were no infected nearby. As he stepped inside, Elaine turned to the students and whispered, "Bring one of the bodies." They turned back and dragged a headless infected across the floor, pulling it toward the storage room. Jackson stopped and looked at them, confused. What are you doing? They all turned to look at him, just as confused by his question. Heian's eyes dropped to his clothes, clean and almost spotless. She frowned. You didn't cover yourself with their blood? For what? Jackson asked. Elaine and the students stared at him, their eyes widening as they noticed his clean state. How did you survive? Elaine asked, shocked. Was he really out there all this time, running with them on his tail? She thought. Jackson frowned, still not understanding. Seeing his honest confusion, Heian explained, we smear the infected's blood on our bodies and clothes. It's the only way to keep them from sensing us. Jackson slowly nodded. So that was it. That explained the smell, the filth, the way they all looked like walking corpses themselves. He had thought they were just exhausted and unwashed. Then his eyes widened as another thought hit him. Does anyone have a phone? He asked at once. Seeing the calm on his face turn urgent, Heian did not ask any questions. She quickly pulled out her phone and handed it to him. Here. Thank you. He stepped into a corner and dialed Natasha's number. After a short pause, a familiar voice came through. Hello? Natasha. It's me, Jackson. Jackson? Natasha's voice rose at once. Thank God you're okay. I thought something happened to you. Her voice shook. Relief, fear, and stress mixed together, all spilling out at once. It was the first time he had ever heard her like this. He had always thought she would stay calm no matter what. I'm fine, Jackson said softly. Calm down and listen. He told her about the infected blood and how the students survived by using it to hide their scent. As he spoke, other voices came through the phone. Brother, is that you? Cindy's voice rang out, bright and full of relief. He also heard Isabel, then Elena. Hearing them again eased something tight in his chest. The call went on as he quickly told them what had happened and where he was. Wait for me, Jackson said at last. I'll meet all of you soon. After ending the call, he stood still for a moment, already planning his move for the next morning. Minutes later, Jackson and the others began smearing the infected's blood onto their clothes. The moment the thick, black blood touched his skin, Jackson felt his stomach twist. The rotten smell spread fast, clinging to him. He fought the urge to gag. When he looked around, he saw the same reaction on the others. One student turned away and vomited quietly in the corner. Are there any other survivors here? Jackson asked, forcing himself to stay focused. Elaine shook her head. There were 16 students at first. When the infected attacked, we were split apart. She paused, then looked at him with a fragile hope. We don't know if the others are still alive. Maybe they are hiding somewhere else in the school. Can you help find them? Before Jackson could answer, one of the male students spoke up. Miss Elaine, forget about them, Bongu said. He was tall and chubby. His black hair stuck to his forehead. They ran. Left us behind while we were still fighting. Bongu, don't say that, Elaine replied softly. They were scared. We were scared too, Bongu said, his voice shaking. June died holding the principal back so we could escape. His eyes reddened, tears forming. Bongu, Elaine called, her voice breaking. Then she turned to Jackson. Mister. Jackson shook his head. I can't risk going out again. Not when there's a high chance they're already dead. Elaine closed her eyes, a sharp ache pressing on her chest. Her students had died again. After a long moment, she nodded, forcing herself to accept the truth. Somehow, it felt a little easier this time. Maybe she had grown numb after it kept happening over and over. Still, there were others who needed her. She had to keep moving. Jackson began blocking the door, dragging chairs and desks into place with Bongu and the other 2 male students helping him. Once finished, the group sat huddled in silence, their classmates' deaths pressed down on them, unspoken but deeply felt. Bongu leaned slightly toward the others, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you think he's planning to leave the school? He glanced toward Jackson, who sat near the door, his rifle resting across his lap. I think he will, Lucas said, adjusting his glasses nervously. He has a gun, and you saw what he did to those infected. Bongu swallowed hard. Will he take us with him? Why don't you just ask him? Lucas muttered. You ask him, Bongu whispered back. Before the argument could go further, Hei-in shook her head at them and stood up, her small frame tense, and walked over to Jackson. She stopped beside him, her hands fidgeting. Mister. She began softly, her voice trembling with fear and hope. Mister, can you take us with you when you leave? Hei-in asked quietly, her eyes searching his. The room fell silent. The other students lifted their heads, their eyes fixed on Jackson, filled with the same fragile hope, as if he held their only chance at escape. I can't. Jackson shook his head slowly. The words hit them like a blow. If you go outside now, you'll die, he continued calmly. Staying hidden is the best way for you to survive. Hope drained from their faces. Some lowered their heads. Others clenched their fists, their breathing uneven. Hei-in's eyes glistened with tears. Again, she whispered, her voice tired and broken. Are you going to abandon us too? Her knees gave out. She stumbled forward and weakly struck Jackson's chest with her fist. Why? She cried, her voice cracking. Why does everyone ignore us? We've lost our friends. We endured. We waited. We kept waiting for someone to save us. She looked up at him, her eyes desperate. Is there no hope for us at all? Jackson sat still, stunned. The words caught in his throat. He did not know how to answer. He could only remain silent as Hei-in clutched his clothes and broke down. Elaine hurried over and pulled Hei-in into her arms, holding her close. She gently stroked her back before turning to Jackson. I'm sorry, Elaine said quietly. She didn't mean to lash out. We've been trapped here for weeks, waiting for help. Jackson nodded slowly. As the room fell silent again, Jackson's gaze swept over them. Earlier, he had almost spoken, words ready to leave his mouth, but he had stopped himself. Hei-in's desperate plea had shaken him. He wanted to help them, wanted to tell them everything would be fine. But he couldn't lie. If they followed him, they would die. Unlike him, they couldn't outrun the infected. The city was crawling with dangers, pressing him to reach his family and escape as fast as possible. Taking others with him wasn't just risky, it was impossible. He was barely keeping himself alive. A soft nudge at his shoulder pulled him from his thoughts. He turned and saw Na-rin standing quietly beside him, her calm, cold eyes fixed on him. You're not our school guard, are you? She asked softly. Jackson raised an eyebrow but said nothing. In fact, you're not even from this city. She continued, her voice low but steady. You're unfamiliar how the infected behave. And you only arrived after the explosion earlier, not far from here. Jackson looked at her, surprised at her insight, but kept his expression neutral. That's true, he said calmly, not denying it. So, what do you want to say? Na-rin met his gaze without flinching. Take us with you. I'm sorry. I can't. Jackson closed his eyes, his jaw tightening as if forcing his emotions back down before they could cloud his mind. Na-rin did not step back. You wouldn't come this far into the city without a reason, she said quietly. Help us and we'll help you. Jackson let out a slow breath. It's not that I don't want to take you. I can barely survive out there myself. He opened his eyes and met hers. The look she gave him made his chest tighten. It was not anger. It was not fear. It was hope. A thin, fragile hope. Like this was their last chance to live. The words he was about to say stopped in his throat. Silence filled the room. Jackson frowned as his thoughts clashed. Finally, he spoke. If I take you with me, are you all prepared to die? Before Na-rin could answer, Elaine stepped forward. Please take us, Elaine said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. If you leave us here, we'll die anyway. I can leave you food, Jackson said. You can survive longer. Elaine shook her head. No, staying here is worse than death. Please take us with you, even if we die out there. We won't blame you. Jackson finally nodded. Na-rin gave him a small bow before turning back and slipping quietly to the corner. Wait, Jackson's voice made her pause. He moved to a corner of the room out of their view. 70 coins spent. Military provision successfully purchased. Times 7. He pulled the packs from his bag, each containing MREs, water, and energy bars, using up the coins he just earned. But he didn't care. "Here, eat this," he said, handing the packs to Na Rin. Her eyes widened at the sight of so much food. Weeks of rationing and drinking plain water from the faucet had left her unused to even seeing a full meal. "Live," he whispered, almost to himself. "Don't lose hope." Thank you," Na Rin stammered, clutching the pack. She returned to the group, and the others' faces lit up. They bowed their heads to Jackson in gratitude, then quickly began eating. The soft sounds of munching filled the room, a rare comfort in the middle of chaos. Jackson closed his eyes for a moment, letting himself breathe, when he felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder. Opening them, he saw Hei-in, the short-haired girl with glasses, holding out her half-eaten MRE. "Are you hungry, mister?" she asked, awkwardly offering it. "Sorry, I already ate more than half." Jackson let a small smile curve his lips. "Thanks. I'm fine." Hei-in nodded, her cheeks flushing. She leaned slightly closer and whispered, almost too quietly to hear, "I'm sorry for my outburst earlier." Then she turned, hurrying back to the group to hide her embarrassment. "Rest well. We'll start moving at daylight," Jackson said softly, closing his eyes again. Jackson and the students each found a spot inside the storage room. Some sat against the wall, others curled up on the floor, their backs pressed together for warmth. One by one, their breathing slowed as exhaustion finally caught up to them. Eyes closed, they rested in silence. Then it came. The familiar howls and roars echoed through the building, just as they had expected. Elaine and the students rubbed their faces, still half asleep. The sound startled them, but not enough to make them scream or panic. After weeks of hiding, fear had dulled. They had grown used to. Jackson, however, was already on his feet. He moved without a sound and pressed his ear against the door, listening closely. His body tensed as the noise grew clearer. Claws scraped outside. Heavy footsteps rushed past. The sounds were too many to count. Outside the school grounds, chaos spread. Howls and roars mixed with strange, broken cries. Hundreds of footsteps thundered across the pavement as the bald infected rushed forward. They poured into the school from every side, smashing through doors, climbing in through broken windows, flooding the halls like a wave. Yet among them was one that did not move like the rest. It was not a half-infected like the one Jackson had seen before. This one was different, a variant. It shared the same bald head and twisted skin, but it was far larger. Nearly 2.5 meters tall, its body was packed with thick muscle, stretching the torn skin tight. It moved deliberately, each step heavy and steady. As it walked forward, the other infected parted without a sound, moving out of its way as if obeying an unseen order. One infected stumbled and fell right in front of it. The tall variant stopped and lowered its gaze. Before the fallen infected could crawl away, the variant moved. His claws flashed, and in a blink the infected was torn apart. Flesh and black blood spilled across the ground. At the same time, the other infected rushed in at once, dropping to all fours as they tore into the body, feeding like starving animals. The variant did not stop. It stepped over the mess and entered the school, its heavy footsteps echoing through the halls. Then it halted, its head tilted slightly, eyes moving from side to side, sharp and alert, as if it sensed everything around it. Down the hallway, several infected were chewing on the headless bodies Jackson had left behind. The variant walked closer and kicked one of the bald crawlers away with a single strike, sending it rolling across the floor. Its nose twitched. The creature lowered its head and sniffed the air, like a hunting beast. Suddenly, it threw its head up and let out an ear-piercing roar. The scream tore through the school, echoing far beyond the grounds. The horde froze for a brief moment. Then chaos erupted. They scattered in all directions, their movements turning wild and violent. They smashed into classrooms, clawed at doors, and tore through anything in their path, raging through the school like mad animals unleashed. Meanwhile, In the storage room where Jackson and the others were hiding, the ear-piercing roar reached them. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, wincing at the sheer loudness. What followed was a chorus of destruction. Howls, roars, and the thunder of bodies smashing into walls tore through the building. Was this supposed to happen? Jackson asked, still wincing. His heightened senses made the roar feel like it was tearing through his skull. Why is it like this? Hayin murmured, frowning. Usually, after a little chaos when they return, they quiet down, unless something stirs them. Something's wrong. We need to leave now, Na-Rin urged, her voice tight with fear. No one needed convincing. Before anyone could move, the door slammed from the outside. And again. And again. Get ready. We're moving, Jackson said, tossing a fire axe and a crowbar to Bongu and Lucas, which the two caught instinctively. What? Where did these come from? Bongu stammered. Jackson didn't answer. His eyes scanned the room until he spotted it. A tiny window at the back, just large enough for a person to slip through. He grabbed a chair and climbed, brushing off the dust as he shoved the window open. The banging on the door grew louder and more frantic. The cabinet they had used as a barricade trembled with each strike. Jackson glanced at the group. Move fast, we're running out of time. He held out his hand, urging them forward. Elaine stepped forward first. Jackson grabbed her hands, helping her climb through the narrow window. She slipped through and whispered softly, I see no infected here. One by one, the others followed. The 3 girls and 2 boys moved quickly, with Jackson guiding them carefully. Finally, he turned to Bongu, the last one. Your turn. Come on. I don't think I'm going to fit, Bongu muttered nervously. Suddenly, the storage room door creaked and bent under the pounding of the infected outside. Just come, Jackson said, grabbing Bongu and pulling him toward the window. But his waist got stuck. The opening was too small for him. Bam! 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 The cabinet blocking the door collapsed under the pressure, creating a small gap. Jackson reacted instantly, raising his rifle. Silent shots rang out as he picked off the first infected trying to squeeze through. He kicked the door open fully, firing again, as heads exploded silently, one after another. But more were coming, dozens pouring in from the basketball court. They were too close, too many to fight at once. Jackson's eyes scanned the room. Then he turned to the fallen cabinet. With a grunt, he unsummoned his rifle and lifted it. His arms bulged as his strength surged, hoisting the heavy wood and pushing it back into place to block the door. Just in time, the infected charged, slamming into the cabinet and pushing Jackson back a step. He glanced to the side and saw Bongu still wedged in the narrow window. Hey, move it faster, he shouted. Help, Bongu cried as the students on the other side tugged at him. They all strained, pulling as hard as they could. I told you, Bongu, you should have lost some weight, Lucas muttered, yanking harder. The window frame cracked under the pressure, and finally, Bongu slipped through, as the students pulled him to safety. Hayin poked her head through the window next. Mister, here, she called, reaching out her hands. From the storage room, hands and heads slammed against the cabinet, rattling it violently as the horde tried to force their way in. Jackson planted his feet firmly, gripping the cabinet with all his strength, his muscles straining and burning as he fought to hold it in place. Then, with a sudden push, he shoved the cabinet hard into the horde, forcing them back. Seizing the moment, he sprinted to the window, jumped, and grabbed Hayin's hands. The other students yanked him out just in time. Behind him, hands clawed and brushed against his legs, almost pulling him back, but he was already clear. One infected lunged after him, its body halfway through the window, snarling. Bongu didn't hesitate. He swung his axe with both hands, the metal crashing against its skull. A sickening crack echoed as it fell limp, dead, its body pinning the entrance and blocking the others from following. Jackson quickly summoned his rifle back before the group even noticed. Run. Don't fall behind, he whispered, moving swiftly across the back of the school grounds. From the window, the infected began tearing at the fallen body, gnawing and ripping it apart. After a few moments, They climbed out and started following behind Jackson and the group. The group ran faster as the deafening roar rang from behind. "They're already catching up?" Bong-gu panted, his eyes darting nervously over his shoulder. "Just run," Lucas whispered back, huffing as he pushed himself harder, the girls struggling slightly to keep up. Suddenly, Heian stumbled and crashed to the ground with a soft cry. Ah! Her exhausted body failed to absorb the impact. As she tried to stand, a sharp pain tore through her ankle. Her eyes went misty as she realized she had landed badly and sprained it. "Prez," the male student running beside Bong-gu and Lucas shouted, glancing back before sprinting to her side. "Ryan, where are you going?" Lucas called, but Ryan was already rushing to help Heian. At the front, Jackson glanced back. "Really? Now? Are we in a movie or something?" he thought, frustration and disbelief flashing in his mind. Ryan, Elaine, and the two female students struggled to lift Heian. Her weight and the awkward angle of her leg made it nearly impossible. "No, get out of here. Leave me," Heian shouted, panic creeping into her voice as the roars grew closer. Then, out of nowhere, an infected leapt from a window above, its claws and jaws aimed straight for Na-rin, who was still crouched, struggling to help Heian up. Na-rin froze, her eyes wide with terror as the creature's jaws snapped open. For a moment, time seemed to slow, and she felt death closing in. Crack! Before its teeth could reach her, Jackson appeared out of nowhere, smashing his elbow into its face with brutal force. The infected toppled sideways, crashing to the ground, its neck twisted unnaturally. The group froze for a heartbeat, the roar of the horde around them mixing with the frantic pounding of their own hearts. "What are you doing? Keep running," Jackson shouted, and Na-rin snapped out of her momentary shock. Then he crouched down beside Heian, who was still on the ground, her face pale and twisted in pain. "Get on my back." "No, I'll slow you down. Just go," Heian protested, but the fear in her eyes betrayed her words. She didn't want to die. "You want to live, don't you? Then get on," Jackson said. Without waiting, he helped her wrap her arms around his neck and lifted her to his back. "Hold on tight." Heian clutched him tighter, closing her eyes, silently wishing for it all to be over. The group watched in stunned silence as Jackson ran effortlessly, carrying Heian while keeping pace with them. He moved faster than they could, weaving through the school grounds, taking sharp turns around corners, and firing at any infected that dared to cross their path. They ran, hearts hammering, until the school was finally behind them. Finally, they reached the open area where Jackson had first appeared. Then, without warning, Jackson stopped and held up a hand, pushing the group back. "Quiet," he whispered, his eyes scanning the shadows ahead. From the corner, dozens of infected stood still, frozen like statues. One of them twitched, its head turning toward the faint sound of movement. It sniffed the air, growled, then returned to its dormant stance when it saw nothing. Jackson leaned slightly around the corner, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. His gaze fixed on the manhole near the street, but the infected swarming around it made it impossible to reach. "Fuck," he muttered, clicking his tongue. Then he turned to the group. "Does anyone know of a manhole around here?" he whispered urgently. The group looked at one another, shaking their heads. Na-rin furrowed her brows, thinking hard. There's one I saw at the back of the streets, not far from here." "Show me." "Let's go," Jackson said, motioning for them to move. The group cautiously ran through the streets, but the infected behind them had already noticed their movement. Dark silhouettes pressed closer, growls and shuffling footsteps echoing behind them. "They're catching up," Bong-gu said, his voice trembling. His hands shook as he glanced over his shoulder. Finally, Na-rin pointed ahead. "There. The manhole. Give me the crowbar." Jackson took it from Lucas and knelt beside the manhole cover. He began prying it open, the metal scraping loudly against the concrete, every second feeling like an eternity as the infected drew closer. A foul stench poured out as the manhole cover came off, like rotting garbage mixed with sewage. The smell hit them hard, twisting their faces, but no one dared complain. Go. Get inside. Now, Jackson urged. He lowered Hay into the ground and tossed a flashlight to Na Rin. You lead, mister. Bong-gu called out, his voice shaking as the growls behind them grew closer. Before anyone could react, Elaine suddenly stepped forward, placing herself between the group and the approaching infected, trying to buy them time. But before she could take another step, a hand grabbed her shoulder and yanked her back. Get in there, idiot. Don't do stupid things, Jackson snapped. He stepped to the front, rifle raised. Soft thuds followed as he fired. No loud blasts, only dull impacts as bullets tore through flesh. The infected dropped one after another, bodies jerking as the rounds passed clean through, stopping only after piercing through several of them at once. What the hell am I doing? Jackson thought grimly. Standing at the front like this. Behind him, the others were still climbing down the manhole, struggling as they helped Hay in descend carefully and quickly as they could. Bong-gu stood frozen, trembling as the infected drew closer. Then his jaw clenched. He tightened his grip on the fire axe and rushed forward beside Jackson. Bong-gu, what are you? Lucas gasped. He glanced down and saw the crowbar lying near his feet. He picked it up, hands trembling, then ran to join Bong-gu at the front. The fight turned savage in an instant. At the front, cold hands grabbed at Jackson from every side. Fingers clawed at his arms and chest, trying to drag him down. He slammed the butt of his rifle into faces and skulls, forcing them back, then fired at close range. The shots were silent, only dull impacts and wet sounds as bodies dropped. You have leveled up to LV6. Strength +1. The words flashed through his mind. And Jackson did not hesitate, he pushed the point into strength at once. Warmth spread through his body, heat rushing into his muscles. He kicked one infected away, slipped past another, and fired while moving, never stopping. Then he heard shouting nearby. Jackson's heart skipped. He turned. Bong-gu and Lucas were still there. Both of them were swinging wildly, weapons shaking in their hands. Bong-gu hacked with the fire axe while Lucas stabbed forward with the crowbar, barely holding the infected back. Why are you still here? Jackson thought grimly. He unsummoned his rifle and grabbed the corpse of a fallen infected at his feet. Muscles tensed as he twisted his body and hurled it forward with all his strength. The corpse slammed into the horde, knocking several of them down and buying a short moment. Jackson did not waste the chance. He rushed back, grabbed Bong-gu and Lucas by their collars, and lifted them with ease, one over each shoulder. Black blood smeared their faces and clothes. On his back, Bong-gu suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice cracked and shaking. Vey ha ha ha. We're badass, Lucas. Did you see that? I smashed its head. Lucas did not answer. He only clung on tighter, his breathing rough and uneven. Bong-gu frowned and leaned closer. Hey, what's wrong? Lucas suddenly coughed. Dark blood spilled from his lips. Jackson's eyes dropped to Lucas's hand. A bite mark. His steps slowed. Drop me here, sir, Lucas said, his voice weak. No. Tears welled up in Bong-gu's eyes as his voice broke. Jackson kept moving, his jaw clenched so hard it ached. The manhole was just ahead. Leave me here, Lucas said again. This time, he forced himself down from Jackson's shoulder. His legs shook as he landed on the ground. He looked up at Jackson and tried to smile. Thank you, sir, Lucas said, struggling to breathe. For giving us hope. Please, save the others. The veins on his skin darkened as the infection spread. No, Lucas, Bong-gu cried, reaching out. I'm sorry. Jackson closed his fist, grabbed Bong-gu by the arm, and pulled him back toward the manhole. No, Lucas, Bong-gu screamed as he was dragged down. Lucas watched them go. He turned away before the tears could fall. Live, my friend, he whispered. He turned back just as the infected rushed in. They grabbed at his arms and legs, teeth sinking into his flesh. He screamed, but did not stop pushing. Gritting his teeth, Lucas dragged himself forward and grabbed the manhole cover. With one last burst of strength, he shoved it into place. The metal slammed shut, Below, in the darkness, silence fell. On the street above the sealed manhole, Lucas's broken glasses lay there, cracked and forgotten. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the school, red eyes glowed from a shattered window. They stared down at the manhole below, the place where Jackson and the others had escaped. It was the variant, the one that had let out the ear-piercing scream. Turned away from the window. In its massive hand, it gripped a trembling student by the neck. The boy was one of Elaine's students, the one who had run first when the infected principal attacked. Tears streamed down his face. His mouth hung open, saliva dripping as he struggled for air. His fingers clawed weakly at the variant's arm, but it did nothing. The variant dragged him deeper into the hallway. What waited there was far worse. At the end of the corridor, something was wrapped in thick webs. A cocoon of flesh clung to the walls and ceiling, swollen and alive. Dark veins ran through it, pulsing slowly, like a breathing heart. Rotten flesh spread around it, sticky and wet, as if the school itself was being eaten from the inside. The variant tossed the boy forward. He fell into the soft mass with a sickening sound. The flesh sank under his weight, clinging to him like glue. Then something moved. A long, twisted tongue slid out from behind the cocoon and wrapped around his body. The boy screamed as he was dragged closer. Large jaws opened wide, lined with broken teeth. Crunch. His scream rose once, sharp and full of pain, before his body was crushed and devoured. The sound faded, leaving only wet silence. The variant stood still, its red eyes fixed on the cocoon as it fed. As they climbed down the ladder, Jackson glanced up. His eyes widened when he saw the manhole cover sealed shut above them. He had already summoned his rifle, ready to continue fighting, but if the cover was closed, then it meant only one thing. It was Lucas. Jackson's grip tightened around the rifle until his knuckles went pale. Everything was fucked up. Since the moment he had been separated from his family, he had felt every kind of emotion a single day could give. Fear, anger, loneliness, hope, and loss, all crashing together without pause. Elaine had said they would not blame him if anyone died. But guilt did not listen to reason. He still felt responsible. The kid had trusted him with his life. His mind tried to reason that most of them had made it out alive, that this was the best outcome they could hope for. Still, the feeling would not fade. The weight remained, heavy and cruel. The weight of another person's life gnawed at him. They reached the bottom of the ladder. The others were already there, waiting in the dark. Only Na Rin's flashlight lit the narrow space beneath the ground. When the light fell on Jackson and Bonggu, the group fell silent. One person was missing. Bonggu was shaking, his face soaked with tears. The looks on their faces said everything. Elaine stepped forward, voice trembling. "Where's Lucas?" She already knew, but still clung to a shred of hope. Jackson stayed silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly. Elaine covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling as she fought back a sob. Na Rin, Ryan, and Claire stood frozen, shock clear on their faces. Hae-in turned away, wiping at her eyes again and again. He was fearless in his own way. Even afraid, he stood against them. Because of him, we survived. Did he say anything? Elaine whispered, her voice barely audible. Jackson said. Until the very end, he told me to save all of you. Lucas. Bonggu's sobs grew louder, breaking through the heavy silence. Elaine moved to his side, rubbing his back, holding him as his body shook. Na Rin and Claire closed their eyes, refusing to let their tears fall. No one spoke for a long while. Only Bonggu's sobs filled the darkness. They were alive, but they felt empty. Jackson clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay steady. "We can't stay here," he said quietly. "This place isn't safe." The group remained frozen, weighed down by grief and exhaustion, but Jackson kept moving. One thought pushed him forward above all else: he had to reunite with his family. After a few long, silent minutes, Jackson quietly slipped from the group to purchase another flashlight, careful not to let anyone notice. Then he walked over to Na Rin, who was supporting Hei-in on her shoulder. "I'll carry her," he said in a low voice, despite the exhaustion etched on his face. "You seem tired." Na Rin started, concern in her voice. "I'm fine. It'll be harder for you," Jackson interrupted gently. "We still have a long way to go." She nodded and let him lift Hei-in onto his back. "Sorry," Hei-in muttered quietly, burying her face in his shoulder. "Don't worry. You're light," he replied, giving her a faint, reassuring smile. He didn't know why, but he felt more responsible for them now. Maybe it was Lucas's words lingering in his mind, or the fact that they had survived together. Whatever it was, he didn't mind it. The group started moving again, each step echoing through the narrow tunnels. The tight corners and stench of the underground pressed down on them, heavy and suffocating. But they pressed forward in silence, following Jackson through the darkness. An hour later, after trudging through the suffocating tunnels, bam, 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 the manhole cover burst open, and Jackson peeked his head out, scanning the area for any sign of infected. The sky was already brightening, and the area seemed empty. Still, he stayed crouched for a moment, letting his gaze sweep every corner, making absolutely sure. Maybe it was the memory of what had happened to Lucas, or maybe he had just grown paranoid from everything they had survived. "It's clear. This area should be fine," he said quietly, then called down to the others. One by one, they began climbing up, pulling themselves out of the manhole. Jackson went back to help Hei-in, carefully lifting her out. But that was so unbearable. Hei-in groaned, wiping the stench from her face. The others muttered their agreement, though Jackson had grown used to it, just a little. "Next time, maybe try finding us a better escape route, mister." Hei-in attempted a light joke, but her smile faded quickly when she realized how foolish it sounded. Jackson crouched beside them for a moment, then smirked lightly. "You're right. Maybe next time we should just fly out." Hei-in blinked at him, caught off guard. He rarely joked with them. Slowly, a smile spread across her face. This side of him wasn't so bad. "Anyway, let's focus on finding a shelter first. We can't stay out in the open." The group nodded silently and followed him, moving carefully down the empty streets. They passed rows of buildings, avoiding the tall ones that could hide dangers. Finally, they came across a small two-story hotel. It wasn't grand, but it was easier to secure. If there were any infected inside, they wouldn't have many places to hide. Once inside, the group worked quickly, blocking doors and windows as best they could. Slowly, a small sense of relief settled over them. After the long, grueling escape, they finally had a place that felt even a little safe. "We made it," Elaine said, trying to lift the mood. "Finally out of that school. This place isn't much, but compared to the classroom, it's a palace. Maybe there's food here too. And now we can rest." Hei-in forced a smile, then her eyes lit up. "Oh right, a bath. We can finally have a bath," she said, cheerfully enough to make the others look up from their exhaustion. "You all go ahead. I'll keep watch," Jackson said. "Make sure someone switches with me after you're done." "All right, mister. We'll be quick," Hei-in replied, as Jackson carefully lowered her to the floor. Elaine had already found ice and was gently pressing it against Hei-in's strained leg. In the hotel bathroom, thick steam filled the air. The bathhouse was warm and heavy with the smell of soap, mixed with faint traces of disinfectant that could not fully wash away the memory of blood and decay. The four women soaked together in the large tiled bath. Their shoulders slowly relaxed as the heat seeped into their tired bodies, easing the tension they had carried for so long. "Why is the stench so hard to get rid of?" Hei-in groaned, scrubbing her arms again. She twisted slightly and looked over her shoulder. "Claire, can you help me wash my back?" Claire nodded and moved behind her. She was the last female student with Hei-in and Na Rin. She had long brown hair and an athletic build. Her face was calm, her eyes quiet and observant as always. She took the cloth and gently washed Hei-in's back. "Is your leg okay?" Claire asked. "Still stings," Hei-in replied softly, "but I think it's getting better." Her cheeks turned faintly red as she lowered her voice. "After all, Mr. carried me the whole time. Her thoughts drifted back to when she fell. In that moment, she had truly believed she was going to die, that they would leave her behind. It was not because the others were cruel. It was simply how things were now. She had seen it happen many times inside the school. She had tried to accept it, tried to believe she was ready to die. But she wasn't, and neither was he. He had not said much. He never did. Yet his actions spoke louder than words. He had turned back without hesitation, carrying her when it was dangerous, when it made escape harder. The warm water rippled softly around them as Hae-in closed her eyes, letting the steam blur her thoughts. Ever since the outbreak, she felt something close to safety, and something else she could not name. Claire nodded slowly. It truly was a miracle they had made it out alive. Not that they hadn't tried before he appeared. Many attempts had ended in failure, and too many had paid with their lives. He saved us more times than I can count. But I don't even know his name. Did he ever tell you? Na-rin froze mid-motion. Hands paused in the water. Elaine, sitting across the bath, also slowed. Neither looked over, but both ears perked, listening curiously. Hae-in blinked, a small frown forming. Realization hit her. I don't know either. Claire went silent, the quiet stretching between them. Na-rin and Elaine exchanged a quick glance, their faces faintly flushed. We don't even know his name, Elaine murmured. I guess not, Na-rin added softly. It was embarrassing, in a way. But the truth was, they had only met him last night, and yet it somehow felt like they had known him much longer. Hae-in tried to break the tension with a small smile. It's all right. We can just ask him. He's serious a lot of the time, but I think he's kind man. Then her voice dropped to a whisper. Do you think he's single? Her words were soft, but clear enough that all of them heard. Hae-in, Elaine exclaimed, nearly spitting water in surprise. Why are you asking that? You're way too young for dating. What? I'm already 18. Hae-in shot back, cheeks puffed in protest. And what's wrong with being curious? It's not like we're going to date him if he was. Now you're talking about dating, Elaine scolded, flustered. I told you you're still too young for that. That's unfair. Hae-in pouted, crossing her arms. Then she tilted her head, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Wait a minute, Miss Elaine. What now? Elaine asked, trying to keep her calm face, though a hint of pink touched her cheeks. That can't be right, we just met him, she thought. Hae-in leaned closer, lowering her voice to a whisper, as if sharing a secret. Aren't you curious about him too, mister? He's kind of good-looking. Do you think he has a girlfriend? Elaine's eyes widened, and she sputtered. Enough. Just ask him yourself if you want to know. Hae-in frowned, then turned to Na-rin. How about you, Na-rin? What do you think about him? Na-rin tilted her head slightly, her voice calm. Why does my opinion matter? Oh, come on. Just take a guess. Na-rin hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly, carefully choosing her words. He's young, maybe mid-20s. He doesn't talk much, but he watches everything. He's decisive and athletic. When he's fighting the infected, I can see fear in his eyes too, like he's already accepted the worst outcome. But he acts anyway. Her words drifted on, longer than usual, as if she couldn't stop analyzing him. She trailed off, realizing she had been talking more than she intended, even going off topic. A brief silence filled the bathhouse. Hae-in and Elaine's eyes were fixed on her, wide with surprise. Wow, Hae-in said finally. Na-rin, have you actually been watching him that closely? Na-rin stiffened, the warmth creeping up her cheeks. What? No, I just noticed things, she muttered, turning her face away. I forget it. She paused, swallowing, her hands fidgeting with the water. She seemed like she wanted to explain herself, but she wasn't used to talking like this. Instead, she stayed quiet, letting the others interpret her however they wanted. Hae-in and Elaine kept their eyes on her for a few more seconds, curiosity still sparkling, but neither pressed further. After a beat, Hae-in shook her head and forced a small smile, letting the tension slide away. Anyway, let's talk about something else, she said, splashing water lightly. She launched into chatter about trivial things, how uncomfortable the bath tiles were, how sticky the soap felt, even the weird smell lingering in the room. The conversation shifted, casual and safe, the awkward moment fading into the warm steam of the bath. Na-Rin sank slightly, glad to escape the spotlight, though a faint, unspoken thought lingered. Her words had revealed more than she intended. Soon enough, the girls finished bathing. Without realizing it, they had spent hours there. Their talk had dragged on, and they kept washing again and again, trying to scrub away the smell that clung to their skin until they finally felt clean enough. When they stepped out, their eyes went to the window near the balcony. Jackson was already there. He had changed into clean clothes and was done with his own bath, even though they had gone in before him. He sat on the couch with his back to them, rifle resting nearby, his posture still guarded. "Mr. Hayen," called out softly, excitement slipping into her voice as Claire helped her walk closer. Claire suddenly lifted a finger to her lips. That was when Hayen noticed it. Jackson's eyes were closed. He was asleep. "He's probably exhausted," Claire whispered. Hayen nodded slowly. After all that fighting, and carrying me the whole time, it's not surprising." Her voice softened. "We should let him rest. I'll keep watch outside," Elaine said quietly. "You all should rest too." They all nodded. Hayen returned with a blanket and carefully draped it over Jackson's shoulders, making sure not to wake him. She leaned closer, her voice barely more than a breath near his ear. "Thank you. Once again, Mr." A short distance away, Na-Rin watched the scene. Her brows knit together slightly, something unreadable passing through her eyes, but she said nothing. Soon after, they all moved to the rooms one by one, finally allowing themselves to rest. While everyone else went to bed, Elaine pulled a chair close to the window and sat down beside Jackson. With nothing else to do, her eyes slowly drifted to him. Elaine found herself watching him longer than she meant to. Her thoughts wandered, feelings she kept buried deep inside. The quiet made it easier for such thoughts to surface. Time passed quietly, then Jackson stirred. He rubbed his eyes and turned his head, only to find Elaine looking straight at him. "What?" he asked, still half asleep. Elaine flinched, not realizing he had woken up. "Oh, hey, you're awake." She turned her gaze away, feeling caught. Jackson sat up a little and noticed the change in Elaine once she had cleaned up. Even in simple t-shirt and jeans, she looked striking. Her long blonde hair fell loosely around her shoulders, her green eyes calm but bright. There was a softness to her now, something gentle that drew his gaze without effort. She was like someone far beyond his league, before all this chaos, a perfect beauty. She must have been popular, he thought. "Sorry, I guess I fell asleep," Jackson said, stretching his neck. "How long was I out?" "About an hour," Elaine replied. She glanced at him again, just for a second, as if fixing his face in her memory. "You should rest more. I'll keep watch." Jackson stretched his arms and looked out the window, scanning the quiet street below. "The others? They're sleeping." He nodded and turned his attention back to the street when Elaine spoke again. "Hey, aren't you scared of them?" she asked softly. "The infected." "Who wouldn't be?" he replied. Elaine let out a small, awkward laugh. "Yeah, that was a silly question. I've gotten used to them, I guess," Jackson said after a moment. "They're easier to deal with than people." Elaine blinked. "What?" He did not explain as silence settled between them. "I'm jealous of you," Elaine said quietly. "You're strong. You face them without hesitation." Jackson kept his eyes on the window, watching the empty street. From their perspective, it might look like courage. But the truth was simple. He moved because he had to. It was always survive or die. "When we ran from the classroom," Elaine continued, her voice lower now, "I thought it was over, that we would end up like them." She paused. "Then we met you, and somehow, everything changed. You gave us hope." Jackson finally spoke. "You're stronger than you think," he said honestly. "Stronger than me, in a way." If I were in your place, he went on, without a weapon, without what I have, I don't think I would have lasted long. I might have given up. He did not say the rest, but the thought lingered. Before all this, he had been just an ordinary guy, spending his days gaming, living an easy life. Without the system, without the power it gave him, he would have been no different. Maybe even worse. And because of that, he respected them. They kept moving forward with nothing but their will. I might not believe you, Elaine said, her eyes telling him he was only saying that to comfort her. Even without words, Jackson could feel it. He stayed quiet for a moment, letting the words hang between them, then spoke softly. Before all this, I was nothing special. Jobless, directionless, living off my family. I didn't know what to do with my life. I just drifted, spending my days playing games to numb myself. The truth was stark, far from the image she had built in her mind. She had imagined him as a soldier, someone trained, disciplined, maybe even untouchable. The mystery of him had been alluring, but the truth unraveled that illusion. But you're strong now. You're capable, Elaine said softly, her gaze steady on his. And I think you've found your purpose. She had seen it herself, his will to survive, to keep pushing no matter what. There was something driving him forward, something she couldn't name, but she could feel it. You're strong too, Jackson said quietly and smiled. And you're pretty. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Elaine's eyes widened slightly, then she turned to face him fully. Her heart thudded faster than usual. Silence hung between them for a few long seconds. Finally, Elaine spoke. Say, I have a favor to ask, she began, her voice soft. If I become one of those monsters, you won't, Jackson interrupted. Elaine hesitated, biting her lip. If I happen to become. No, he said again, his voice calm. I won't let that happen. His eyes finally met hers, holding the green of her wide, startled gaze. Elaine blinked, and slowly, she found herself believing him. Then, with a small pout, she added, Then what if you become like them? Jackson's gaze drifted to his rifle for a moment. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken fears. I won't become like them either, he said finally. I won't recognize anyone, even you. Elaine felt a small, involuntary smile tug at her lips. Heat rose to her cheeks as she brushed her blonde hair back with her fingers, sweeping it behind her ears, feeling a strange comfort in the moment. Jackson turned to her once more, and the simple smile and gesture made her even more striking. The morning light from the window brushed her face, highlighting the pale curve of her neck and the soft slope of her jaw. Her green eyes, bright and unguarded, and her lips, rosy, slightly parted, seemed to draw him in. He hadn't been in a relationship before, but even so, he wasn't blind to the way her gaze held him. Then, almost instinctively, Jackson reached out and held her hands, fingers intertwining with hers. Elaine's hands felt warm and delicate. She turned to him, and their eyes locked again. Every heartbeat felt louder, every shallow breath between them noticeable. Slowly, as if pulled by gravity, their faces drew closer. Her soft breath brushed his lips, carrying a faint scent of flowers and soap from her bath. Her eyes fluttered, then met his, unwavering. When their lips met, it was gentle at first. Soft, warm, and tender, like discovering something fragile yet undeniable. He felt the curve of her lips against his, the slight warmth, the subtle tremor of her breath. Her hands tightened around his slightly, guiding him closer, and Jackson could feel the steady warmth of her body. The taste, the softness, the small inhale she took when their lips parted briefly. It all lingered, and he leaned in again, savoring the quiet intimacy. When they finally parted, it wasn't with haste. Their foreheads rested together, breaths mingling. They didn't speak, they just sat there, hands still entwined, quietly watching the streets outside the window, letting the calm of the moment settle around them. Soon, the other students began to wake up. Narin was the first to step out of her room. When she came out to check on Elaine and Jackson, she froze. They were sitting close together by the window, their hands intertwined. Miss Elaine? Narin called softly. Elaine startled and quickly turned her head, only to find Na-Rin staring at them with wide eyes. Her gaze then flicked down to their clasped hands, and a small frown formed on her brow. Elaine hurriedly pulled her hand back. It's nothing. Before she could explain, Hae-in and Claire emerged from their room together. Miss Elaine, we'll switch watch with you, Hae-in said in a low voice, but then noticed Na-Rin standing nearby with a curious frown. Is something going on? Hae-in asked, tilting her head. No, everything's fine, Jackson's calm voice cut in. Mister, you're awake, Hae-in said cheerfully, a small smile forming. Can I borrow your phone again? Hae-in's smile faltered. Sorry. I dropped it when I tripped, she muttered, looking down. It's fine, Jackson said with a small nod. We're close either way. We should reach them soon. From another room, Bong-gu and Ryan appeared, rubbing their eyes and yawning, still half asleep. Both looked healthier than the first time Jackson had seen them, though exhaustion still lingered in their movements. Mister, may I ask, where are we going now? Claire spoke up, her voice gentle but curious. The others looked at him expectantly, waiting for an answer. We're not moving today, Jackson said, glancing at Hae-in's leg. We'll rest here for one night. By morning, we'll head out to meet my group. Your group? Elaine asked, interest lighting her green eyes. Jackson nodded. I was with my family when we came to the city, but we got attacked by the infected and got separated. I see. I'd like to meet them, Elaine said with a small smile. Jackson returned the nod. Before we move tomorrow, the place my family and some friends are heading is the Safe Zone in Blackridge facility. The name sounded unfamiliar to them, but the word Safe Zone was enough. Safe zones were the dream of every survivor, the one place anyone would hope to reach. Of course, some preferred to go lone wolf, but for most, a secure place meant a chance to survive. Jackson's gaze swept over each of them. You can come with us, or you can make your own plans. I won't force anyone, but if you decide to join, I can promise you this. I'll do my best to keep you safe until we reach our destination. The group exchanged quiet glances. We'll come with you, Elaine said, deciding quickly, as if she had already made up her mind. One by one, the others nodded, silently agreeing. Jackson looked at each of them in turn, surprise flickering across his face. Really? I thought some of you might try to find your families, or friends. The mention of family and friends made their expressions fall instantly. The weight of the thought hit them, and silence hung heavily in the room. Elaine forced a small smile, hiding the tension in her chest. I tried contacting my parents, but I couldn't get through. They were at their office when this all started. It's right in the center of the city. She didn't have to say more. Anyone who knew the city would understand. The center meant crowds, chaos, and very little chance of surviving. My mom and dad, they work in the center too, Hae-in whispered, her voice trembling as tears welled up. Same with me, Bong-gu said quietly, his eyes downcast. Ryan nodded, his lips pressed into a thin line. My brother, Claire murmured, her fingers tightening as she spoke. I saw him once. At school. One of those infected took him. Jackson stayed silent, realizing how lucky he had been. Their families were gone, not like his own. All he could do now was try to keep them alive. Then Na-Rin spoke, her voice calm, almost detached. I don't know how my mom is doing, but trying to find her now would be suicide. I'll come with you. Her words held no bitterness, only quiet resignation. As if her bond with her mother wasn't something she clung to. No one pressed her further. They knew better than to question her when she had made her decision. So it's settled. You all can rest for now. We still have plenty of time before we move. Mister, we forgot something important, Hae-in suddenly exclaimed, her bright voice pulling everyone's attention. Jackson raised an eyebrow. What is it? We still don't know your name, she said, forcing a small smile. It was her way of bringing a little normalcy back into their day, trying to push aside the shadow of worry and loss that hung over them. I guess we didn't have a proper introduction, Jackson admitted. He had brushed it aside when they first met since he never planned to stay with them. Yet, somehow, he found himself growing closer to them than he had intended. All right, mister, I'll go first, Heian said, trying to lift her own spirits as much as the mood of the group. Heian, right? Jackson interrupted before she could finish. Heian blinked, surprised to hear him say her name. For a moment she thought maybe she was special. Then Jackson continued, looking at each of them in turn. Bonggu, Ryan, Claire, Na-Rin, and Elaine. Heian was left speechless, while the others exchanged quiet, surprised glances. Well, everyone except Na-Rin, who simply raised an eyebrow, already expecting it. So, you knew, Heian said, pouting slightly. I heard from your talks, Jackson replied calmly. Observing people had always been a habit of his, long before this chaos, a quiet, introverted passive skill to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even now, it helped him understand those around him. Heian frowned, a little embarrassed. I'm ashamed. I don't even know your name. It's Jackson. Jackson Hawk. He extended his hand toward her with a small smile. Heian's face instantly brightened. Your name suits you, Jackson. She reached out and took his hand, a little warmth passing between them as they shook. Hours passed, and before darkness fell, Jackson told the others he would go out alone to roam the streets. He needed to hunt an infected, enough to smear their blood on themselves. After all, they still needed to stay hidden. Wait here. I'll be back as soon as I can, Jackson said, turning to face them. Elaine and the students watched him closely, their eyes heavy with worry. It wasn't just concern for his safety. They feared he might leave them behind. You'll come back, right? Heian asked hesitantly, her voice quiet, searching for reassurance. Don't you trust my words? Jackson replied, raising an eyebrow. No, I'm kidding, he interrupted with a small grin. I'll come back, no matter what. Promise. Is that enough? Heian nodded slowly. Be careful out there, Jackson. Prioritize your safety, Elaine said, her voice steady though her eyes betrayed concern. Even if you don't find one, come back before it gets dark. Their eyes met briefly, and Jackson nodded. Without another word, he slung his rifle over his shoulder, picked up a water bottle and a small bag they'd found in the hotel, and stepped out into the streets. While the infected's blood was necessary for camouflage, he also had other plans, things he needed to take care of before they left the city behind. Jackson stopped at an empty lot, the ground rough and dusty. He knelt and twisted the cap off a bottle, pouring the water onto the dirt. He rubbed it with his hands until it turned thick and dark. Without hesitation, he smeared the mud across his arms, then his neck, then his face. Every patch of exposed skin was covered, blending with the earth and the worn clothes on his body. Alone now, he could fully put into practice what Elena had taught him. With his new appearance, he could blend with the dirt or trees if needed. Most of the infected in the city stayed inside the buildings, so why not stay outside and hide if he ran into them? The thought ran through his mind, cautious but worth a try. He finished, then shifted from the corner, moving slowly along the quiet streets. He stayed low, stepping carefully over cracked asphalt and debris. Broken cars and scattered rubble littered the roads. The city was eerily silent as always. Suddenly, he froze. Jackson quickly dropped to the ground, pressing his body flat against the dirt, every sense alert. From the tight corner ahead, between two crumbling buildings, a bald infected stood motionless. Suddenly, its jaws twitched, sniffing the air as if it had sensed something. Jackson crouched low, rifle ready, but didn't fire immediately. He observed, studying the creature carefully. Seriously, why are the infected here different from the ones back in our city? He didn't linger too long. The creature seemed to sense his presence the longer he stared. With a steady aim, he pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through its skull, and the creature collapsed to the dirt, headless. His immediate goal was complete, but he had something more important in mind. He left the body behind, planning to retrieve it later, and continued moving cautiously. After winding through the empty streets for what felt like hours, he finally spotted what he was looking for. A convenience store. The faded sign read 6C even. Jackson stopped just outside. He lowered his rifle slightly but kept his eyes scanning every corner. No groans, No shuffling footsteps, and no shadows moving across the glass. He waited another full minute before finally stepping inside. The lights above the empty aisles hummed softly. Shelves stood half full, untouched. Jackson frowned. Usually, places like this would be emptied in a rush. The fact that it wasn't meant one of two things. Either there were no survivors nearby, or they couldn't leave to gather supplies. He exhaled slowly. There was something more important to focus on now. The time had come. Apocalypse Fundamentals, Section 1. Supply hoarding. He didn't waste a second. Jackson moved down the aisles, sweeping items into a basket. Cup noodles first, light, easy to cook, and good for morale. Then biscuits and crackers, chips, chocolate bars, energy bars. Anything packed, sealed, and ready to eat went in. He grabbed canned goods wherever he could find them, stacking bottles of energy drinks neatly beside them. Calories mattered now. Taste came second. As he worked, his mind drifted to his storage space. He had tested it earlier in the hotel, pouring boiling water into a metal flask and storing it inside. Hours later, he retrieved it, and the water was still as hot as the moment he put it in. No heat lost. No time passed. A truly magical space. I wonder if leveling up will unlock more abilities, he thought, a spark of anticipation stirring in his chest. Next was the medicine aisle. Painkillers, fever reducers, cold medicine. Anything that could stop an infection from turning fatal. He cleared the first aid rack. Alcohol, gauze, bandages, tape, antiseptic cream, masks, and gloves. Nothing would be left behind. Hygiene came next. Soap, wet wipes, toothpaste, toothbrushes, tissue packs, toilet paper. And, of course, feminine pads, since there were so many women in his group now. At the counter, he found utility supplies. Flashlights, batteries of every size, power banks still sealed in plastic, charging cables, lighters, and matchboxes. He tested the weight in his hands, then decided. Take them all. With the baskets full, he moved to the back storage area. Jackson worked fast but carefully. He packed everything into boxes, stacking items tight, pressing air out wherever he could. Noodles laid flat. Snacks slid into gaps. Medicines grouped, wrapped, and organized. Every inch of space mattered. He rearranged boxes again and again until there was no wasted room. By the time he finished, sweat clung to his neck. He had stayed here far too long. It was time to go back. He stepped back, surveying the neatly stacked boxes before storing everything in his 3 cubic meter storage space. It was packed perfectly, enough to keep a small group alive for months, if they were careful. Jackson nodded once. This will do, he muttered, a small grin spreading across his face. The sky was already starting to darken when Jackson hurried back the way he came, keeping his steps quick but careful. Even so, he felt good. The trip had gone better than expected. He had gathered plenty of supplies without trouble. The only regret was his storage space. If it were larger, he could have taken much more. As he drew closer to the spot where he had left the dead infected, Jackson slowed and then stopped. A wet, crunching sound echoed, slow and heavy, like flesh being torn apart. His body reacted at once. Jackson lowered himself to the dirt, pressing flat against the ground. He crawled forward slowly and peeked around the corner where he had left the body. 2 bald infected were crouched on all fours, tearing into the headless body he had left behind. Blood smeared their mouths as they fed without pause. They eat each other too? A cold chill ran up his spine. He stayed still and scanned the area, checking the nearby streets and windows. No other movement, no signs of more infected. Jackson steadied his breathing, raised his rifle, and fired twice in quick succession. 2 clean shots. Both infected dropped at once, their bodies going limp beside the half-eaten corpse as the awful sound stopped. He stood up and approached the bodies carefully. The infected he had killed earlier was now missing half its body. There was no point using it anymore. Jackson grabbed one of the freshly killed infected and lifted it onto his shoulder. Black blood soaked into his clothes, dripping down his back, but he did not care. Without wasting another second, he turned and made his way back toward the hotel. When Jackson returned, Elaine let out a quiet breath she did not realize she had been holding. "Welcome back," she said, relief clear in her voice. Jackson gave a short nod and dropped the headless body onto the ground. Thick black blood spilled out, sticky and foul. "Here," he said. "Smear the blood on now before more of them come out." The group, though reluctant, did as he said. Claire and Na Rin moved first as they worked in silence, helping each other coat their clothes and arms. "Ugh," Hayen groaned, wrinkling her nose. "We just took a bath, and now we're dirty again." "Can't be helped," Elaine said gently. "Just endure it for a bit." "I know," Hayen replied, frowning. "But we're going to stink again." "You don't smell bad," Ryan suddenly said from behind her. "Even if you look dirty." "Huh?" Hayen froze and turned to him, forcing a small smile. "I guess." Bongu slapped Ryan on the shoulder. "That sounded really creepy, man." "I'm just saying the truth," Ryan muttered, looking away. While the others smeared blood onto their clothes, Jackson worked quietly nearby. He soaked a small blanket with the sticky blood, rubbing it in until the fabric was dark and heavy. Elaine stepped closer, watching him. "What's that for?" "Camouflage," Jackson replied, offering no further explanation. When he was done, he stood and headed toward the stairs. "Where are you going?" Elaine asked. "The rooftop," he answered. "I'll hunt for a bit." "What?" Elaine frowned, confused. But before she could ask anything else, Jackson had already disappeared up the stairs. By the time she blinked, he was gone. On the rooftop, Jackson lay flat, pulling the blood-soaked blanket over his body. He covered himself completely, leaving only a small opening for his rifle and scope to peek through. There was no time to waste. He had rested enough earlier. Now it was time to grind again. "I need more coins," he thought calmly. "I want to see what my DMR can do when it's fully upgraded. At the very least, I should upgrade the suppressors for Natasha's gun and the others too." He stayed still as the sky slowly darkened, waiting with patience. When the light faded enough, he switched on his night vision scope. Night fell and the city changed. The ground and nearby buildings began to tremble. Low rumbles followed, then roars and howls that no human throat could make, as the sounds rolled through the streets like waves. "Yeah, moving at night is impossible," Jackson thought. He imagined himself trying to run through the city in the dark, chased by those things, and shook his head. That would be a nightmare. From every direction they came out. Infected poured from buildings, crawling from doors and windows, climbing walls, even leaping down from high floors without hesitation. Hundreds filled the streets near the hotel, their figures shifting and wandering in the darkness as the city fully awakened. One infected, not far from Jackson, clung to the side of a building on all fours like some grotesque spider. It opened its mouth wide, ready to let out a deafening roar, but a silent bullet tore through the air, striking it in the head. The skull crushed instantly, and it fell from the building, dead. As it hit the ground, nearby infected swarmed the corpse, tearing at the flesh. "Yeah," Jackson thought. "Eat each other. Tonight, the hunt begins." From above, more infected climbed the buildings, unaware of the danger. When some fell into the feeding frenzy below, the others immediately joined in, devouring the bodies. No one noticed Jackson. His bullets were soundless. His scent was masked by the blood smeared across his body, and the dark rooftop and blanket kept him perfectly concealed. One infected, seemingly aware of the deaths around it, turned its head, scanning for the unseen killer. Another silent bullet pierced its skull before it could react, dropping it into the frenzy below. A few more creatures attempted to locate the shooter, sniffing the air and twisting their heads, but most were drawn to the carnage, too hungry to care. Jackson focused on the few with awareness, the ones scanning for him. They were the threats, the ones who could ruin the hunt. One by one, he picked them off. The city streets below had become a grotesque feeding ground, a mass of writhing bodies and gnashing teeth. Inside the hotel, the lights were off. The students huddled together, curling up as best they could, trying to soothe their own fears with warmth and proximity. "I wonder what Jackson is doing upstairs," Hayen whispered, Hunting? Is he killing the infected? Maybe he's trying to take them all out so our trip tomorrow will be safer, Bangu said, his voice a mix of hope and awe. Everyone turned to him and shook their heads. Killing all the infected? That would be impossible. Not unless humanity decided to self-destruct with them. And even then, maybe it still wouldn't be enough. We'll just wait for him quietly. Okay? Elaine whispered, placing a reassuring hand on Hei-in's shoulder. I'm sure he's doing something important right now. Na-Rin looked up toward the ceiling, frowning. She didn't understand his actions, going out now, hunting? She doubted he even had enough bullets, since he didn't seem to carry many. His move didn't make sense. He wasn't the type to do anything without purpose. Then she remembered the time he suddenly handed Bangu and Lucas a fire axe and a crowbar that came out of nowhere. Her brows furrowed as her thoughts ran deeper. Silent and tense, they waited, hearts pounding in the darkness. Atop the rooftop, Jackson continued picking off the infected below. Then, abruptly, the chaos below froze. Those feasting on the dead froze, their jaws hanging, as if some invisible command had stopped them. The air shifted, colder and heavier. Even Jackson felt it, a deep, instinctual fear gnawing through him, making the hair on his arms stand on end. It was like a predator had entered its territory. The ground trembled. A low, rumbling growl rolled through the streets as the infected all turned their heads toward a single point, their guttural howls rising in unison. Boom! 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 Concrete and debris exploded from a nearby building, walls shattering in succession, sending dust and rubble into the darkening sky. Boom! The final wall collapsed, tearing open a massive hole. From it emerged a creature that dwarfed even the largest infected Jackson had ever faced. Its muscles were ripped, black veins snaking across its massive, pulsing body. A variant like the same kind from the Hudson Heights Senior High, but this one moved with a dreadful presence. Bulkier, heavier, with steps that made the rooftop tremble under its weight. A small horde of bald, infected trailed behind it, almost like obedient followers. Its eyes swept over the infected below, still feasting on the corpses. A low, guttural roar started forming in its wide mouth, but a silent bullet whistled past, striking its left eye. Black blood spattered, but it did not fall. A chunk of flesh had been torn away, revealing raw muscle beneath, yet it remained standing, unflinching. Before Jackson could fire again, the variant lunged with terrifying speed, vanishing behind the crumbling walls. What the hell? It knows how to take cover, Jackson thought, his pulse quickening. And a headshot. It didn't even slow it down. He steadied his grip, adjusted the scope, and locked the massive creature in his sights, as every muscle in his body tensed. The streets and rooftops trembled beneath the movement of the infected. The large variant tore across the city, leaping from building to building with inhuman speed, eyes scanning like a predator hunting its prey. Jackson tracked it carefully through his scope. Each bullet he fired was precise, but the creature was cunning, diving behind crumbling walls, vaulting over gaps, and using the broken city for cover. Though the smaller, infected trailing behind it weren't so clever. One by one, they fell under Jackson's silent shots, heads splitting as they collapsed onto the streets below. The variant paused for a fraction of a second, turning its massive head toward the fallen. A deep, threatening growl rolled from its chest, vibrating across the rooftops. Its muscles bulged violently, radiating pure power and rage. Jackson's eyes narrowed as he adjusted for the next shot. The hunt had begun, and he knew the creature was just as aware of him as he was of it. He fired again, aiming carefully at the variant. The bullet slammed into a wall beside it, barely grazing the creature. Its head snapped toward the source of the shot, red eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Seeing his shots miss, Jackson's mind raced. He couldn't stay in his place for long. Sooner or later, it would discover him. His gaze swept the nearby rooftops, calculating his next move. Crouching low, he sprinted toward another rooftop and leapt, boots landing softly. He raised his rifle and fired again, but the variant moved faster than he expected, almost anticipating his aim. Another miss. The gap between him and the massive creature was shrinking, each leap and shot bringing the hunter closer to danger. Jackson's heartbeat pounded in his chest. He scanned for cover, calculating angles, distances, and timing. A higher rooftop offered a better vantage point. Without hesitation, he sprinted, vaulted across the gap, and fired as he landed, the bullet missing once more. The variant snarled, muscles rippling as it launched forward. Jackson ducked behind a crumbling wall, chest heaving. His mind raced, searching for a way to turn the odds in his favor. Then his eyes landed on the bloodied blanket draped over his body. Instantly, a plan took shape. He sprinted across the rooftops, vaulting from building to building, using every shadow, every wall, and every corner to stay hidden. The variant's eyes caught a faint human shape on a nearby rooftop. Its pupils flared with fury as it lunged toward the target, faster than anything Jackson had seen. Its feet landed with a heavy thud where the blanket lay. Teeth bared, its claws slashed through the air, only to strike nothing but the soaked, twisted fabric. His head snapped back, red eyes widening. The blanket had fooled it. Jackson seized the moment. Bullets whistled past, striking its skull. Black blood splattered across the walls, but the variant didn't fall. He fired again and again, tearing through flesh and bone until the variant finally collapsed, twitching violently before lying still. 100 EXP, 150 coins, 1 strength obtained from the zombie. You have leveled up to LV 7. Jackson's chest heaved. Sweat and grime clung to him, adrenaline still pumping as his eyes scanned the eerie creature. That was way too close, he thought, wiping his brow, finally letting himself exhale. Jackson had just begun to relax when a wave of howls rose from the streets below. The moment the variant fell, the infected around the area grew restless. Then the chaos began. Hundreds of dark shapes poured out from buildings, crawling up walls, leaping across rooftops, and crashing down onto the streets like a living tide. Jackson watched from above, his brow tightening. Didn't I just take out their leader? Why are they getting worse? He had no way of knowing that killing the variant was exactly what triggered them. Without it, the infected moved without order, driven only by rage and hunger. The ground shook as more of them climbed higher, their wails growing louder. Jackson did not stay to test his luck. He pulled back from the edge and moved fast, keeping low as he retraced his path across the rooftops. The night had turned too dangerous. If they got any closer, there would be nowhere left to hide. Silent and quick, Jackson retreated, disappearing back into the safety of the hotel as the screeches continued to rise behind him. But the night did not end with his retreat. In the narrow space between two buildings, where Jackson had once killed an infected, another presence stood in the shadows. A large infected loomed over the remains. It was the same kind as the variant Jackson had killed, but not the same. His body was leaner, its frame tighter, muscle pressed hard beneath stretched skin, built for strength rather than size. It stared at the bodies on the ground. One lay still, the other was half-eaten, torn apart by its own kind, but the creature did not rush to feed. Its nose twitched. Slowly, it lowered its head and breathed in the air. Seconds passed. The night was thick with the smell of rot and blood. Yet the creature did not move. It found nothing. Then its eyes shifted. A dark trail caught its attention. Drops of black blood smeared across the dirt and broken concrete. The variant crouched and followed the trail, step by step, its movements quiet as it traced the path Jackson had taken earlier. The blood led it through the empty streets, past broken cars and dark corners, until suddenly, it stopped. The trail ended, the blood was gone. The creature froze. Its head lifted slowly, eyes sweeping the empty streets, the walls, then the rooftops above. Nothing. For a long moment, it stood there, silent. Then it threw its head back and let out a deep roar that echoed between the buildings, filled with rage and confusion. After that, it turned away and disappeared into the darkness, leaving the bodies behind. But it had not forgotten the scent. Inside the hotel's second floor, Jackson returned and switched on a small flashlight, keeping the beam low. Hae-in spotted him at once. She rushed over and clung to his side as if afraid he might disappear again, ignoring Ryan, who had been trying to talk to her moments earlier. "Jackson, what were you doing on the rooftop?" she asked in a rush. "We heard a loud roar. And the howls after that. What's happening outside?" Elaine stepped closer as well, worry clear on her face. More questions followed, one after another, until Jackson barely had time to answer. Jackson raised a hand gently. "Easy. I'll explain." Not far away, Ryan sat against the wall, watching the scene. His brows slowly knit together. "Ryan. Ryan." He blinked and turned when he finally heard Bongu calling him. "Yeah? What?" "I've been calling you," Bongu said. "You all right?" Ryan hesitated, then looked back at Hae-in, still standing close to Jackson. "It's nothing. Just, Hae-in's been acting strange lately." "Strange how?" "She looks fine to me. She ignores me a lot now," Ryan muttered. "But she's getting closer to him." His eyes flicked toward Jackson. Bongu snorted, then waved it off. "Come on, man. Are you two even a thing? Don't overthink it. Anyway, that game I was telling you earlier." Ryan didn't reply. His fingers curled into a tight fist. Meanwhile, Jackson lowered his voice and spoke to the group. "The infected outside are extremely restless right now. Something stirred them up. We need to stay quiet. Get some rest," he continued. "We move in the morning." Slowly, the tension eased, but no one truly relaxed. Outside, the inhuman cries still echoed through the night, reminding them that danger had not passed. As Jackson sat on the couch near the balcony window, resting while still keeping an eye on the restless streets below, a soft tap on his shoulder made him look up. He turned, lighting his flashlight, and saw the quiet girl who had always left a strong impression on him. "Na-rin, something you need?" Na-rin shook her head slowly. I just can't stop thinking about one thing," she whispered. "About what?" "If eventually, everyone in the world turns into them too." "They won't," Jackson said, cutting her off. Her eyes flicked up to meet his, uncertain. "But what if it actually happens? Do you think you could make it through?" Jackson remained quiet for a moment. Then he looked into her eyes, steady and calm. "I would if I'm with the people I care about. If not, then there's no point living at all." "I see," Na-rin murmured, letting the silence settle between them. Minutes seemed to stretch in the quiet room before she spoke again, her voice sharper this time. "Did you kiss Miss Elaine?" Jackson blinked, caught off guard, first that she knew, and second at how bluntly she asked. But he didn't deny it. "Yes." "Why do you ask? Do you like her?" she pressed, her eyes fixed on his, searching for the truth. Elaine's image flashed through his mind. Strong, graceful, and unyielding. That was the impression she left on him. He remembered their first kiss. Though it had happened in the heat of the moment, he hadn't disliked it. "I don't mind keeping her by my side," Jackson said simply. "I see." After a short pause, Jackson spoke again. "Did she tell you?" Na-rin shook her head. "No, I just figured it out. It's the first time I've seen her act that close to a man she just met. You have sharp eyes." She hesitated, fingers tightening slightly at her side. "I don't really understand it, but I think I might feel the same as her." "What?" Jackson turned to her, caught off guard. "I don't mind being on your side either," Na-rin said, lifting her eyes to meet his. Jackson froze. He knew Na-rin often said things without warning, but this was far beyond what he expected. Before he could speak, Na-rin turned away. As she walked back toward her room, she spoke one last time, her voice soft. "I just wanted to say how I feel before I die someday." She continued walking, her steps calm, though a faint blush warmed her cheeks, unseen in the dim light. Jackson remained seated, staring ahead, stunned. What was that about? "Is she making fun of me?" he muttered. They had not known each other for long. He could not recall many moments between them either. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. In the end, he shook his head and leaned back. There was no point trying to understand someone else's mind right now. He closed his eyes and rested, letting the night pass. Morning arrived quickly. The roars from the streets had finally begun to fade, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Jackson and the group moved quietly, packing their bags and gathering what supplies they could carry: canned food, water bottles, flashlights, and anything else that seemed useful. Once everything was ready, Jackson gave the group a nod. They slipped into the streets, following the route he had mapped out the day before with guidance from the others, who knew the city far better than he did. Na-Rin, Elaine, and the rest moved silently at his back. The path was familiar. All that mattered now was reaching their destination safely. The streets and buildings were a grisly mess. Blood smeared across walls and sidewalks, twisted furniture lay abandoned, and bones and bits of flesh from last night's chaos littered the ground. Elaine and the students swallowed hard, their stomachs turning at the sight, but they followed silently, keeping close to Jackson. As usual, he led the group, sticking close to the walls to stay hidden. Hayan clung to his side, silent but alert. Elaine, Na-Rin, and Claire followed closely behind, their steps soft on the cracked pavement. Bonggu and Ryan brought up the rear, armed with a fire axe and a makeshift spear crafted from a knife and mop handle. Their pace was slow. Every corner, every doorway had to be checked. Jackson's sharp eyes scanned for movement, ears tuned for even the slightest sound. The group continued their quiet march, moving carefully from shadow to shadow. Whenever they spotted an infected, Jackson would signal the others to take cover first while he took the threat out quietly. So far, there were only a few, one or two stragglers wandering the streets, but he knew better than to underestimate them. After each encounter, he quickened their pace. Dead bodies were a lure, and he didn't want more infected drawn to them. Step by step, the journey remained tense but under control. Then, without warning, Jackson stopped mid-stride. He raised a hand, and the others froze, huddling close to the wall. His eyes scanned the streets ahead. A distant sound cut through the morning air. It wasn't a roar, and it wasn't the shuffle of infected feet. At first, it was faint, almost indistinguishable. But seconds later, it grew louder, approaching fast. The group's eyes lifted toward the sky. A helicopter came into view, moving slowly above the buildings. But it wasn't just the rotor noise that caught their attention. A voice boomed over a loudspeaker, carrying clearly across the streets. Boat evacuations are beginning now at the seaport. Head north with extreme caution. This is a mandatory evacuation order. Seek shelter on water. Jackson and the group froze, eyes wide, staring at the distant helicopter cutting across the skyline. Boat evacuation? Bonggu repeated, voice filled with disbelief. Jackson frowned, his gaze scanning the rooftops and streets. Why now? He thought grimly. That loud noise. It will inevitably awaken the infected. Before they could move, the motor whine didn't fade. In fact, it grew louder. Two more helicopters emerged behind the first, their blades chopping the air above the city. Then came more, 1, 2, 3, until they counted 7 choppers circling overhead. The choppers. They don't seem to be leaving, Ryan said, voice tight with awe. The group followed his gaze, realizing he was right. The helicopters weren't passing by. They hovered, scanning, as if searching for something below. Maybe they're here to rescue people, Ryan said, excitement rising in his voice. Without hesitation, he started moving toward a nearby building. Come on, let's get to a rooftop, they need to see us. Wait, Elaine's voice rang out sharply, halting him. We can't just leave. We still need to find Jackson's family first. That's right, Hayan added. We can try asking for their help after we meet with the other group. Her voice lacked the excitement it might have held before. After being ignored and abandoned so many times, the idea didn't spark much expectation anymore. Seeing her hesitation, Ryan's frown deepened, annoyance flashing in his eyes. If we wait any longer, we'll miss the chance. We have to go now. Ryan, after all Jackson's done, how can you even suggest leaving them? Hayan's brows knitted tightly as she glared at him. Then she turned to Jackson. Sorry, Jackson. He's just caught up in the moment, I guess. Ryan's frown deepened. the sight of Hay in taking Jackson's side only fueling his resentment. Jackson nodded calmly, the others following his lead as they prepared to move. A surge of unease and anger flared in Ryan's chest. He felt invisible and unimportant. "Are you even sure they're alive?" he shouted suddenly, his voice sharp. "We need to save ourselves first before thinking of helping anyone else." Elaine and the others stared at him, wide-eyed and stunned. "Ryan, are you out of your mind?" Hayen snapped, disbelief and anger in her voice. Elaine stood silently, stunned, struggling to process his outburst. Ryan's eyes flicked toward Jackson, suddenly realizing his words might have angered him, but he remained silent. Finally, Jackson spoke, his voice steady. "What he's saying maybe isn't wrong. The choppers, they could be here for rescue. So those who want to go now, you may do so." Jackson, Elaine and Hayen both looked at him, surprise and confusion written across their faces. "But if you choose to go now, we part ways here. You'll be on your own from this point." A heavy silence fell over the group. Then Ryan moved forward, stepping away from the others. He had made his choice, and in doing so, he had crossed a line with Jackson. There was no turning back now. The others stayed frozen, watching him, wide-eyed and uncertain, not understanding why he was acting so recklessly. Seeing he was the only one to step away, Ryan's frown deepened. He turned to the others, trying to pull them to his side. "Are you just going to keep following him?" His voice rose, edged with desperation. "If we miss this chance, how long do you think it'll take to reach the safe zone? We still have a long way ahead. Do you think you're going to survive that journey?" The words hung in the air, heavy and tense, as the group realized just how divided their path had become. Still, no one moved. Jackson said he'll help us. Hayen said quietly, her voice low but firm. Ryan's face flushed red, a vein throbbing on his temple. He opened his mouth, then shut it again as his gaze flicked toward Jackson. Whatever words he had wanted to throw out died in his throat. He turned instead to Bong-gu, directing his anger at him. "What about you? You think you could even run from the infected with that fat body of yours? Say that again and see what happens." Bong-gu growled, stepping forward, but Claire grabbed his arm, holding him back. Na-rin stepped forward, her voice quiet at first, then cutting colder with every word. "You seem to forget what happened back at our school. Not a single one of them helped us back then." Her eyes glinted, and her voice hardened. "And now you turn your back on the only person who actually saved you? Your colors are showing. Truly disgusting." Ryan's face twisted, rage bubbling up. "Shut up. They won't ignore me. I'm the mayor's son." Jackson's voice cut in before he could finish. "Lower your voice." He stepped closer, his gaze locking onto Ryan's. It was only a look, but a chill ran up Ryan's spine as he clenched his jaw and stayed quiet. After a brief pause, Ryan turned to Hayen, forcing his voice to steady as he tried to convince her one last time. "Hayen, come with me. I promise I'll protect you. Go by yourself." "I'm not coming with you," Hayen snapped, turning away from him without a second glance. Her cold reply pushed Ryan past his limit. His face twisted as he lashed out. "Are you really going to follow him? You'll just suffer. Remember how Lucas died." Before he could finish, a sharp sound rang out. Elaine slapped him across the face. The noise echoed through the street. "You." Elaine's body trembled as anger filled her voice. "I never knew you were this ungrateful." Before she could say more, Jackson caught her arm. "We need to move now, something's coming." His ears caught the sounds around the building. The infected were stirring, drawn by the helicopters above. There was no time left for arguing. Ryan had already made his choice, and even if everyone chose to leave, it would not stop Jackson from finding his family. He released Elaine and turned to Ryan one last time. Ryan was still holding his cheek, his face pale and shaken. "Get out of here," Jackson said calmly. "Your business with me is done." A sudden dread settled deep in Ryan's chest for no clear reason. He did not look back. He turned and ran toward the nearby building, disappearing into the chaos as the distant howls grew louder. As the group moved through the streets, Elaine slowed her steps, a troubled expression on her face. After a moment, she finally spoke. Jackson, I'm sorry about Ryan. I didn't know he was that kind of person. He never acted like that before when we were with him. He was always like that, Na-Rin said calmly. You just did not notice it, Miss Elaine. Hayen glanced at Jackson, her voice uneasy. I'm sorry, Jackson. Are you mad at me? Jackson sighed, shaking his head gently. It's not your fault. He made his choice. I don't blame him either. We're all just trying to survive in the end. But Hayen started, but Jackson cut her off, a small smile on his face. I'm actually a little surprised none of you went with him. Do you really trust me more than those choppers? Of course. Hayen replied instantly. Even if they really came to rescue people, I'd still choose to stay with you. What? Jackson was taken aback, confused by her logic, but he didn't dislike the feeling. He lowered his voice. Thank you. Jackson turned his gaze toward the choppers overhead, his expression hardening. He didn't know their purpose, but his priority remained the same. Find his family. He would meet up with them first, then assess the situation. It was better to leave the larger strategic decisions to Natasha. As the distant roars and howls of the infected began to echo across the city, the group quickened their pace, a sense of urgency settling over them once more. 7 choppers clawed at the sky above the ruined city, their rotors a frantic pulse against the oppressive silence. Good luck out there, crackled the voice over the comms, laced with grim resignation. This city's swallowed more choppers than I can count. Few make it back. Command, this is Hawk 1. Visual on target building. Confirmed rescue subjects inside. The lead pilot reported, voice clipped and focused. Copy that, Hawk 1. Prepare for descent. Maintain formation. Sir, the infected. They're swarming below us. Another voice interjected, laced with urgency. Gun them down. Clear the landing zone immediately, the commander ordered without hesitation. Roger that, engaging targets. Suddenly, a monstrous roar ripped through the air, followed by the sickening crunch of concrete. A chunk of debris, the size of a small car, hurtled towards one of the choppers, slamming into its rotors. Mayday! Mayday! We've taken critical damage. The pilot screamed, his voice dissolving into static as the chopper bucked violently. Losing control, going down. The stricken aircraft spiraled out of control before impacting into a building, exploding in a ball of fire. Down below, there's a variant, sir. A soldier yelled, his voice barely audible over the chaos. On the rooftop near the target building, a 100-meter skyscraper, the variant stood tall. It was massive, easily 10 feet tall, its muscles tight and bulging. Its eyes burned with a chilling intelligence as it hefted another slab of concrete. This was the variant, the same one that had almost tracked Jackson down at the hotel, its senses still attuned to his scent. Behind it, thousands of bald infected followed, letting out guttural roars at the sky. Kill it. The order barked from the lead chopper. The Gatling gun roared to life, spitting a hail of bullets that tore through the infected horde. Bodies shredded, limbs flew, but the variant was too fast. Punched through the rooftop, making a huge hole, and jumped down inside to take cover. Then it hurled another chunk of concrete with terrifying force, sending it flying toward the choppers. Sir, the variant is taking cover. They're getting smarter. Eliminate the threat. The higher-up commanded, his voice tight with desperation. All units focus fire on the variant. Priority target. Unable to acquire target. Request permission to descend for visual, a pilot reported. Permission granted. Proceed with caution. One of the 6 choppers descended, its Gatling gun unleashing a torrent of fire into the building's windows just below the rooftop where the variant was last seen. The air crackled with tension, a desperate maneuver to draw out the creature. Then, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the aircraft. A massive explosion tore through the side of the building. Boom! A gaping hole appeared where the chopper had been firing. Suddenly, a flood of infected poured from the breach, a living wave of decaying flesh surging toward the descending chopper. The minigun roared, a futile attempt to halt the onslaught. Bodies were shredded, limbs and black blood sprayed, but the sheer number was overwhelming. The pilot fought to gain altitude, but it was too late. The infected clawed and swarmed, their hands latching onto the chopper's skids, landing gear, anything they could grasp. More and more clambered aboard, a grotesque, writhing mass dragging the aircraft down. One managed to breach the open doorway, its jaws snapping, and lunged at the gunner, tearing into his flesh. It turned its attention to the pilot, its eyes burning with feral hunger as the chopper began to spin, plummeting towards the ground. "Sir, we're losing them," requesting immediate orders. A pilot shouted, his voice strained with urgency as another chopper went down. "Negative. Disengage. High-value target extraction is paramount," came the cold, detached order. Hawks 2 and 3, continue suppressing the infected. Hawks 4, 5, and 6, proceed with HVT extraction. The designated choppers ceased their fire and descended toward the rooftop, where a group of people frantically signaled for rescue. High-value targets. Politicians, senior officers, the leaders of society. Dozens of them huddled together, a small group of soldiers desperately trying to hold back the encroaching horde. The choppers touched down, rotors churning the air into a frenzy. The HVTs scrambled aboard, their faces etched with terror and relief. But the choppers were operating at maximum capacity. They were forced to leave the soldiers behind, the very men who had risked their lives to protect them. Those left behind cried out, their pleas lost in the roar of the engines. They were abandoned, left to face the inevitable onslaught. Then the horde of infected reached the building. The remaining soldiers fought with desperate courage, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. One of the choppers, struggling to gain altitude, was suddenly swarmed. Infected leaped onto the skids, their claws tearing at the metal. One managed to breach the cabin, its teeth sinking into the flesh of a HVT. Screams echoed through the air as the chopper lost control, joining its fallen comrades in a fiery crash below. Meanwhile, on the emergency stairwell clinging to the side of the building, Ryan hauled himself upward, his lungs burning, his muscles screaming in protest. He clawed his way to the rooftop, driven by a desperate sliver of hope. He burst onto the roof, blinking against the harsh sunlight, and saw them, for choppers in the sky. Confusion warred with elation. Why only 4? But it didn't matter. They were here. He was saved. He stumbled towards the edge of the roof, waving his arms frantically, shouting with every ounce of strength he possessed. "Help! Over here! I'm here!" The building where the HVTs had been rescued wasn't far from him. He could see the choppers banking, turning. He kept shouting, jumping, praying they would see him. From one of the choppers, a voice crackled over the comms. "Sir, there's someone signaling for help on the rooftop below. Confirm, is he a designated rescue target?" Came the cold, detached reply. "Negative, sir." A small pause followed. Then the order came. "Affirmative, disregard. We cannot risk further asset loss for a non-priority individual." Ryan watched, his heart plummeting into his stomach, as the choppers turned away. His hope, so fiercely rekindled, died a swift and brutal death. Tears welled in his eyes, blurring his vision. Regret washed over him, a bitter tide of what-ifs and should-haves. He had made so many wrong choices, and now they had led him here to this lonely rooftop to die. Suddenly, the door behind him splintered and shattered. A wave of infected surged onto the roof, their rotting faces contorted in grotesque hunger. Ryan screamed, a primal sound of pure terror, as the horde descended upon him. He cried out for mercy, for salvation, but there was no one to hear him. His flesh was torn apart, his bones crushed, as the infected feasted on him. Meanwhile, atop the skyscraper from which it had launched its devastating attacks, the variant stood motionless. Its gaze followed the 4 remaining choppers as they receded into the distance. And it wasn't alone. Across the city, in other locations, similar variants stood sentinel. Their eyes, cold and calculating, tracked the departing helicopters, a silent network of predators observing their prey. As Jackson and the group ran through the streets, thunderous sounds chased close behind. Gatling gun fire ripped through the air, followed by furious howls and distant explosions that shook the ground beneath their feet. Hayen glanced back first. The others followed, lifting their heads. High above the ruined skyline, for choppers were already pulling away, shrinking as they flew toward the horizon. "They're leaving," Hayen said quietly. "Regret not asking for their help?" Jackson asked without slowing down. "What? No, not at all," Hayen replied quickly. Then her voice lowered. "I was just wondering if he managed to get rescued." No one answered. Their footsteps filled the silence. Then Na Rin spoke, her voice calm but uneasy. "I'm more curious why there are only 4 now. And those explosions earlier." "Do you mean?" Bongu muttered, but he did not finish. The thought settled over them, heavy and unspoken. Jackson's eyes narrowed as he ran. He recalled the creatures he had seen in this city, the ones that were smarter, stronger. It must be another variant, he thought grimly. Only creatures like that could cause such chaos. He pushed the thought aside and tightened his grip on his weapon. "Let's keep moving." The group pressed on, moving fast but careful. The distant thrum of the helicopters had drawn most of the infected toward the heart of the city, but not all of them. Stragglers still lurked nearby, hiding in shadows and broken alleys. "Get down. Hide. Hide," Jackson hissed, already dropping into a crouch. Ahead, a small group of infected shuffled into view. Jackson lay flat against the dirty ground and raised his rifle. Short, controlled shots followed. One by one, the infected fell without a sound. "Go. I'm right behind you," he urged, eyes never leaving his scope. This became their rhythm. Sometimes Jackson cleared the path ahead. Other times, they pressed themselves into shadows and waited for danger to pass. When the numbers were too many, they turned back and took longer routes through broken streets and narrow alleys. Suddenly, a rapid series of gunshots cracked through the air, echoing off the buildings. He pulled Hayen and the others into a nearby restroom, forcing the door shut as they pressed against the wall. Through the gaps from the windows, they peeked outside. Shouting echoed from a rooftop nearby, mingled with the gunfire. "Survivors," Hayen whispered, eyes wide. "There are other survivors. So there are others beside us," Claire murmured. "But why are they shooting like that?" Bongu whispered, his brow furrowed with concern. "Those guns are way too loud." Na Rin's expression turned somber. The choppers. Ryan was not the only one who thought they came for rescue. They probably took the risk and came out of hiding, and most likely they got discovered by the infected. Silence settled over the group. "That's sad," Hayen said softly. Elaine hesitated, then leaned closer to Jackson and whispered, "Are we going to help them?" Na Rin lifted an eyebrow but stayed silent. Jackson shook his head. "With that much noise, a horde will swarm them soon. Do you want us to die with them?" Elaine stiffened. I'm sorry." Her hands tightened behind her back. Jackson looked at her, his voice calm. "I know you want to help, but you also have to think about your own life and the lives of those with you." "I'm sorry," Elaine repeated, her voice barely audible. "I admire you for thinking like that," Jackson said gently. "It's not easy, is it? But we have to be smart." Elaine nodded, unable to meet his eyes. Jackson turned to the group. "Let's move. We can't stay here." As the group was about to move, Bongu, who was last in line, froze. He noticed something and looked up. A girl stood inside one of the restroom stalls, staring at him through the half-open door with a wide, unsettling grin. Her face was pale and her eyes pure black. "What the hell?" Bongu yelped, nearly jumping out of his skin. His yelp echoing in the confined space, getting the attention of others. Jackson turned in a flash, his rifle already raised. He fired a single shot, and the girl's head snapped back, a cloud of black blood spraying all over the grimy tiles. When the body dropped, a chill ran through him. Had it been watching them the whole time? Adrenaline surged through the group as they burst out from the comfort room door, but another infected lunged straight at Jackson. He swung his rifle hard, smashing the butt into its jaw. Bone cracked, and the creature flew back. The noise was enough. From the nearby streets, shapes began to move. One, then many. A dozen infected turned toward them, drawn by the sound. "Get out of here. Run and don't look back," Jackson said sharply. He stepped forward, firing again and again, forcing the infected back as the group fled into the streets. Elaine and the students broke into a sprint, their footsteps echoing across the empty road. Thankfully, the gunshots from the other group fighting the infected drew most of them away, their howls shifting farther back as they chased the noise instead. Jackson soon caught up. He slowed and looked ahead. "We're here," he said, looking at the familiar store where he left his family. The storefront was battered, the windows boarded up. "I don't see anyone," Bongu said, looking around nervously. The store stood open, its door hanging loose, but the inside was empty. Jackson frowned, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. Then, the howls of the infected echoed behind them, growing louder with each passing second. "Go to that building," Jackson said, pointing to an apartment building nearby. "Hide inside first and wait for me." Elaine and the students hesitated, their faces filled with worry. But they knew better than to argue. They nodded and moved, understanding that they would only hold him back. They hurried into the apartment building, moving as quietly as they could. Just as they reached the hallway, Claire stopped short and grabbed Narin's arm, forcing her to halt. The others noticed them and stopped, turning back with questioning looks. "What's wrong, Claire?" Elaine whispered. Claire lifted a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Slowly, she pointed down the hallway. Not far from them stood a figure, stiff and unmoving, its back turned as if it were a statue. But as they looked closer, they realized it was an infected. The group froze, breath caught in their throats, hearts pounding so loud it felt like the creature could hear them. Elaine leaned in and whispered, "We move." Slow and quiet. The students nodded and began to step back, careful with every movement. For a brief moment it seemed to work. Then the infected twitched. Its head tilted slightly, then slowly, it turned towards them, its eyes locking onto their terrified faces. "Run!" Narin shouted. They broke into a sprint down the corridor. Footsteps echoed as panic took hold, but the infected was fast, too fast. Each second, it closed the distance, its snarls growing louder. Bongu glanced back, panic flooding his face as he saw it almost on top of them. He clenched his teeth, then suddenly stopped. Turning around, he gripped the fire axe with both hands and planted his feet. "Miss Elaine, go," Bongu said, forcing his shaking voice steady. "I'll handle this." "Bongu, no, just keep running." Elaine cried, her eyes wide with disbelief, but she was pulled forward by the others. But Bongu stood his ground. "Go," he said again. "This is what a man should do." His eyes turned fierce as he suppressed his fear, a spark of courage igniting within him. The infected lunged, its decaying body propelled forward with surprising force. At the last second, Bongu stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasping claws. He swung the fire axe from the side, aiming at the infected's head with all his might. But before the blade could connect, the creature twisted sharply, bones cracking audibly under the force. With a sudden swipe of its own claw, it knocked the axe clean out of Bongu's hands, sending it flying across the hallway. Bongu froze. The speed of it left him stunned. He never stood a chance. His legs gave out, and he fell hard to the floor, fear flooding his body as the infected staggered toward him, its feet bent at sick angles. "Bongu!" Elaine shouted, stopping in her tracks and rushing toward him. The creature lunged, jaws gaping wide, ready to tear him apart, when a muffled bullet shot through from the side, piercing the infected's head with deadly accuracy. Its body convulsed violently, black blood spraying on Bongu, who was still gasping for air on the floor. The infected collapsed on top of him, its weight crushing the air from his lungs. From the side corridor, a beautiful woman with striking blue hair and icy blue eyes stepped into view, a pistol in her hands. She scanned the area cautiously, her gaze sharp and cold as she approached Bong-gu. Thank. Bong-gu stammered, still trembling. Before he could finish, another voice echoed from the same corner as another pretty woman came out. This one had a black long hair and a mischievous glint in her eyes. Natasha, did you find something? What do we have here? Elena stepped into view. Behind her, Cindy and Burgess followed, weapons ready, all of them pausing when they saw the group of survivors. Bong-gu's fear slowly melted into relief, though his body still trembled from the close call. Elaine's eyes brightened seeing another survivor, a spark of hope igniting within her. She stepped forward slightly and spoke. Excuse me. She froze mid-word when Natasha swung her pistol toward her. Stop right there. Bong-gu and the others froze, hearts pounding. The relief they had felt moments before vanished, replaced by a renewed wave of fear. Natasha, wait. They're not infected, Cindy called, stepping forward cautiously. We don't know that, Natasha replied, scanning each of them with sharp, calculating eyes. We are not. Na-rin suddenly spoke, her voice calm despite the situation. And how can you prove that? Natasha asked, her finger tight on the trigger. The fact that we're speaking proves it. Na-rin replied, her eyes meeting Natasha's without flinching. Infected don't have conversations. Yeah, she's right. They can talk, Burgess added, stepping slightly forward, a wide grin spreading across his face as he took in the sight of the beautiful survivors. Natasha's sharp glare cut him off instantly. Burgess immediately shut his mouth, swallowing his words. Her pistol never wavered. The city had already shown her enough horrors. Human-like infected that could use weapons. Even if these people were human, Natasha didn't have time to get tangled up in helping strangers. She'd only intervened because the fire axe made her think that it was Jackson who was in danger. Why are you still pointing your gun at us? Your companion already said we're not infected. Na-rin spoke, her eyes seeming to be reading her intentions, seeing past her cold exterior. Natasha narrowed her eyes at her, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out from behind, breaking the tense silence. What's going on here? Jackson. Haein, Elaine, and Cindy shouted almost together. Haein's eyes lit up with relief. Before anyone could react, Cindy and Natasha rushed forward, pulling him into a tight embrace. Tears brimmed in their eyes as they clung to him tightly, like long-lost lovers that hadn't seen each other for long. Elaine and the students froze, surprised by the display. Elaine and Na-rin unconsciously narrowed their eyes, watching the reunion with a mix of curiosity and caution. Brother, I knew you'd be fine. We missed you so much, Cindy whispered, her voice trembling as she buried herself on his shoulder. Jackson smiled, returning the hug, holding them just as tightly. I miss you too. I'm glad you're all okay. Elena's voice cut through the moment sharply. Hey, I know it's your first time seeing each other again, but we need to move now. The agitated howls of the infected outside were still ringing, a constant reminder of the danger they were in. Jackson released them and turned toward Elena and Burgess. Good to see you both okay. Where's the others? We moved to a more secure spot. They're hiding there, Cindy explained, stepping back from the hug but still holding onto his arm. We knew you'd come back, so we've been watching around the store. Follow us, Natasha said, a small smile tugging at her lips as she nodded toward the path. We'll take you to them. Them? Jackson nodded, then turned to Elaine and the others. Let's go. We need to get out of here. Natasha raised an eyebrow, surprised. You know them? Before Jackson could answer, Elaine's voice rang out. Are they your family we're trying to find? She asked, curiosity lacing her voice. Let's get out of here first. I'll explain later, Jackson replied, helping Bong-gu to his feet. Natasha hesitated for a moment, unsure about bringing the others along, but Elena nudged her shoulder. We'll bring them with us, she whispered. Natasha frowned. She wasn't the type to take orders from her, but since Jackson was helping them, she remained quiet, suppressing her objections. She trusted his judgment, even if she didn't understand it. They led the way, their weapons raised and ready. Together, The two groups moved quietly under Natasha and Elena's lead. They slipped out the apartment's back door, pressed close to the corners of the street, and moved through the quiet, blood-streaked alleys until they arrived at a house tucked away from prying eyes. It was an ideal location. Few buildings surrounded it, giving a clear line of sight in every direction. The house itself was large, sturdy, and well hidden, with the kind of architecture that suggested it had been built by someone with means. Inside, a massive underground basement stretched beneath it, partitioned into multiple rooms and living spaces. A hidden bunker, secure, and perfect for a group trying to survive in a city crawling with the infected. Surprise, right? I'm the one who found this place, Elena said with a playful smirk, striking an exaggerated pose. I'm really amazing, aren't I? Natasha raised an eyebrow, rolling her eyes. And who told you about this area in the first place? Did you forget who pointed you here? I spent hours tracking wealthy neighborhoods and possible hidden bunkers. Before the two could start arguing, a warm voice rang out. Jackson. Isabel ran forward, throwing her arms around him. Her tears fell freely as she clung to him. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're okay. Mom. I'm fine, Jackson said, hugging her back tightly. I told you I'd be back. He then looked at the familiar faces in front of him, who also welcomed him with smiles and nods of relief. The twins, Hiromi and Jana, waved shyly, while Hannah and Horace stood near, their faces etched with relief. Big brother, you're finally here. Everyone was so worried, Jana said, running up to him. Jackson gently patted both twins on the head. Horace seemed to look fine, although the bandage was still wrapped around his chest, since it had only been a few days since his injury. I knew you would come back. We've been waiting for you, Horace said, offering Jackson a grateful smile. Jackson nodded, smiling lightly. How are your wounds? I'm fine, thanks to you. Thank you for saving me back then, Horace replied, his voice sincere. Get some rest and recover soon. We need you at full strength. Elena, never missing a chance to stir the mood, turned to the newcomers and tilted her head. So who are these puppies? Did you pick up some strays along the way? Elena's eyes swept over Elaine and the students, who stood quietly in the corner, feeling out of place. The students shifted nervously. Almost everyone else here was armed, which made them feel even more nervous, despite being fellow survivors. This is Na Rin, Hei In, Claire, and Bonggu. They are students from Hudson Heights Senior High, Jackson introduced, gesturing towards each of them in turn. Hannah, Isabel, and the twins smiled warmly at them as they introduced themselves as well, trying to ease the tension. Burgers, I think you'll get along with Bonggu. Take care of him, he's going to be like your junior, Jackson said, a hint of amusement in his voice. Burgers puffed out his chest, looking down at Bonggu like a gangster sizing up his new recruit. Yo, make sure to always follow my words, kid. What I say goes. Got it. Bonggu turned to the hulking man who was significantly larger than him and nodded nervously, swallowing hard. Horace smiled, shaking his head at Burger's antics as he gave the kid a friendly pat on the shoulder. He's just joking, don't worry. We'll look out for you. Don't let him scare you. Jackson then turned toward the long-haired blonde woman standing quietly, giving her a slight smile. And this is Elaine, their homeroom teacher. She's been looking after them. Elaine returned a polite bow, her eyes curiously scanning Jackson's family. She couldn't help but notice Cindy and Natasha still clinging to his side, their possessiveness evident, and she wondered what kind of bond they shared. I wonder why most of them are women, Elena said, a teasing grin spreading across her face as she looked at Jackson. Natasha and Cindy, realizing the implication of her words, raised an eyebrow at him, silent judgment in their expressions. Jackson gave a calm shrug. There were originally more of us, but one didn't make it, and another went his own way. He began recounting the events from the moment he met Elaine and the students, through their journey together, and finally to this reunion. He paused briefly, glancing at each of them. And I promised them I'd help them until we reached the safe zone. Elena patted his shoulder as if saying he'd been through a lot and good job for saving people, her eyes conveying a mixture of sympathy and admiration. Cindy and Natasha clutched him tighter, their expressions heavy with guilt, as if it were their fault he had to go through all of this. Then Isabel spoke, her voice warm and inviting. Why don't you all rest first? You must be exhausted. I'll prepare some food. A good meal will make you feel better. She motioned, and Hannah and the twins followed, guiding Elaine and the students towards the living quarters, showing them to their rooms. As the group left, Burgess suddenly tugged Jackson aside, whispering to him conspiratorially, "Hey man, introduce me to the girls later, all right? Especially that blonde teacher. She's hot," he said, winking suggestively at him. Jackson chuckled, shaking his head at Burgess' antics as he turned to Natasha and Elena, his expression turning serious once more. "We need to discuss our next step. We can't stay here forever." In another, more private room, Jackson, Natasha, and Elena stood together. A fourth person joined them, Na-Rin, who Jackson had pulled aside from Elaine's group. "Why is she here?" Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow as her sharp gaze studied Na-Rin. "She's here because I think she could help us with our plans. She's smart, observant, and she's got a good head on her shoulders," Jackson replied, his voice firm but gentle as he turned and smiled reassuringly at Na-Rin. "Na-Rin, this is my sister, Natasha. She's the one who mostly plans our next moves," he said, and Natasha's lips curved into a small, satisfied smile at the acknowledgement. "Wait, come to think of it, you two might actually get along," Jackson added, looking from Natasha to Na-Rin. Na-Rin shifted uneasily. "I don't think that's the case," she murmured, her eyes flicking nervously to Natasha, who was studying her like she was trying to read every thought. Elena spread a large map across the table, showing the layout of their country. "Since Jackson said you can help, maybe you can help us figure this out," she said, gesturing to Na-Rin. She pointed at a spot on the map. "We're here in Hudson City, near the border between this city and Dunlow City, where we originally came from. To reach the Blackridge facility, the original plan we had was to head north, passing through this city, and arriving at Milton City. Then after that, there will be another town ahead, which is Ashwood Town. Beyond that is the safe zone. That's the shortest route," Elena explained carefully. Na-Rin listened, nodding as she absorbed the information. "But we have decided not to pass through this city because the infected here are too weird, too unpredictable. So we either go east or west to get around it. West leads to Westfall City, east to Metrovale City. Are you familiar with either of them?" Elena asked Na-Rin, her eyes searching for any sign of recognition. I know Metrovale City. I have relatives who live there," Na-Rin replied, her voice confident. Elena and Na-Rin bent over the map, discussing possible routes. Na-Rin's knowledge of the surrounding roads and hidden paths proved invaluable, her fingers tracing safe passages and shortcuts while she explained potential risks. "So if we take this route," Elena said, pointing east toward Metrovale, "it'll take longer. We'll really need to find a vehicle or we could be walking for days." Elena and Na-Rin continued to pore over the map, their heads bent together in concentration as they debated the best route to take. Suddenly, Natasha spoke, her voice cutting through the discussion. "There's another path we could take. A path that doesn't require us to find a car and we wouldn't have to go through the infected zones. This path can take us straight to our destination. We just need to wait for it." Everyone turned to her as she pulled out her phone, showing them a government notice. "There's an ongoing evacuation being organized by the government," Natasha said, her voice flat and emotionless. Jackson frowned, leaning closer. "It's not those choppers again, is it?" "No," Natasha shook her head. "Evacuating every survivor by helicopter would cost them a lot of resources. The ones that passed by this city? I'm sure they only took important people, government officials, and the wealthy elite." She swiped through the notice. "But there's another method for ordinary people like us. It's scheduled to pass through this city and several others before reaching the safe zone. It depends on us if we should take it or not. There are risks involved," Natasha said, her voice laced with a hint of warning. Jackson's eyes narrowed. "What is it?" Suspense music starts playing in the background. "Train to Mongoloid." "Mongoloid?" Jackson raised an eyebrow. That's the name of the safe zone at the Blackridge facility. Natasha replied, scrolling through her phone. Really? That's an unusual name. Yeah, Natasha said, tapping the screen to enlarge a document. The government officially named it that. Weird at first, I know, but it actually makes sense. The area is built around the old mountain ridges. They wanted a name that symbolized strength, endurance, and natural protection. Elena bit back a laugh. I don't think that name symbolizes that at all. Jackson tilted his head, nodding slowly. Mongoloid. Ha! Sounds kind of legendary, actually. And what about that boat evacuation the choppers announced? That's still an option, right? Elena asked. We could try to get there too, Natasha said, hesitating. But not all of us would be allowed on board. What? Why? Why even announce it if that's the case? Elena exclaimed, frustration creeping into her voice. It was Na Rin who answered, her tone calm but sharp. Because that's how it always works. Even before all this, people with skills, connections, or just the right luck get priority. Doctors, engineers, scientists, people who can rebuild society. Everyone else gets left behind. Natasha nodded and continued. Think about it logically. A boat can only carry so many people. Food, water, fuel. Everything grows exponentially with each extra passenger. The moment you overload it, it's a death trap. Elena frowned. So they announce it to give hope. But the hope is selective? That's just human society, Na Rin said quietly. Someone's going to survive, someone's not. It's always been that way. Elena fell silent. As a policewoman working for the government, she understood this better than most. She knew how systems worked, how positions and connections could decide who was saved and who was left behind. Her hands clenched at her sides, her voice dropping to a whisper. It's cruel. Maybe, Jackson said quietly, but it's reality. On land, the safe zone is rough, yes, but it's sustainable. Evacuating everyone by boat? That's unlikely. Our country doesn't have enough vessels for that, and supplies would run out fast. I'm leaning towards sticking with our original plan, going to Mongoloid. A heavy silence fell over the group. The bitter truth pressed down on them. Survival wasn't about fairness. It was about making it through the chaos and sometimes about who had the right connections. How long will it take before the train arrives? Jackson asked, breaking the silence and focusing instead on the things they could control. Exactly 1 week from now, Natasha replied, tapping on her phone. So even if we start the journey ourselves, we'll still get there. Though we'd have to do it on our own, Jackson muttered, weighing their options. Elena tilted her head. And if we take the train, since it's a government evacuation, there'll be military escort, Natasha said. The notice says food, water, and medical supplies are provided on board. You won't have to carry everything yourself or worry about running out along the way. They'll handle infected and anyone causing trouble. Jackson nodded slowly. That saves energy and reduces risk. No scouting dangerous streets or fighting off infected along the way. And the route is planned, Natasha added. They know which areas are safest, which checkpoints to avoid. No guesswork, no getting lost. It's probably faster too. At least in theory, the journey would be much easier. Elena let out a small sigh. So, less risk, more supplies, faster travel. Sounds like it's almost cheating. Jackson shook his head. That's what the government always promises. But the reality rarely matches expectations. Even those choppers that rescued the HVT had lost 3 of their own. There's no way the train journey would be completely smooth. Still, it had advantages. If infected attacked, they wouldn't be facing them alone. We'll probably have to surrender our weapons if we board, right? Jackson asked, glancing at Natasha, who also realized his words and nodded grimly. He wasn't worried, though. He had his storage space and could hide the weapons there, retrieving them if it became necessary. What do you think we should do? Natasha asked, her eyes on Jackson. Elena and Na Rin looked to him as well, waiting for his decision. If there's an easier way, why not take it? Jackson said. But let's inform the others first. This decision affects everyone, so we should hear what they have to say before making a final decision. All right, we'll just do that, Elena said, nodding in agreement. I'll go and inform the others now. As Elena and Na-Rin left, Jackson spoke quietly. Thank you, Na-Rin. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge. Na-Rin glanced back over her shoulder. I didn't do much. I'm pretty sure most of us would choose the train anyway. It's the logical choice. We don't know that. Either way, you helped a lot. Your insights into the city and the potential routes were invaluable, Jackson said with a smile. Na-Rin's lips curved into a soft smile before she hurried out of the room, slightly stiffening when she noticed Natasha staring at her. Once they were alone, Jackson turned to Natasha. Natasha, can you collect all the guns from the others and bring them here? Natasha raised an eyebrow, confused, but soon realized his intentions. You're going to upgrade them? Yes. The ones you're using could use a suppressor upgrade. I'll help out a bit. Natasha frowned. Are you sure? Won't that cost too many coins? Trust me, I gathered a lot. I have enough to spare, and it's worth it to ensure everyone's safety. Natasha gave a small nod and left the room. Alone in the room, Jackson leaned back and opened his status window. He scanned his equipment, ammo, and resources, planning his next moves carefully. Name Jackson Hawk. Level 7, 158/303. Age 24. Strength 14.05. Speed 10.52. Agility 9.45. Intelligence 10.25. Stamina 10.85. Vitality 6.65. Stat points 1. Skills. Marksmanship, sea handling and control have improved. Aim faster and fire with greater stability. Recoil is easier to manage, and shots are more accurate even under pressure. Stealth. G+ enables quieter movement by controlling footsteps, posture, and body motion. Storage space. F, a personal dimensional space that can store up to 3 cubic meters of items and upgrades as you level up. Coins. 862. Jackson stared at the stats window, letting the numbers settle in his mind. With my current stats, maybe I'm the strongest human now, but my skills are still lacking. Maybe I should try learning some close combat skills. I need to be more versatile. Then he turned his focus to his hard-earned coins. Now, time to put them to work. DMR max upgrade, he muttered, confirming the purchase. 55 coins spent. Ammo LV.4 to LV.5 max. 134 coins spent. Magazine LV.1 to LV.5 max. 187 coins spent. Body LV.1 to LV.5 max. 152 coins spent. Muzzle LV.1 to LV.5 max. 156 coins spent. Grip LV.1 to LV.5 max. A soft glow ran across the rifle as the upgrades locked in. Stability and handling. Recoil fully neutralized. Grip and body optimized for sustained, accurate fire. Weapon remains stable during continuous use and quick deployment. Reliability and durability. Self-cleaning and self-repair active. No jamming or overheating. High impact tolerance. Maintains performance in dust, rain, and harsh environments. Ammunition and reload. 40-round capacity. Automatic reload from storage space. Reload speed greatly increased. Ready to fire quickly after repositioning. Ballistics. Extended effective range. No long-range damage drop-off. Improved penetration and bullet stability. Access control. Weapon bound to Jackson. Unauthorized use blocked unless permitted by the owner. DMR sniper rifle has reached max level. Exclusive skill unlocked. Exclusive skill. Damage stack. Requirement. DMR equipped. Each kill permanently increases the rifle's damage by 1 and the user's agility by 0.01. Effect is infinite. Current damage. 2,500 plus. 0. Coins remaining 178. Damn. Now this is the weapon I imagined. It's a beast. He scrolled through the weapon stats, marveling at the improvements. But then, his eyes landed on the exclusive skill, Damage Stack. A slow smile spread across his face. Wait, it permanently increases my agility too. With every kill? That's insane. But then, a thought struck him. A question that made his heart beat faster. But, what if Natasha uses it? Would the agility bonus apply to whoever wields the weapon? The possibility was exhilarating. If the infected kept growing stronger, then fighting alone would never be enough. But if he could make the people beside him stronger too, his family would not have to face the future helplessly. His gaze drifted, thoughtful. If I fully upgrade other rifles, will they gain the same kind of effect? Natasha soon returned, carrying several weapons in her arms. She laid them out on the table one by one. 3 M16 rifles and 2 Glock 19 pistols. Natasha, can you try holding this? Jackson said as he handed over his newly upgraded DMR to her. She took it without thinking. The moment she grabbed it, her body dipped forward. Wah! The rifle suddenly felt unbearably heavy, dragging her hands down. It slipped from her grip and slammed onto the floor with a loud bang. Natasha jumped back, startled. What's going on? Can you try to lift it again? Jackson said calmly. She bent down and grabbed the rifle again. Her arms shook. I can't. It's too heavy. Try one more time, Jackson said. Natasha frowned but pulled again. This time the rifle felt light, almost weightless. She lifted it easily and held it in her arms, staring at it in disbelief. Jackson smiled to himself. So it really was bound to him. He could decide whether someone else was allowed to use it simply by willing it. Jackson, Natasha exclaimed, turning to glare at him. Explain now. Sorry, he said with a small chuckle. It's just a new function I wanted to test. Natasha puffed her cheeks in annoyance when she realized he had used her as a lab rat. He explained the new functions of his upgraded rifle, but left one thing out. He did not mention the exclusive skill. Not yet, at least for now. Without enough coins for another full upgrade, there was no reason to bring it up. She shot him a sharp look but stayed quiet. Then Jackson turned back to the table and picked up the rifles one by one. 11 coins spent. Suppressor LV.0 to LV.1, X5. Jackson, this one too, Natasha said suddenly as she pulled out another pistol. A familiar Glock 17. You got this from the police infected that shot Horace? Jackson asked, his expression darkening at the memory. She nodded. I picked it up. It would be a waste to leave it behind. Jackson smiled at her. Of course she would. Every weapon mattered now. Anything they could keep might save a life later. 50 coins spent. Suppressor successfully purchased. 11 coins spent. Suppressor LV.0 to LV.1. He fitted the Glock 17 with the suppressor and applied the upgrade. After a few moments, the pistol was ready. He then used his remaining coins to restock their ammunition, ensuring they were well prepared for any encounter. DMR bullets X100 purchased. 20 coins spent. 5.56 by 45 mm NATO X100 purchased. 15 coins spent. 9 mm bullets X200 purchased. 20 coins spent. Coins remaining, 7. Here. Try it, Jackson said as he handed her pistol back. Natasha caught the Glock 19 and fired a test shot at the floor. Before, even with a suppressor, the sound had still been sharp and clear. Now it came out dull and low. Still audible but far more controlled. Feels better. Much quieter, Natasha said with a small smile. Jackson nodded, though he was not fully satisfied. He wanted it to be like his rifle, completely silent. He made a mental note to upgrade it again once he earned more coins. Silence was their greatest weapon. Natasha's brows furrowed, her eyes widening as a thought struck her. Elena might notice the changes here, she said, her voice low. She's observant. She'll definitely recognize the changes. What are we going to tell her? It's fine, Jackson said, shrugging slightly. The upgrade isn't very noticeable for now. But if I upgrade them more later, she'll definitely get suspicious. Natasha clicked her tongue. deep in thought. Even though Elena was now treated as a comrade, telling her about Jackson's secret was out of the question. Forget it. If she suspects something, so be it. If she asks, just tell her it was me. I'll handle it, Natasha said, her eyes gleaming with mischief. What exactly are you going to tell her? Jackson asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Of course I won't tell her anything, Natasha said with a sly grin, her eyes sparkling as she imagined her plan. Maybe I can trick her. Get her to be obedient for a bit. Hey, she giggled, clearly enjoying the idea. Jackson chuckled softly, letting her handle it. He trusted Natasha's cunning and her ability to manipulate situations to their advantage, though he also began preparing himself mentally. With his current physique, he had already surpassed normal human limits. He knew that sooner or later, someone would notice, suspect him even if he tried to hide it. His solution: become untouchable, so powerful that no one would dare mess with him and his family. His system offered possibilities beyond mere survival. Maybe he could create his own network, his own group, a force to be reckoned with. The idea was tempting, but that would be for the future. He shook his head, refocusing on the present. Let's go see Mom. I'm famished, Jackson said, tugging on Natasha's arm, who was still giggling and lost in her own mischievous thoughts. Arriving at the kitchen, Jackson and Natasha saw Isabel and Cindy busily preparing the food, the aroma of cooking filling the air. Jackson, are you hungry? Wait a bit, we're almost done, Isabel said, offering him a warm smile. Jackson's eyes drifted to the cabinet. A few stocks of canned goods were neatly piled. It seemed like a decent amount, but he knew it would only last them for a few days now that their group was larger. Worried about our supplies? Don't worry, brother. If we ration it well, it should suffice for us until we reach the safe zone, Cindy said, noticing his gaze on the food stock and misinterpreting his concern. No, it's not like that, actually. Instead of trying to explain, he decided it would be faster to simply show them. He summoned several boxes of food supplies he had gathered, willing them into existence. Isabel, Cindy, and Natasha froze and stared with wide eyes at the boxes that appeared out of thin air, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Jackson, what's... Before Isabel could finish her words, more boxes appeared, filling the kitchen with an abundance of supplies. This time it wasn't just food. Hygiene items such as soap, wet wipes, toothpaste, and tissue packs materialized, items that felt like a luxury in this chaotic world. It's a new skill I got from the system, Jackson said, smiling lightly. You bought it with coins? Natasha asked, her mind racing to understand the implications of this new development. No, I gathered these from a convenience store. It's a storage space. I can store items in it and summon them whenever I need them, Jackson explained, gesturing towards the boxes. Natasha still looked puzzled, but Cindy's eyes sparkled with excitement. A storage space. Brother, that's amazing. So you really have that cheat skill too. You're like a walking warehouse. Unlike Cindy, Isabel and Natasha were unfamiliar with the concept. Jackson explained it slowly, showing them how it worked. Well, Natasha said after a pause, it's not that strange. Since you already have that absurd system, having another absurd skill, I guess it fits. Yeah, that's right. Her mind was still processing the idea, trying to grasp how something so magical could exist in reality. Jackson chuckled at her reaction. Then he looked at Cindy and smiled. Now that he thought about it, when they were younger, Cindy always followed him around, curious about everything he did. His habit of reading novels must have influenced her to read fantasy novels as well. That's why she knew about systems and such. She was familiar with the tropes and conventions of the genre. Natasha, on the other hand, had a very different upbringing. Isabel had trained her from an early age, teaching her business, strategy, and how to handle the real world. She spent most of her youth studying and preparing for a career, unlike Jackson, who had stayed in his room, lost in games and novels. Thinking back, Jackson realized how Cindy and Natasha had always tried to reach and cheer him on, trying to break through the walls he built around himself as an orphan who was abandoned by his own parents before he turned 7. Jackson didn't even remember their faces anymore, yet their absence left a hollow, confusing emptiness he didn't understand himself. Growing up, he became a loner, cautious and wary of people, careful never to let anyone get too close. It was only because of Isabel, Natasha, and Cindy cared for him, treated him like family, that he learned to live somewhat normally again. Trust was still rare for him, but with them it felt possible. Jackson unconsciously smiled as he recalled those times. "Why are you smiling, brother?" Cindy's cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. "Nothing. Just remembering old times." Jackson shook his head, a small smile still playing on his lips. Then he summoned another item from his storage space, holding it out towards Cindy. "Here, I brought you something you might need." Cindy's eyes went wide. Before he could say another word, she practically leapt at him, hugging him tightly. "Brother, I love you. You're the best." Isabel and Natasha turned to watch, their expressions softening in surprise as Jackson held out a package of feminine pads. "Wow," Isabel murmured, her cheeks turning pink. "I didn't think we'd see these again." "That's incredibly thoughtful, Jackson." Cindy bounced slightly on her feet, still clinging to him. "It's perfect. Now I don't have to worry about anything." "Thank you, brother. You're a lifesaver." As the whole group gathered around the table, they shared a simple but satisfying meal while discussing their plans. Natasha had brought up the topic of joining the train evacuation. As they expected, almost everyone preferred to take it. Jackson and Natasha agreed as well. They still kept in mind the possible risks, but the benefits clearly outweighed them, at least that's what they thought. With that, the plan was set. Now, they only needed to make it safely to the train station. Meanwhile, Natasha began assigning tasks for the newcomers, since they would be staying here for a while. "I'll take the night watch," Jackson volunteered. He couldn't afford to miss hunting and gathering coins now that he had just unlocked that broken exclusive skill. Claire and Elaine joined Isabel and the others for cleaning and cooking, contributing to the upkeep of their temporary shelter. Bongu was paired with Burgers as lookouts during the day, providing an extra layer of security. Na Rin joined Cindy for drone surveillance, utilizing their technological expertise to monitor the surrounding area. After a pause, Jackson spoke again. "How about we start some basic training too?" "What kind of training are you talking about?" Elaine asked, curious. "Stamina and movement drills. Close combat too, if possible," Jackson said. "The infected are faster and stronger than us. Doing nothing won't help, we need to get better, even just a little." Elena nodded slowly, agreeing with the idea, but her eyebrow arched in question. "And who's going to be teaching? Who else has the best experience for this? Let's make use of your knowledge. Didn't you say last time you were one of the top police officers?" Jackson said, grinning at her. "I didn't say that," Elena retorted, rolling her eyes. "So you weren't? And here I thought you were one all along." "Looks like I was mistaken," Jackson said, shaking his head and feigning disappointment. "I know what you're trying to do, Jackson. That trick won't work on me," Elena said, shaking her head with a chuckle. "The feminine pads. I'll give you more," Jackson added casually. All right, I'll handle it," Elena quickly agreed, laughing. Then her expression shifted, turning serious. "But if you want to learn, you have to take it seriously. I'll be teaching real police training. No slackers allowed." "Sister Elena, can we join too?" Hiromi asked, her eyes shining with enthusiasm, with Jana nodding eagerly beside her. "We all should join," Jackson said, smiling at the twins. "We have enough supplies, so there really isn't anything we need to worry about. But I won't force anyone who doesn't want to." Isabel, Cindy, and Natasha agreed, nodding in unison. They had already had some shooting practice and physical exercises before with Jackson and knew how essential physical capabilities were when fighting with rifles. Hannah and Burgers also nodded, following the group, while Horace's wounds were still healing, preventing him from participating for now. Elaine and the students exchanged nervous glances, weighing their own abilities. "Everyone, let's try our best and join too. It's a good opportunity to learn something new and improve our chances of survival," Elaine said, encouraging her students. "I'll do my best," Heian said, giving Na Rin and Claire an encouraging nod. She didn't want to stumble again and need Jackson to carry her like last time. All right, I'll join too, Bangu said, seeing that everyone else was participating, even those twins. Physical activity wasn't their strongest suit. Elaine had been a chemistry and physics instructor before, while they were students studying in the STEM strand. They were more accustomed to lab coats and textbooks than combat. Please take care of us, Miss Elena, Elaine said, and the others nodded in agreement. Good spirit. Keep that up during the training. No backing out now, we'll start later. Elena grinned. Jackson woke up to a white ceiling. For a moment his mind felt empty. Then his eyes shifted to the clock on the wall. 4:02 p.m. He had slept longer than he expected, but his body needed it. Tonight he would be on night watch. He sat up slowly, rubbed his face, and let out a quiet breath. After washing up, he got ready and stepped out to check on the others. As he walked through the underground bunker, he could not help but feel impressed again. The place was bigger than it looked from the outside. Wide halls, solid walls, even a separate training room. Whoever owned this house before must have been rich, or paranoid, or both. Either way, they were lucky to find it. Still, no matter how good the place was, Jackson did not want to stay in this city for long. Good shelters only delayed the danger, they did not erase it. When he reached the training room, voices and movement greeted him. Almost everyone was there. Burgers, Bangu, and Horace were missing, likely still on lookout duty above. Elena stood at the center of the room, hands on her hips. All right, ladies, keep pushing. 10 more reps. She clapped her hands, the sharp sound echoing across the mats. The group groaned, but no one stopped. Jackson leaned against the wall and watched quietly. Isabel's training clothes clung to her figure, highlighting the gentle curve of her hips. She was a beautiful woman, and it was hard to believe she already had children. Many men had shown interest in her before, even knowing about her kids, yet Isabel never remarried. Jackson knew a little about her past, but not much. By the time she took him in, her husband was already gone. He did not know if the man died or simply walked away. All he knew was that Isabel raised her children alone. Jackson wondered how a man could leave someone so lovely and beautiful. No matter how he thought about it, it made no sense. The only answer his tired mind could come up with was a strange one. Maybe the man did not like women at all. Cindy suddenly turned and spotted him near the door. Her face lit up at once. "Brother, you're here." She waved at him. "Are you going to join us?" The others followed her gaze and gave small, tired smiles. Jackson shook his head. "No, I just came to check how you're all doing." "Continue with your training," Jackson said with an encouraging voice. "Narin, can you come with me for a bit?" "Where are you taking her?" Natasha asked. "I've got something to discuss with her," Jackson replied, as he gently pulled Narin away from the group. "What is it?" Narin curiously asked. "You'll see. Just come with me," he said, giving her a small smile. Natasha's gaze stayed fixed on them as they left. Elaine also glanced over, noticing that Jackson had called Narin away twice already. What am I thinking? It's probably nothing." Elaine shook her head, dismissing the thought as she focused on her training. When they reached the backyard, Narin finally broke her silence. "Why did you bring me here?" Jackson stopped and turned to face her. He reached into his jacket and took out a Glock 17. Gently, he placed it into her hands, guiding her fingers around the grip. Narin stared at his hands, her gaze lingering on his touch, then turned to look at him. Her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "I can't guarantee to protect you all the time," Jackson said quietly. "Use it to protect yourself and keep your classmates safe." A silence lingered between them as Narin kept staring at the pistol, its weight heavy in her hand. "Why me? You could have given it to Miss Elaine." Jackson shook his head. "It might be hard for her to pull the trigger, but you could." "How do you know that?" Narin said, her eyes searching his. Jackson held her gaze for a moment, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're smart, observant, and you're not afraid to make tough decisions. I trust you to use this responsibly." Narin swallowed. They stayed locked in each other's gaze, a silent understanding lingering in the space between them. I don't kn Na Rin started, her voice hesitant. I'll teach you now, Jackson said softly. Will you do it? Na Rin nodded slowly, her eyes still fixed on him. Jackson moved behind her and adjusted her stance. He placed his hands over hers, guiding her arms as he raised the gun toward a makeshift target in the distance. Relax your shoulders, he said calmly. Take a deep breath. Na Rin focused on his voice, trying to ease the tension in her arms. The weight of the Glock felt heavy in her small hands. Here, Jackson continued, guiding her aim. Point it like this. When you're ready, just press the trigger. Her heart beat faster as she followed his guidance, watching their hands move together. The pistol felt large in her grip, and the recoil was stronger than she expected. Jackson stayed close, guiding her stance, showing her how to hold it with both hands and lock her wrists. Her first shots were rough, but Jackson could see the potential in her sharp eyes. With practice, she could become a skilled shooter. For over an hour, they worked in quiet concentration, shooting at the simple targets he had set up. By the time they returned inside, the sun was already dipping low, casting long shadows across the backyard. As Jackson returned with Na Rin, Natasha noticed the gun in her hands, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Na Rin. Then she stared at Jackson. Elaine and the others looked surprised as well. They can't be completely helpless. At least they'll have the ability to fight back. To defend themselves, Jackson said, meeting Natasha's gaze. We'll train again tomorrow, Jackson continued. Burgess, Hannah, join us too. Since Horace was injured, Hannah was the one holding the M16, taking on some responsibility of protecting the group. In the darkness of the night, a bullet tore through an infected skull. A split second later, glass shattered. The bullet had smashed through the car window behind it, the sharp crash cutting through the silence as the sound echoed down the empty street. From every direction, shadows stirred. Low groans rose as infected began pouring out from alleys, doorways, and broken storefronts. Drawn by noise alone, they rushed toward the shattered car. About 700 meters, Jackson muttered under his breath. So that's my limit. He crouched at a third-floor window of the house, rifle resting against the frame, his night vision scope activated. His clothes were pitch black, soaked and smeared with dried infected blood, providing him with effective camouflage. Even his face and hands were darkened, his outline melting into the night. From a distance, he was just another shadow clinging to the building, almost invisible against the darkness. Jackson was alone tonight. Natasha had wanted to come, but he had sent her back to rest. After hours of training, everyone was exhausted. Still, it took me 5 shots to hit a stationary target. 700 meters isn't my effective range, Jackson analyzed silently. My consistent shots land around 400 meters, even on moving targets. Against slower ones, I can stretch it to 500. Beyond that, it takes multiple attempts before I connect. Now that he had the chance, he was limit testing his rifle, but more than that, he was testing his own skills. I don't believe 700 meters is the limit of my fully upgraded DMR. That means it's my skill that's holding me back. His gaze swept across the streets below. The city was crawling with infected. They filled alleyways, clung to abandoned cars and walls, and staggered from broken buildings. Some moved alone, others clustered in loose groups. But so far, he spotted no variants, which made him sigh in relief. Well, I have more than enough time and hundreds of targets for practice. And more than that, stack farming commence. 2 EXP, 2 coins, 0.02 strength obtained from the zombie. 2 EXP, 2 coins, 0.02 stamina obtained from the zombie. At the same time, another new notification was ringing in his ears, signaling the continuous improvement of his weapon. DMR damage +1, agility +0.01. DMR damage +1, agility +0.01. He started shooting at those from far distances, carefully calculating his shots to avoid drawing attention if he killed the infected near their house. Though he missed at times, wasting precious bullets, it actually pushed him towards his limits, forcing him to improve his aim and focus. His killing spree began in earnest. The corpses littering the streets were quickly dragged away and devoured by other infected, unwittingly becoming his cleaning crew. If I stayed here for a week and kept farming like this, I could easily collect 100 coins each night. A small smile crossed his face as he continued shooting, eyes locked on his targets. Hours passed, the night growing darker. You have leveled up to LV 8. Jackson had killed more than 100 infected and even leveled up, gaining valuable experience and resources. At the same time, more than 1 point stat had been added to his agility. He had yet to test it, but he could instinctively feel his reaction time, control, and precision improve. Still, something was off. With every kill, the infected grew more agitated and ferocious. They began randomly charging at nearby buildings, clawing at walls and windows as if trying to locate him. More and more were drawn by the sound of gunfire and the pile of corpses. Though he kept killing, the zombies were drawn by the howls and the bodies, their numbers seeming endless. Jackson frowned, the smile fading from his face as he realized the growing danger. He steadied his aim and fired a single, well-placed shot that took out 3 infected at once, his bullets piercing through their skulls. It was satisfying, but as the night wore on, unease grew. If this kept up, they might wander close enough to discover his position. Jackson clicked his tongue. He was enjoying the gains, but pushing further could put everyone at risk. He resisted the urge to fire and decided to retreat. If only there was something to draw their attention while I sniped, he thought, shaking his head. No one is crazy enough to do that. He stayed near the windows, watching vigilantly until morning. And before the first rays of light hit them, Jackson watched as the infected returned inside the buildings one by one, disappearing into the shadows. Soon, Burgers and Bongu, still rubbing the sleep from their eyes and stifling yawns, arrived to take over the watch, their movements sluggish and their faces etched with fatigue. Jackson, thanks for the hard work, man. Must be tough guarding at night, Burgers said, knowing well how active the infected were after dark. It's fine, Jackson replied calmly. I'm used to it. Really? I don't think I could ever get used to them, Burgers said, picking up the binoculars. They're all creepy and scary. He scanned the streets below, and his eyes widened. The streets looked like a battlefield, ravaged and torn apart. Dark stains of blood and scattered flesh littered the asphalt. Burgers trembled. What happened here? Did we get attacked last night? A horde came, Jackson said simply. Thankfully, they didn't notice us. A horde? Do they know we're here? Burgers asked, agitated, his voice rising in panic. Calm down. I don't think so, Jackson reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. They were just passing through. But they didn't come last time. We're fine, Jackson said. Just keep watch. He subtly reached into his bag and purchased a pair of binoculars. 25 coins spent. Binoculars successfully purchased. Bongu, take this, Jackson said, handing him the binoculars since they only had one, ensuring they both had the means to keep watch. Bongu nodded, gripping the lenses tightly as he scanned the streets. Jackson woke up a little past 1 in the afternoon, having slept through the entire morning. His body still felt heavy, but the rest had done its job. Today, he planned to start close combat training. After a light breakfast, he headed straight to the training room. The moment he arrived, heat and noise hit him. Everyone was already there except Horace. Faces were flushed, shirts damp with sweat, and chests rose and fell as they struggled to keep up. Elena's sharp voice filled the room, echoing off the walls. Move it, people, move it. Don't tell me those legs are just for show. Pick up the pace. The group pushed on. Natasha was dominating the course, as expected. Even before all the chaos, she had always been in great shape. Her movements were clean and smooth, gliding past obstacles like it took no effort at all. Cindy and Isabel followed behind her. Their legs shook with every step, but neither of them stopped. They pushed forward through sheer will, refusing to fall behind. Then there was Burgers. The big man was sprinting hard, long strides eating up the ground as his feet slammed against the floor. For a brief moment, he was even ahead of Natasha. Jackson raised an eyebrow. It turned out the big guy was the fastest runner among them, his legs pumping like machines. Come on, Burgers. Don't you dare slow down now. You're doing great, Elena shouted, clearly surprised by his speed. Burgers flashed a wide grin at the praise, but it did not last. His breathing soon turned rough, shoulders rising and falling as his pace began to slip. Hannah and the twins were like little Energizer bunnies, darting through the course with endless energy. Despite being the youngest, they ran and laughed, giggling as they zipped past obstacles. Their movements were sloppy at times, but their stamina was impressive. Elaine's group, on the other hand, struggled to keep up. Faces pale and bodies trembling, they panted heavily with every step. Weeks locked in the classroom with minimal food and water had taken their toll. They were determined to push themselves, but their weakened bodies made it difficult. Noticing Jackson arrive, Elena didn't even slow her pace, her eyes fixed on the runners. You finally woke up, she called out. Get your ass in here and join the fun. Nah, I'm good, Jackson said, leaning against the doorframe. I was hoping you could teach me some close combat moves instead. Elena stopped mid-stride and turned, one eyebrow raised. You build the base first before learning close combat. Stamina and agility come before technique. I think I'm fine, Jackson insisted. He knew that even if he trained physically now, the stat gains would be minimal and inefficient. His real goal was to learn close combat. Really? Elena crossed her arms, unconvinced. Then see for yourself, give me one of your drills, Jackson said, giving up on trying to explain his physique. Jackson, why don't we have a race? Burgers suddenly spoke, a wide grin spreading across his face. A bright idea had struck him. This was the perfect chance to show off to the girls, and maybe impress Elena at the same time. Elena smirked, amusement glinting in her eyes. A race, huh? Burgers, you think you can outrun him? You might be fast, but Jackson has some hidden talents. Burgers puffed out his chest, trying to look even bigger. It's fine if you lose, man. Even your sister couldn't keep up with me. No offense. He said with a grin, patting Jackson's shoulder in a teasing, almost condescending way. Natasha rolled her eyes at him. Sure, Jackson said, chuckling. What are the stakes? Stakes? Burgers blinked. He hadn't thought that far and quickly glanced at Elena for help. Elena clapped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The loser does everyone else's chores for the rest of the week. Deal? Deal. Burgers said quickly, eager to accept. Everyone else leaned in, curious. Hayin and her classmates already knew Jackson's capabilities and exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads. Cindy gave him a small, encouraging smile, silently cheering him on. Elena raised her hand. On your marks. Get set. She paused as she grinned. 5 laps. 5 laps? Whoa, hold on a second. Burgers' eyes widened in alarm. He knew his stamina might not last that far. Let's make it 3. 3 laps. That's more than enough to prove who's faster, he insisted, trying to secure a confident win. Elena smirked, catching the nervous flicker in Burgers' eyes. All right, fine. 3 laps it is. Get ready. Begin. In an instant, Jackson surged forward, leaving Burgers in the dust before the big man could even react. He held back a little, moving with a speed that was still within human limits, swift like the infected, yet faster and more controlled. Natasha and the others watched in stunned silence. Jackson had told his family about the system, but he had conveniently left out the part about stat gains from killing zombies. Elaine and the students were equally shocked. They knew he was strong, but this was on another level. What the hell, man? Why didn't you tell me you were this fast? I just lost some brownie points with the girls, Burgers whispered, panting. You're the one who suggested the race, Jackson said with a chuckle, shrugging innocently. Elena finally recovered from her surprise and clapped her hands. All right, show's over. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Jackson. Come with me. We'll start your close combat training. Then she spun back to the rest of the group. The rest of you back to drills. No slacking. I expect to see improvement or you'll be running laps all day. Groans filled the room as training resumed. Even so, more than a few eyes followed Jackson as he walked away. Elena led Jackson to a quiet corner of the training room, away from the others. She stopped in front of him and tossed a pair of padded gloves into his hands. Before he could adjust, she stepped in, grabbing his wrist and yanking him forward. Jackson barely had time to react before her elbow drove toward his chest, stopping just inches short. First rule, Elena said calmly, never trade blows. Always create space. She released him and demonstrated again, this time slower and deliberate. A sharp forearm block redirected an imaginary grab, followed by a quick elbow strike and a knee thrust aimed at the lower body. Zombies don't feel pain. I've tried it before, she explained. So don't waste energy. Hit to break their balance instead, to knock them off their feet. Next, she showed him how to shove with the heel of the palm, straight to the chest, using his body weight to generate force, then step back immediately, creating distance. Push, step, disengage. Always move away, always be ready to escape. She grabbed his collar, simulating a sudden lunge from an infected. Jackson tensed, his muscles coiling in anticipation. But Elena twisted his arm outward, using his own momentum to spin him aside, disrupting his balance. If it grabs you, she explained, control the arm, turn your body, and throw it offline. Never let the head get close. She let go and nodded. Practice that until it's instinct. Let's try again. Jackson nodded, raising his hands. Let me try. Elena gave a brief nod and stepped in. This time, the moment her fingers brushed his sleeve, Jackson moved. His forearm snapped up, redirecting her grab cleanly. His elbow followed, stopping just short of her ribs, and his knee rose in a sharp, controlled motion. He stepped back, creating space exactly as she had taught. The movement was fast, almost fluid. Elena halted mid-step, eyes narrowing in surprise. She lunged again, harder this time. Jackson twisted with her momentum, turning her arm offline and pushing her away in one smooth motion. He was already 2 steps back before she could reset. Elena straightened slowly, studying him. The hell? I thought you were a sniper. How can you move like that? I don't know, Jackson said with a shrug, a small smile on his lips. Maybe I'm a fast learner. She stepped closer, a glint of excitement in her eyes. All right then. If you can move like that, I'll teach you how not to waste it. She raised her hands again. Elena continued to teach Jackson for hours, pushing him to his limits, guiding him through various techniques and drills. He absorbed everything like a sponge, his movements becoming more fluid and precise with each passing minute, his body adapting to the demands of close combat. Hei-In's curiosity got the better of her, and she turned to see how Jackson was doing. The moment her eyes landed on him, she froze. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, but she quickly looked away, stealing glances from the corner of her eyes. Hei-In, why did you slow down? Your cheeks are flushed, are you okay? Elaine asked from behind, her voice tinged with concern. She noticed Hei-In seemed distracted, maybe even a little unwell. Following her gaze, Elaine's own eyes widened, and she quickly looked away, her cheeks warming in surprise. Na-Rin and Natasha were momentarily distracted, and the others soon noticed too, their heads turning toward the same spot. On the side of the training room stood Jackson, his clothes damp with sweat and clinging to his body. The thin fabric of his t-shirt did little to conceal the sculpted contours of his refined muscles. His body was fit and toned, more like someone who trained with calisthenics than a bulky bodybuilder. Brother, when did you get so fit? Cindy blurted out, rushing over. Her voice was full of delight and admiration. Her eyes roamed over him, taking in his form. What are? Jackson muttered, glancing down at his body. He hadn't really paid attention lately, too focused on surviving. But now, standing still for the first time in days, he noticed his clothes were fitting tighter across his shoulders. On a sudden impulse, he tugged at the hem of his shirt, pulling it away from his stomach to see the faint outline of refined abs gleaming with sweat. The muscles felt hard and unfamiliar beneath his fingertips. Cindy's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed as they lingered on his toned form. Hey! She exclaimed, noticing the other girls' sneaking glances as well. She quickly tugged his shirt back down and shot a cautious look at the others, who all quickly looked away. Jackson stayed quiet, still examining himself, feeling the newfound strength. This must be because of my improved stats, he realized. TCH Jackson, you're so handsome, dude. Burgers called from the side, completely unbothered as he voiced his envy, earning a few quiet chuckles from the group. Jackson stopped in front of Natasha's door and knocked once before pushing it open. Inside, Natasha was slumped on her bed with her back against the wall. One leg was bent, her phone resting in her hand as her thumb scrolled with focus. Natasha, Jackson called, a small smile on his face. She looked up at the sound of his voice. You're back already? She locked her phone and set it aside before meeting his eyes. How was the shooting training with the others? They're doing fine, they're all working hard, Jackson said. If they keep practicing, they should be able to protect themselves against the infected. Natasha hummed softly. That includes Narin too? Jackson nodded. She's improving, she's a quick learner. She'll be a good shooter in no time. Natasha studied him for a moment, her eyes narrowing just a bit. Then she tilted her head. What is it? She asked. You didn't come here just to give me an update. You've got something to ask, right? Jackson paused. Well, I wanted to see you. She snorted, though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Don't bluff, she said, looking away. Jackson chuckled. Then his expression turned serious. I need your help. Can you scout some spots in the city using the drone? What kind of spots? She asked, sitting up straighter. He stepped closer, lifting his hand as he spoke. High ground, he said. Somewhere quiet. A place I can stay hidden without infected wandering in. Rooftops, buildings, anything with good cover. I need clear lines of sight, he continued. Long streets, intersections, open areas where they move through at night. But I also need a way out. At least 2 escape routes. Stairs, ladders, maybe even a connected building. Natasha froze. She turned to face him as she realized his intentions. Jackson, she said slowly, what are you planning to do? Scouting. She stared at him. Don't lie. The room fell silent. But Jackson said nothing. He only met her eyes and held her gaze. The quiet stretched on as Natasha clenched her jaw. I'm coming with you, she said suddenly, her eyes narrowing. No, Jackson replied at once. It'll be dangerous. I'll be moving at night. What? Her voice sharpened as she stepped closer. You can't do that. Why would you put yourself in that kind of risk? If you need coins, you can kill infected here. Snipe from above. That's what I did last night, Jackson said calmly. But if I keep killing them around this place, they'll notice. Notice what? Natasha asked, frowning. This place, Jackson said. The infected aren't mindless. They're smarter than we think. If too many die nearby, they'll figure out where the shots are coming from. Her hands curled into fists. Then why would you go out? She demanded, teeth clenched. You just said how dangerous they are. I know, Jackson said. He stepped closer, his voice low and steady. But I'm still going. I need to get stronger. Natasha opened her mouth to argue, but the words never came. When she looked into his eyes, she knew. This time, she could not stop him. Her hands trembled behind her back as she spoke in a quiet voice. You're doing things on your own again. The memory rushed back to her. The moment Jackson had risked himself to save them, drawing the infected away. She had thought she lost him then. The fear had crushed her, like losing a part of herself. It was only when she heard his voice again that she managed to breathe. Why do you always take the most dangerous tasks for yourself? She whispered. Why do you put yourself in danger? Her voice broke. Just stay here with us. Please. Tears welled in her eyes and slipped down her cheeks. Jackson froze. This was the first time he had ever seen her cry. Natasha was always calm, always sharp, never shaken. Seeing her like this made his chest tighten. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Jackson reached out and pulled her into his arms. Natasha, he called softly. She didn't respond. Natasha, he said again, a little firmer this time. Slowly, she lifted her head. her eyes red as she looked up at him from his chest. "Do you trust me?" Jackson asked quietly. Natasha nodded, her lips trembling. "That's unfair," she whispered, burying her face against him again. Jackson held her a little tighter. "I trust you too," he murmured. "Do you know why my body has changed so much?" She stayed silent, listening, her forehead pressed against his chest. "It's because I get stronger every time I kill an infected," he continued. "I don't just gain coins. I gain stats too." This time, she lifted her gaze to him again. "This is how my system works," he said gently. "I need to keep fighting, not just to upgrade or buy weapons. To keep protecting you and everyone else, I have to get stronger." Her chest tightened. She felt a knot of fear coil inside her. It wasn't that she wasn't happy for him, she was more than anything. But at the same time, a quiet worry settled in her heart. She realized that soon, she might not be able to follow him anymore. One day, she might only slow him down. Her voice caught and she swallowed hard. "All right," she whispered. She stepped back from his chest and forced a small smile. "Go." She didn't notice when things had changed so much. When they were younger, they were always together, side by side. Now it felt like he was moving ahead, and she was left watching his back. "Natasha, are you okay?" Jackson asked, noticing the sadness in her eyes. Her voice caught in her throat. She understood what he wanted to do, the risks he was willing to take to protect them. But she couldn't bear the thought of being only a bystander, only a burden. She shook off her fear, gathering her courage, and spoke her selfish wish. I just want to be by your side." Jackson froze. Their eyes locked, and he saw it all, the quiet determination, the fear she tried to hide, and the desire she refused to let go of. Without realizing it, a small smile spread across his face. A throb of warmth echoed in his chest, a feeling he hadn't noticed before. "You can come with me," he said gently, a hint of a smile on his lips. "But you have to wait." Natasha looked up at him, confused. Jackson explained about his new exclusive skill, the damage stack, the max upgrades, and the possibility of making someone far stronger than normal. "I haven't tried it with the other rifles yet," he added. "But if I fully upgrade them, I think they'll work the same way." Natasha didn't let him finish. "Jackson." She stepped forward and hugged him tightly, arms wrapping around his waist. A bright smile spread across her face as she buried it against his chest. "Jackson, Jackson," she whispered happily. There was a way, a real way. He wouldn't have to carry everything alone anymore. She could help him. They could face it together, side by side. They stayed like that for a long moment. Slowly, Natasha calmed down. Then she realized what she had done. Heat rushed to her cheeks, and she quickly pulled away. She stammered. "That was cute," Jackson said with a quiet chuckle. "It's the first time I've seen this side of you." Natasha's blush deepened, and she quickly cleared her throat, regaining her composure. "A rifle that has these magical effects," she said, her voice sharper now. "Jackson, you have to keep this an absolute secret. The infected, your system. There's definitely something unusual here." Her voice grew more serious. "And the government. No, not just them. Every leader in the world is desperate for answers or any connection to the infected. If this gets out." "I know," Jackson said, nodding. "I only told you." Natasha nodded, still flushed. "Anyway, we have to use that function carefully. Don't tell anyone, even after you upgrade the guns. Not Mom or Cindy," she whispered. "It's not that I don't trust them." She added quickly. "I know," Jackson said. "I trust them too, but I won't put them in danger." Natasha murmured. "I'll check if there are similar cases to your system. Maybe we missed something." Her voice softened. "And if you go out later, be careful, all right?" She picked up her pistol from the table and handed it to him. "Hold on to this. You might need it." Jackson opened his mouth to say he didn't need it, but then he simply nodded and took it. On top of a tall building, Jackson was slumped against the rough concrete of the rooftop. His hood was drawn low. Dark, anti-glare tactical glasses hid his eyes, absorbing any hint of light. A face wrap covered his nose and mouth. His tactical jacket and pants were tight and worn, made for stillness and patience. Over his shoulders draped a short sniper cape, soaked with infected blood. Every piece of his gear had been chosen carefully, bought through the system. As long as he stayed still and kept his movements small, he was nearly invisible. Just another shape swallowed by the night and concrete. This was one of the spots Natasha had marked for him. He had sprinted here before darkness fell, climbing stairwells and ladders. Now the city below was slowly becoming dark. The first distant howls rose from nearby buildings, then more joined in. Shapes began to stir, shuffling into the streets as the infected awoke. Jackson adjusted his rifle, slipping it into night vision, his focus sharpening. He needed coins. Yesterday had been fruitful, but not enough to fully upgrade Natasha's pistol. Tonight he would complete it. Below, an infected staggered into the open, its head snapping upward as if sensing something off. Jackson smiled beneath his face wrap. It was time for another sniper's hunt. Headless bodies littered the streets below. Some infected knelt over the corpses, tearing into them with frantic hunger. Now and then, another infected would suddenly drop from a wall or a building, already headless, slamming into the ground with a heavy, dull thud. Hundreds of infected filled the streets, howling in rage. They clawed at nearby buildings, smashing against doors and walls. The more that died, the worse it became. Their agitation spread fast, feeding into one another until the entire area boiled with madness. From the rooftop above, the one responsible crouched in silence, watching the chaos unfold. They're getting too close, Jackson thought calmly. Time to move. He rose slowly and dismissed his rifle. His eyes lifted to a higher rooftop nearby. He rolled his shoulders and stretched his neck, steadying his breath. Taking a few steps back to gather momentum, Jackson sprinted towards the edge. The gap was wide. His fingers scraped against concrete before catching the ledge. Using the strength in his arms, he pulled himself up and rolled onto the rooftop, landing without a sound. The new position gave him brief cover. He slid close to a concrete wall, keeping his body hidden, then summoned his rifle again as he took aim. Shots followed. One by one, they fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground, but it didn't even budge through their sheer numbers. At least the stacks and coins keep coming, Jackson thought with a faint chuckle. It did not take long. The infected were closing in again. He could not stay here. With a soft sigh, Jackson dismissed his rifle once more and moved. He flowed across the rooftops, leaping from one to the next, changing positions again and again. Each spot was one he and Natasha had scouted before. Whenever the infected drew too close, he was already gone. For hours, Jackson played a deadly game of hide and seek with the infected. Instead of thinning their numbers, it only made things worse. The horde had grown, swelling until there were nearly 1,000 of them roaming the area. I'm running out of places to hide, he thought grimly. Seconds passed, and the pressure closed in. When he glanced down, his chest tightened. Infected were already climbing the walls of the building he stood on. His eyes snapped around, searching. Then he spotted another building not far away. He brought up his scope and scanned it fast. It looked empty, no movement or heat. He fired several shots, shattering the windows. Without hesitation, Jackson sprinted and leaped from the rooftop toward the broken opening. He slipped through the window, rolled across the floor, and landed cleanly inside the dark room. Phew, made it, he thought, letting out a breath. He looked at the level-up notification in front of him. A small victory amidst the overwhelming chaos. You have leveled up to LV 9. But the relief lasted only a moment. The howls outside were getting closer. I need to get out now, Jackson thought, already moving. It was time to head back to the bunker. Jackson moved through the corridors in silence, his rifle summoned in his hands, with a narrow beam of light cutting through the dark. Black blood coated the floor. It smeared the walls and pooled in corners. Worse, thick strands of flesh clung to the concrete like webs, stretching from wall to wall. Jackson covered his nose. What the hell is this? And this smell? The stench burned his nostrils, a putrid, decaying odor that clung to the air, making it hard for him to breathe, each inhale a struggle against the suffocating stench. He quickened his pace as he moved deeper down the corridor. When he turned from one corner, he froze, his senses overwhelmed by the sight that lay before him. In front of him was a small mound of corpses and torn flesh piled together like a crude nest. Limbs twisted at wrong angles and faces were half gone. And standing on top of it, devouring the corpses with ravenous hunger, an infected stood, its form unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was huge. Its torso was bloated, its throat swollen with large sacs that pulsed as it breathed, cracked skin that constantly leaked dark fluid, dripping onto the corpses below. Its breath sounded wet and strained, like it was close to choking. What the hell? A new mutation? Jackson raised his rifle, but it was too late. It was already staring at him as if it had been waiting. Its mouth stretched open, and a shrill scream burst out. The sound was sharp and broken, like metal tearing apart. It slammed into Jackson's ears. Pain exploded through his head as he dropped his rifle and clutched his ears. "Arg!" Jackson shouted, his voice lost in the cacophony, covering his ears tightly. The scream did not stop. It drilled deeper, rattling his skull. His vision blurred as pressure built behind his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Jackson forced his shaking hands back to pick up his rifle. He aimed through the pain and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore straight into the creature's open mouth. Its head burst apart in a spray of dark fluid and flesh, the grotesque form collapsing onto the pile of corpses below. The scream cut off at once, and the silence that followed was deafening. Jackson dropped to one knee, gasping. Warm liquid ran from his ears. "Shit, I can't hear anything." He shook his head, trying to clear it, but the world refused to come back. All he heard was a sharp ringing. Ting! Suddenly, Jackson noticed the corpse move. Not the head, its body. The headless infected lay on the mound of flesh, its torso rising and falling, pulsing like a beating heart. Each pulse was slow and heavy, sending a sick rhythm through the room. His breath caught. It should be dead. I saw the notification. A sharp warning screamed inside his chest. Run. Now. Ignoring the agony tearing through his ears, Jackson forced himself up and bolted down the corridor, his boots slipping on blood and flesh as he pushed his body to its limit. 1 second, 2, 3. A violent blast ripped through the building behind him. Flesh and concrete burst outward, the shockwave slamming into his back and throwing him across the hall, slamming hard against the ground before rolling across the floor. For a moment, everything went black. From the rubble, a hand pushed through broken concrete. Jackson groaned as he shoved debris off his chest. Sharp pain stabbed through his side. He could feel his ribs broken, but he did not stop. He dragged himself up, his teeth clenched, and body shaking. From the destroyed building came a thick, rotten stench that spread through the air. Nearby infected began to howl. Their movements grew frantic and wilder. "Damn it," Jackson muttered, though he could barely hear his own voice. His ears still rang, useless, as he used his rifle to steady himself. The ground shook with approaching footsteps. They were coming. He forced his legs to move, stumbling forward, then breaking into a painful sprint. Every few steps, he turned and fired, dropping the closest infected before pushing on again. Pain burned through his body, but stopping meant death. So he ran. As Jackson sprinted out onto the streets, a sudden movement from above froze him for a split second. A long, sinewy arm, muscles soft and oddly flexible, shot out from a rooftop, reaching for him. He twisted instinctively, sidestepping just in time. The sticky, grotesque limb missed him, slamming into a bald, infected stumbling behind instead. Jackson's eyes widened in horror as he looked up. Another mutated creature stood on the rooftop. Tall and thin, its distended jaw pulsed with veins that throbbed across its neck and chest. One hand ended in long, razor-like claws. The other stretched unnaturally, like a lizard's tongue, sticky and prehensile. The creature dragged the captured infected toward itself, tearing it clean in half with its clawed hand. Its elongated arm whipped back, scanning the streets, hunting. "Shit," Jackson muttered, pivoting sharply. He sprinted harder, narrowly dodging the sticky hand snapping at him again. The monster leaped from rooftop to rooftop, relentless, each movement precise and terrifyingly fast. Fuck it. Jackson spun around, facing the mutated infected as it roared, a horrifying sound that rattled the air. He fired his rifle, but the creature seemed to anticipate his shots, darting behind a wall for cover as if it knew how a gun worked. "Are you serious?" Jackson muttered, glancing over his shoulder. A dozen infected were closing in fast, their snarls filling the streets. His eyes flicked back to the mutant crouched above. He tightened his grip on his rifle, letting out a long, steadying breath, and sprinted at the mass of infected. He pushed every ounce of strength into his legs, leaping over the throng of shambling corpses. He landed squarely on one infected, smashing the butt of his rifle into its head. The others came at him, but he used precise, forceful pushes and elbow strikes, applying the close combat techniques Elena had drilled into him. The mutated creature saw its chance to strike as its long, sticky arm shot out toward him. Jackson anticipated the move, ducking low just in time. The arm snagged a bald infected behind him instead, yanking it up violently. As the mutant tore the infected's body in half, Jackson's fingers squeezed the trigger. Bullets flew, 3 striking at its head in rapid succession. Pierced through its skull, completely obliterating it, its grotesque form collapsing onto the rooftop. Jackson didn't have a second to breathe. The dozen infected nearby were still clawing and snarling. He pushed through, firing, swinging his rifle, and sprinting with everything he had. Moments later, Jackson pressed himself into the corner, gasping for breath. His heart pounded, legs shaking from the full burst of speed it had taken to outrun the horde that had been chasing him. From a rooftop above, something watched. A hunter-like beast clung to the walls, moving silently like a shadow. Then, with a sudden bulge of its legs, it launched itself like a rocket toward Jackson's back. Jackson barely noticed in time, twisting his body and side-stepping as its claws whistled past inches from his face. "Fuck! What now?" he muttered, teeth gritted. The creature landed in front of him. Another mutated infected crouched low on all fours. Its body was lean, claws digging into the rooftop, its spine bending unnaturally. It let out a guttural, bone-rattling growl and lunged again. Jackson rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Speed +2. Agility +1. Adrenaline surged as he slammed points into speed and agility. This thing was fast, faster than anything he had faced tonight. The DMR vanished from his arms as he pulled out the pistol Natasha had given him, knowing the rifle would be useless at close distance. He aimed for its head and fired. The creature twisted mid-air, avoiding the first bullets. Jackson kept firing, each trigger pull precise. One shot hit its head, but it didn't go down. With terrifying strength, it bounded from rooftop to rooftop, lunging at him with predatory speed. Jackson pushed his body to the limit, weaving, leaping, and sprinting despite the stabbing pain in his ribs and the weight of exhaustion. The creature's claws sliced through the air mere inches from him, the screech of metal on concrete ringing in his ears as he narrowly dodged again. "Bastard. You wanna play?" Jackson muttered through gritted teeth, bracing himself. He sprinted, shedding his sniper cape as he moved. The fabric fluttered behind him, leaving him lighter, freer to maneuver. He dropped near a broken car, cape in hand. Timing everything perfectly, he flung the dark sniper cape high into the air. The fabric unfurled, blotting out the creature's sight for a heartbeat, a moving shadow that swallowed him whole. In that instant, Jackson dropped low and slipped behind the car. The mutated infected lunged, claws tearing through empty air where he had been just moments ago. Confused, it hissed and twisted, trying to locate him. Then, almost like magic, Jackson reappeared on the other side of the car, pistol raised. Bullets fired in rapid succession, striking the creature squarely in the head. Staggered, screeched, and finally collapsed. Jackson crouched behind the car, chest heaving, eyes scanning the surroundings. That was too close. These things. How are they mutating this quickly? The thought weighed heavy in his chest, pushing the decision to leave the city to the forefront of his mind. He shook the dread off. There was no time to dwell. He needed to get out before anything else appeared. Springing into action, he bolted into the streets, leaping from one abandoned car to the next, eyes scanning for movement. Meanwhile, atop a skyscraper kilometers away, a variant watched the ant-like horde where the explosion had ripped through the streets. Its red glowing eyes seemed to pierce the distance, scanning the chaos below like it could see every movement. A deep, bone-rattling howl tore through the air. Without hesitation, it leapt from the rooftop. Its claws sank into the side of the building, shattering concrete and glass as it slowed its descent. Boom! The ground cracked under its landing, yet it rose as if nothing had happened. With another roar, it sprinted toward the chaos, and hundreds of infected immediately surged after it. On the streets, Jackson continued to sprint away, his body aching, his mind exhausted, looking for a place to hide, a sanctuary from the infected, his survival hanging by a thread. He activated the upgrades he had been saving coins for. 70 coins spent. Ammo LV.0 to LV.3. 55 coins spent. Magazine LV.0 to LV.3. 73 coins spent. Body LV.0 to LV.3. 58 coins spent. Muzzle LV.0 to LV.3. 61 coins spent. Grip LV.0 to LV.3. 75 coins spent. Suppressor LV.1 to LV.5 max. The pistol in his hands transformed instantly. The magazine expanded, the frame reinforced, the muzzle stabilized, the grip refined, and the suppressor now fully silenced every shot. It felt lighter, easier to control, each shot clean and precise even as he moved. Infected fell before him without slowing his pace. Then he stopped short, his eyes locked onto a faded sign ahead. Gun store. Jackson slowed his breathing and scanned the area. No howls or footsteps. His hearing, although not fully recovered, picked up nothing from inside, just silence. After a brief pause, he made his decision. Quietly, he slipped inside through one of the windows. The store was dark. Jackson brought out a small flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom as his pistol stayed steady in his other hand. He moved step by step, careful and alert. Racks of rifles, handguns, and ammo lined the walls. For a moment, the urge to grab everything and store it away tugged at him, but he pushed it aside. Safety first. A flicker in the shadows caught his eye. Jackson turned toward it, his finger on the trigger. As he rounded the corner, his flashlight caught a young man in his late 20s. Both hands tight around an assault rifle, the barrel already aimed straight at him. Before he could react, more figures emerged from the darkness behind the man, guns trained on him. "Who are you?" A raspy, aged voice whispered from the shadows. Jackson remained still, his body tense. But the fact that they hadn't fired immediately gave him a sliver of hope. Slowly, he raised his hands. "I'm not infected," he whispered back. For a long moment, silence stretched. "Sam, check him out," a rough, commanding voice called from the darkness. The young man in front of Jackson stepped cautiously, keeping his distance. A flashlight beam traced Jackson's body, scanning for bite marks or anything that might indicate infection. "I would have already turned if I were infected," Jackson muttered quietly. Surviving this long, they must know it too, that it only took seconds, maybe a minute, for someone to fully transform. Still, they kept their guard up. Sam gave a slow nod to his companions. Gradually, their guns lowered. Jackson turned slightly and took in the others. Besides the young man before him, 3 more figures emerged from the shadows. An older man with a lean, muscular build kept a cigarette perched in his mouth, his shotgun resting casually against his shoulder. A gangster-like man with a mohawk and a black leather jacket held a submachine gun, his stance casual but alert. Finally, a dark-skinned woman with tight curls clutched a pair of Uzis, her eyes scanning Jackson. The tense atmosphere slowly eased, though the room still hummed with cautious energy. "What's your name, kid?" the older man finally asked, his voice relaxed. Jackson turned his attention to him, eyes scanning each person carefully. But none of them reacted aggressively. They all seemed confident in themselves, seeing him as no threat. "Jackson," he said quietly, "why are you here?" The man with the mohawk asked, his tone sharp and suspicious. "I was running from the infected, and I happened to find this place," Jackson replied. The mohawk man shrugged, seemingly losing interest, and flopped back onto the sofa. "You managed to survive out there? At night?" Sam asked, sounding genuinely surprised. "I was lucky, I guess," Jackson admitted. "Damn you are. This is the first time I saw someone surviving the streets at night." Sam marveled, shaking his head. Jackson shifted his weight, eyes flicking to the corners of the room. "Mind if I stay here for the night?" he asked, voice low. Sam hesitated, running a hand through his hair. "I guess, yeah, you can stay." "Who decided that?" A deep voice cut in. The mohawk man, still on the couch, raised an eyebrow and didn't move. "Then what do you say?" The mohawk man stared at Jackson for a long moment. He scoffed before standing and leaving without a word. "What about you, Kira?" Sam asked the woman with the Uzis. "Don't ask me. Figure it out yourselves." She snorted, turning away and walking off. "Uncle Harlan?" Sam asked, looking at the older, muscular man still clutching his cigarette. "Let him," Harlan said with a shrug. "He won't be going back out tonight anyway." He settled into a corner, finding a comfortable spot to sleep. Jackson sank into a corner, pressing a hand against his side where his ribs still ached. The pain throbbed with every breath, but he tried to ignore it. Sam appeared beside him, dragging over a rolled-up sleeping bag and another extra. "Here," Sam said, placing them in front of Jackson. "You're gonna need these." "Thanks," Jackson murmured, nodding as he began to set up the sleeping bag. Sam crouched down beside him, curiosity in his eyes. "So where did you come from, Jackson? You live around here?" "No," Jackson replied quietly. "I was just passing through, heading toward the safe zone." "You're unlucky to come here, mate," Sam said with a wry shake of his head. "Your worst decision was stepping into this city." Jackson flinched at the memory of the mutated infected he had narrowly escaped just half an hour ago. "Yeah," he said, his voice tight. "You're right." He groaned as a harsh cough racked his body. "You okay?" "Yeah. Just a little hurt while running," Jackson said, trying to keep his voice steady. A quiet pause filled the corner. Then Jackson spoke again, curiosity edging into his voice. "How long have you guys been here?" Sam tilted his head and gestured toward himself. "If you mean the oldest one sticking around, that's me. I work here. Name's Sam, by the way." Jackson nodded, studying him. Sam seemed easygoing, almost friendly, but there was a careful edge in his eyes, like he was always watching for trouble. The rest of them followed. Sam continued. "First was the woman Kira. She said she used to be a nurse. That's all I know about her. Then came Rex, the one with the mohawk." Sam leaned closer and lowered his voice. "That guy used to run a gang. That's why he's, well, mean." Sam's lips curled into a smile as he spoke of the last person. "And lastly, Uncle Harlan. Old man but tough as nails. He's a war veteran. Came here to collect guns and fight the infected." Jackson nodded slowly, taking in the information. "Guns," he murmured. Can I get some too?" Sam's eyebrows lifted. Then he chuckled. "Sure. The owner's dead. No one really owns them." Jackson blinked, a little surprised at how quickly Sam agreed. He had just been testing his luck. "Come on. Pick whatever you like," Sam said, standing up and motioning toward the shelves. "We've got plenty of stacks here. Not like we can use everything anyway." He sounded almost excited, eager to share his knowledge of the weapons with someone new. Jackson followed Sam through the room, listening closely as he moved among the stacks of rifles and guns. Sam's voice was lively, full of enthusiasm, explaining the differences between each weapon, how they handled, and what they were best for. It felt like he was treating Jackson more like a friend than a stranger. The room was packed with rifles of every kind. Jackson wanted to grab them all and send them to his storage, but he couldn't do that in front of Sam. Instead, he found a bag and started filling it carefully: submachine guns, pistols, compact carbines, bolt-action rifles, and a few semi-automatics suited for suppressors. He left the heavier shotguns and larger weapons behind. Even as he hauled dozens of rifles into the bag, Sam didn't seem to mind. "What about the bullets?" Sam asked, seeing him only take the rifles and a few bullets. "It's fine, it would be too heavy to carry," Jackson said. Sam looked at him weirdly. Bullets were just as important as the rifles. Wouldn't they be useless if he didn't have enough bullets? Jackson ignored the stare and continued filling his bag. He could always buy the bullets later through his system, and they were cheap. Guns, on the other hand, were expensive. Just one could cost hundreds of coins. Once they settled back into their sleeping bags, Jackson spoke quietly. "Are you guys planning to stay here for good?" Sam shrugged. "I don't know. I'd like to get out too. But you know the situation outside. We tried once. Didn't end well. Will you take the train then?" Sam blinked. "What train? You haven't heard about the government evacuation?" Jackson explained it quickly: the scheduled arrival, the few days left before it left the city. Sam's eyes widened, a mix of shock and excitement spreading across his face. He jumped up and ran straight to the others' rooms, eager to share the news. Jackson watched him go, a small smile tugging at his lips. He hadn't expected them to be so unaware, but at least it was a small thank you for the guns he'd taken. Quietly, he stood and moved among the racks of rifles. One by one, he stored them in his system, careful to take only a dozen so it wouldn't be obvious. There were hundreds of guns here, far more than he could ever carry and far more than the small group could use. When he returned to his sleeping bag, Sam still hadn't come back, lost in spreading the news. Jackson sank into the bag, his body aching and his mind buzzing with plans. For now, he allowed himself a brief moment of rest. A few hours later, Jackson was jolted awake by heavy thuds echoing through the streets. Hoarse, guttural voices followed, layered with the sharp crash of glass and the twisting of metal. Something was tearing through the street. He pushed himself up, wincing as his ribs protested, and saw the four of them already gathered near the front of the store. Guns were ready in their hands, faces sharp and focused. "Jackson, you're up," Sam whispered, his voice low and tense. "Looks like we won't be getting any sleep tonight." Kira crouched at the window, peering through the narrow gaps. Her brow was furrowed as she followed the movements below. "They're tearing through every house, even the empty ones. They'll reach us soon," she said, her voice calm but edged with warning. Harlan leaned against the wall, shotgun resting across his forearm. A smirk tugged at his lips. "They're going crazy again. Ha, looks like we're gonna have some fun tonight." He racked the shotgun's pump with a practiced motion, each movement smooth and confident. Rex, the mohawked man, adjusted his submachine gun with the same calm precision, eyes cold and focused. He racked it once, then rested it against his shoulder. Jackson couldn't help but notice. None of them showed the slightest hint of fear, not like the trembling civilians he had seen before. "Just stay behind us, Jackson," Sam said, patting his shoulder lightly. "We'll handle it." Jackson nodded quietly, slipping to a corner. He summoned his DMR silently, careful not to draw attention, and hoisted the bag of rifles he had collected onto his back. Bang, bang, bang. The reinforced door shuddered under the force. Scratches and the sound of something charging echoed against the windows and walls. "Time to work. They're coming," Harlan said, a calm smile on his face as he lit a cigarette. Glass and wood reinforcements splintered first, as bald infected forced their way through the windows. Bang. One was blasted apart by Harlan's shotgun before it could fully enter. More came, but each was met with a hail of bullets. The gunfire rang loud inside the shop, drawing the attention of the horde outside. They surged toward the building, a living wave of snarls and claws. "Wahaha! Fucking idiots! Eat this!" Rex laughed, letting loose with his submachine gun, his rifle spitting lead with deadly precision. Kira's twin Uzis barked in rhythm, carving clean paths through the approaching horde. Sam added his own shots, shooting down anything that got too close. Boom! Suddenly, the door and part of the concrete wall exploded, ripping open a massive gap. A massive, muscular hand shot through first, followed by a towering variant, muscles rippling under taut, pale skin. What in the hell? Sam gulped, stepping back instinctively. Harlan didn't flinch. He aimed, pulled the trigger, and each shot landed with deadly precision. Before the variant could step fully inside, the four of them rained bullets down, forcing it to retreat. Still, the hole remained as infected poured through the breach. Damn! These guys are badass, Jackson thought in amazement. They moved like a single unit. Harlan held the front line, covering the choke points. Rex laid down suppressive fire, forcing the horde to scatter. Kira and Sam flanked, taking precise shots at anything that got too close. Every weakness was covered, every angle guarded. Jackson steadied his DMR behind them, letting the rhythm of their teamwork guide his own shots. The chaos outside became a controlled battlefield inside. Suddenly, a chunk of concrete, the size of a soccer ball, came flying toward them. "Watch out!" Kira shouted. Rex barely rolled out of the way as the rock smashed into the ground beside him. "What the fuck was that?" Rex growled, eyes narrowing. Through the smoke and dust, they spotted it, the variant. Rex started firing, bullets tearing into the ground near it, but it ducked behind a crumbling wall with inhuman speed. "Holy shit! What the fuck is that monster?" he growled. "Take cover. Another one's coming," Kira yelled. More chunks of concrete flew toward them, each one forcing them to dive behind overturned counters and broken shelves. One massive rock barreled toward Sam. Before it could impact, it shattered into pieces midair. Jackson's eyes followed the variant as he aligned his shot. In that split second, he squeezed the trigger, hitting the rock aimed at Sam and sending it flying apart. The variant's grotesque form appeared in his scope as he fired. A bullet hit, grazing its ear and chipping a piece of its skull. The creature yelped and retreated behind cover, bleeding, but still alive. That stopped its throes, at least for the moment. "Let's get out of here," Rex said, gritting his teeth. The horde around them was growing too thick. They fell back toward the back door, firing as they retreated. Jackson quietly followed, hoisting his DMR, keeping an eye on every shadow. Harlan took the front, moving like a wall of iron. His shotgun barked again and again, tearing through any infected that got too close. Step by step, they made it out into the streets, already crawling with the infected. "I'll take the right, Kira on the left," Rex said, stepping forward as the horde advanced. Kira didn't need to be ordered twice. She moved to the left and opened fire on the advancing infected. Sam stayed behind, covering their rear, while Jackson moved in the middle, firing shot after shot. "So this is what it feels like to have capable comrades," Jackson thought, a small smile tugging at his lips despite the chaos. These guys are the real deal. With them by his side, survival didn't feel impossible. There's something on the rooftop," Sam shouted. Jackson's eyes snapped upward. He saw a familiar form, the fast, hunter-like mutated infected crouched above, its limbs ready to pounce. "Dodge!" he yelled. The group's formation instantly broke as everyone scattered to avoid the charge. "Motherfucker," Rex cursed, spraying his submachine gun at it. But the creature twisted midair, leaping from building to building, narrowly avoiding the bullets. "Get out of the way." "I'll handle it," Harlan said, shoving Rex aside. He stepped into the open, cigar clenched between his teeth, smoke curling into the night air. The mutated infected lunged at him. Harlan fired his shotgun, the recoil rocking him back slightly, and the bullets slammed into one of its legs. Suddenly, the creature's head exploded. Harlan blinked, momentarily surprised. He wasn't the one who fired the fatal shot. His gaze shifted and he saw Jackson, rifle still aimed. "Nice shot, kid," Harlan said, a rare smile breaking across his face. The group didn't waste time celebrating. They pushed forward, moving through the infected packed streets with deadly precision. Still, the horde of superhuman infected was too much for just 5 people. They were funneled into a narrow alley, backs pressed against the walls, forced to make their stand. There's a ladder. Jackson pointed at the emergency ladder bolted to the side of the building not far from them. Move, move, Rex barked, rushing toward it first. That bastard, Harlan muttered, holding his ground, protecting the others as they edged toward the ladder. They reached the ladder, and Kira was the first to climb after Rex. After she reached the top, she shouted down, "I'll cover you. Climb on." Her twin Uzis roared, cutting down the infected swarming below. Rex and Kira, now on the rooftop, unleashed a hail of bullets down on the horde, each shot finding its mark. Sam followed after, keeping his head low as he climbed. Soon, only Jackson and Harlan remained below. "Get up, kid. It's your turn," Harlan called, his voice steady but urgent. "I'm fine. You go on first," Jackson replied, keeping his rifle trained on the approaching infected, each pull of the trigger buying precious seconds. Harlan didn't argue. He climbed swiftly while Jackson stayed behind, keeping the infected at bay. Once everyone else was on the roof, Jackson began his ascent, unsummoning his rifle so he could move faster. "Kid, just leave the guns," Harlan said, eyeing the bag of rifles still strapped to him. Sam reached out his hand, ready to pull Jackson up, but before he could grab him, "Watch out," Kira screamed. A massive chunk of concrete hurtled toward them, slamming into the metal ladder with a deafening clang. The impact rattled the ladder near Jackson, almost knocking him off. The metal groaned under the weight, and the ladder gave way. Jackson, still gripping it, plummeted, crashing down with it. "Jackson!" Sam shouted, peering through the smoke below, but his vision was blocked by dust and debris. "He's done for. Let's move," Rex barked, already sprinting forward. Kira didn't hesitate either, firing a few shots as she ran, while Harlan simply shook his head, his expression unreadable. Sam hesitated for a moment, looking down, but the horde of infected closing in left him no choice. He turned and ran after the others, gun ready. Below, between the rooftop and the street, Jackson hung from a torn metal frame, part of the shattered ladder. The height made his stomach drop, and his arms and shoulders burned from the effort of holding on. Every slight sway sent a sting through his muscles, but he gritted his teeth and stayed perfectly still. One wrong move, one sound, and the infected rushing toward the gunfire could spot him in an instant. The heavy bag of rifles on his back suddenly vanished as he stored it in his storage space, easing the strain slightly. He let out a silent breath, but didn't move until the last infected had passed. When the streets below finally fell silent, Jackson's eyes scanned for a safe landing. A lower rooftop lay just within reach. Wincing at the pain in his shoulder, he swung carefully, using every ounce of strength. With one final push, he launched himself toward the edge, his fingers clutching the roof just in time. He pulled himself up, gasping as his muscles screamed. The howls of the infected still echoed below, but at least they weren't on him. Pushing through the pain, Jackson forced his body forward, climbing higher from roof to roof, each movement deliberate. His mind focused on a single goal: find cover, stay alive, and keep moving. Moments later, he struggled onto a higher rooftop, his body trembling with exhaustion. Then gunfire rang out in the distance. Sam? It must be them, he thought. He summoned his DMR, hands shaking from fatigue and the strain on his torn shoulders. Peering through the scope, he spotted the 4 familiar figures still holding the line inside a house, fending off the horde. Ignoring the pain that burned through his arms, Jackson steadied himself and began firing, supporting them from afar. Each shot a small lifeline against the relentless swarm. Harlan held the front near the door, his shotgun barking as he drove back those trying to break in. "Harlan, I'm running out of ammo. We need a way out now," Rex shouted. His calm demeanor was gone, replaced with raw tension. Harlan didn't even glance at him, voice calm. "There is no way out. We fight them until we die. This fucking old man," Rex muttered, gritting his teeth. "Sam, hand me your gun," He snatched it from Sam before he could protest. Kira's twin Uzis roared, tearing through the infected, trying to force their way inside the windows. Her ammo was running low, and each second that passed sent a fresh spike of fear through her chest as the creatures closed in. Suddenly, heads exploded under her fire, black blood splattering the window frame like smashed watermelons. More followed, in the same gruesome pattern, until she finally noticed. She glanced around, her eyes searching, but no one from her group was shooting at those sides, their focus elsewhere. Then her eyes widened in realization, her mind racing as understanding dawned. Jackson. He's alive. At the same time, a thought struck her, a hope emerging, as she turned to the others. This way. We escape through here. What are you saying? Bitch, are you crazy? Can't you see there are infected there? It's suicide, we'll never make it, Rex yelled, his fear escalating, losing his composure as the danger pressed in. Kira clicked her tongue and pulled Sam along. Harlan, follow behind us, she called, already moving toward the window. Harlan, out of bullets, swung his rifle like a club, smashing the infected that got too close before following after them. Rex clenched his teeth, frustration boiling over, ready to curse. But in the end, he fell in line behind the group, muttering under his breath as he moved. As Sam leapt through the window, he froze. A bald infected was lunging straight for him above. He raised his hand, eyes tight shut, bracing for the strike. Then, boom. The creature's head exploded, black blood splattering across Sam. He staggered back, trembling. What just happened? Sam whispered, his voice trembling, unable to process what he had just seen. Stop dawdling. Get going, idiot, Kira snapped, grabbing his arm and pulling him forward. The four of them ran, weaving through alleys and debris. Infected rushing toward them fell one by one, struck down by an unseen sniper from above. The group noticed it but had no time to think. Their survival was all that mattered now. Suddenly, a strange infected appeared above them. His throat bulged with a pulsing, grotesque sac. Rex, shoot it, Kira shouted, her voice tight with fear. Rex raised his assault rifle, squeezing the trigger. Click, click, click. Shit, I'm out. Before they could react, the mutated infected spewed a thick, green fluid from its throat. It spread like a mist, sizzling and hissing as it hit the ground and walls. Some of it sprayed onto Sam's arm, instantly eating through his clothes. It burns, Sam screamed, his skin turning black as the acid ate through him. Kira yanked him back, pulling him out of the stream just in time. At the same moment, the creature's head exploded in a spray of greenish-black blood. The sniper above had taken it out with a precise shot. The group didn't stop. They sprinted from alley to alley, heart pounding, lungs burning, until finally the sounds of pursuing infected faded behind them. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Jackson followed the group through his scope, tracking every movement. But soon, they vanished behind buildings, disappearing from sight. He squinted, exhausted, but there was nothing more he could do for them now. Whether they survived or not now depended on luck. I hope we meet someday again, he thought quietly. He unsummoned his DMR and began moving, carefully slipping through the city as he made his way back toward the bunker. By the time he reached the bunker, morning had broken. Jackson stumbled through the doorway, bloodied and worn. His shoulders sagged under the weight of exhaustion. His body battered, injuries sharp reminders of the night's chaos. Stamina completely drained, he felt like he could collapse at any moment. Jackson? Natasha's voice trembled as she saw him step through the door. She had been waiting all night, unable to sleep, despite knowing he would fight the infected to earn coins. Seeing his battered form, she rushed forward. What happened to you? She demanded, her hands hovering near him, unsure where to start. Jackson offered a small, weary smile, but the strength to speak had deserted him. Pain and exhaustion washed over him, his mind blank and heavy. Suddenly, the weight of everything crashed down, and he slumped forward into her arms. Jackson! Jackson! Natasha's voice rose, panic threading every word as he collapsed against her. Jackson felt heavy, like his whole body had sunk into the bed. A dull, steady ache wrapped around his chest, tightening every time he breathed. The sharp smell of alcohol and ointment filled his nose, and something warm rested against his shoulder. His eyes fluttered open. Turning his head slowly, he saw Isabel and Cindy asleep beside him, curled close, breathing slow and even. Then he saw Natasha standing near the bed. She was staring at him, arms crossed, but her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried herself dry. Jackson swallowed. "Hey, don't move," she said at once, turning her face away. "You'll make it worse." Only then did he notice the tight bandages around his chest, wrapped in layers. His shoulder was packed with folded cloth and taped down to keep it steady. "You've got at least one cracked rib," Natasha said. "Maybe more. I wrapped your chest to limit movement." She pressed 2 fingers lightly against his ribs, watching his face. "Slow breaths. If it starts to hurt too much, we loosen it." Jackson hissed through his teeth, then nodded. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice low. "Sorry. Did I worry you?" A long silence settled between them. Natasha looked like she was about to scold him, but instead she let out a slow breath, forcing herself to calm down. She dipped a cloth into a bowl of water and gently wiped the dried blood from his collarbone. "You have to do this because we can't, right?" she said quietly. "Because we'd only slow you down if we went with you." "That's not it," Jackson started, but she kept speaking. "Don't worry. I understand," Natasha said softly. "So this is how you felt back then." Jackson stayed quiet as she continued to clean his wounds, her movements careful and slow. "Do you remember when we were young?" Natasha said. "When Mom was busy and left everything to me. I had to take care of you, the house, everything. I thought no one else could do it, so I carried it all myself. You and Cindy tried to help, even when it was hard for you." She smiled faintly. "It's funny how things have changed." "Natasha," Jackson said, meeting her blue eyes. "I never thought of you as a burden. Not you, not anyone in our family." "I know," she said, a small smile forming as she leaned closer near his face. "You won't have to. I won't let myself be this weak again." She leaned closer, looking straight into his eyes, her voice steady. "I'll get stronger, much stronger. Someone you can rely on like you did back then. And I'll stay by your side. Forever." They held each other's gaze, neither of them looking away. What is this?" Jackson thought. "Have I always seen her like this?" Something stirred inside him, something he could not deny. Her eyes, her words, her resolve. He liked it. Suddenly, the small noise stirred Cindy and Isabel awake. "Brother, you're finally awake," Cindy said at once, her voice bright as she leaned closer. Relief flashed across both their faces when they saw his eyes open, but Isabel's relief faded just as fast, replaced by a sharp frown as she straightened. "Jackson, why did you go out?" she asked. Then she turned her gaze to Natasha. "And you too. You hid it from us." Pressed by their questions, Natasha explained everything. How Jackson had gone out at night. How he hunted infected for coins. Natasha lowered her head, her voice soft. "I'm sorry. We decided it on our own." "Don't blame her, Mom," Jackson said quickly. "I was the one who pushed for it. I asked her to agree." He forced a weak chuckle. "But I came back in one piece, right? I'm fine." "You were gone for the whole night and came back covered in injuries," Isabel said sharply. "Don't joke about things like that." Jackson's smile faded. He swallowed and spoke softly. "I'm sorry. I was too reckless." Isabel's expression eased. She stepped closer and sighed. "You have to be careful, Jackson. I know you're strong, but you only have one life. Take care of yourself, all right?" He nodded slowly. She had always been like this. Since they were young, she never stopped him from chasing what he wanted. She never tried to limit him and supported his choices. But every time he got hurt, her maternal instinct surfaced, reminding him again and again to be careful and not to hurt himself. "Brother, you won't go out again, right?" Cindy whispered, her hands gripping his tightly. Jackson turned to her and let out a small smile, staying quiet. Her grip tightened. His silence spoke louder than words. He wasn't promising her anything. She's right, Natasha said suddenly. Don't go out again. The horde's been moving on the streets since morning. They're agitated. What? Jackson asked, surprised. Cindy nodded. Horace, Burgess, Bongu, and Elena have been keeping an eye on them from above. The infected have been strangely active all day, like they were at night. Every now and then, they attacked at the buildings nearby, even ours. Jackson frowned, his mind racing. Was it because we killed so many last night? Is someone or something controlling them? Or it's because they knew there are still people alive in the city? Jackson, what happened last night? Isabel's voice broke through his thoughts. He looked at the three of them. They already knew something had occurred. His injuries and the fatigue made it clear, but they waited for him to explain. Jackson took a deep breath and told them everything. The mutated infected, the other survivors he encountered, the battle with the variant, and how he barely made it back alive. Another mutation, Natasha said, her voice sharp. We have to stay hidden until the train arrives. Killing more of them now could trigger something even worse. Jackson nodded, understanding. He hated the idea of stopping the hunt. But she was right. Pushing further could be reckless. They talked for a while, Jackson explaining the new abilities the infected now possessed and how they could defend themselves if they encountered them again. Eventually, Isabel and Cindy left, leaving Natasha by his side. Elena, keeping watch from above, had ordered the others to continue their training. She was strict about it, insisting that everyone needed to get stronger. Meanwhile, Jackson turned his attention to the floating notifications he had been ignoring until now. You have leveled up to LV 10. Storage space has ranked up to E, expanding twice the original size. Skill: Night Vision learned, D+. Natasha, can you turn off the lights for a while? He asked suddenly. She gave a knowing nod as reached over to cut the power. As the lights went out, Jackson waited, scanning the darkness. First, nothing seemed to change. Then, focusing his mind, he willed the new night vision skill to activate. The world shifted instantly. It was as if he were looking through a night vision scope, but this time it was his own eyes. Jackson, your eyes? Natasha's voice broke through the quiet. What about them? He asked, distracted by the sudden clarity of his vision. They're glowing green. Glowing? It's faint, but noticeable in the dark. Jackson frowned. Cool as it might look, he didn't like it. If he sniped at night, the glow could give him away. After a brief discussion with Natasha about the new skill, Jackson turned back to his status window, examining the other changes. Name Jackson Hawk. Level: 10, 294/403. Age 24. Strength: 16.80. Speed: 13.52. Agility: 16.77. Intelligence: 11.57. Stamina: 12.92. Vitality: 8.4. Stat points: 1. Skills: Marksmanship, C+ handling and control have improved. Aim faster and fire with greater stability. Recoil is easier to manage, and shots are more accurate even under pressure. Stealth: F enables quieter movement by controlling footsteps, posture, and body motion. Storage space: E, a personal dimensional space that can store up to 6 cubic meters of items and upgrades as you level up. Night vision learned. D+ allows the user to see clearly in low light or complete darkness without external equipment, revealing shapes and movements with enhanced visibility. Coins: 924. DMR Sniper Rifle. Exclusive skill: Damage stack. Requirement: DMR equipped. Each kill permanently increases the rifle's damage by 1 and the user's agility by 0.01. Effect is infinite. Current damage: 2,500 plus 382. Vitality +1. Jackson thought for a moment, then allocated his remaining stat point to vitality. It might help him heal faster naturally, since they'd be moving again in just a few days. The screen shifted slightly, revealing more changes beyond just his stats and new skill. Gun store. Sidearms. Compact pistol 300 coins. Service pistol, Glock 19 class, 480 coins. Heavy pistol 650 coins. Submachine guns. SMG, basic, 750 coins. SMG, suppressed variant, 1100 coins. High-rate SMG 1400 coins. Shotguns. Pump-action shotgun 800 coins. Semi-auto shotgun 1200 coins. Combat shotgun 1600 coins. Assault rifles. Standard assault rifle 1300 coins. Advanced assault rifle 1700 coins. Tactical assault rifle 2200 coins. Marksman and sniper weapons. Designated marksman rifle, DMR, 2000 coins. Precision sniper rifle 2800 coins. Anti-material rifle 4200 coins. Light machine guns. LMG, basic, 2500 coins. Heavy LMG 3200 coins. Explosive and heavy weapons, new edition. Single-use rocket launcher 3500 coins. Reloadable rocket launcher 6000 coins. Rocket ammunition, per round, 800 coins. Grenade launcher 4500 coins. Items and gear. Binoculars 25 coins. Rangefinder 50 coins. Portable radio 35 coins. Frag grenade 70 coins. Flashbang 60 coins. Smoke grenade 40 coins. Flare gun 70 coins. Signal flare, X3, 30 coins. Fireworks pack 10 coins. Recon drone, basic, 150 coins. First aid kit 25 coins. Trauma kit 50 coins. Painkillers, X10, 25 coins. Antibiotics, X5, 30 coins. Jackson winced at the prices listed for the guns, though he didn't really need any of them. After last night, he had more than a dozen rifles and sidearms safely stored in his personal space. A rocket launcher. That would be handy. If I could stash one in my storage, it might come in handy for big threats, he thought, scanning the list. The drones, medical kits, and other gear caught his attention as well. Even if he ran out of supplies, he would have the option to purchase what he needed. After studying the items and imagining how they could be used in the future, his gaze shifted. Natasha, can you hand me your pistol? You're going to upgrade it? Of course, Jackson said. It's the whole reason I was hunting the infected last night. But the moment the pistol rested in his hands, doubt crept in. What if his expectations didn't match reality? What if the upgrade didn't work as he hoped? Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Natasha gently held his hand. It's okay, Jackson. No matter what happens, we'll make the most of it. He took a steadying breath. Then he began the upgrade. Light rippled across the pistol in Jackson's hands as a series of notifications appeared before his eyes. One after another, the upgrades locked in. 160 coins spent. Scope LV.0 to LV.5. 70 coins spent. Ammo LV.3 to LV.5 max. 57 coins spent. Magazine LV.3 to LV.5 max. 77 coins spent. Body LV.3 to LV.5 max. 62 coins spent. Muzzle LV.3 to LV.5 max. 64 coins spent. Grip LV.3 to LV.5 max. Stability and handling. Recoil is greatly reduced. Muzzle rise stays low, allowing fast, accurate follow-up shots. Stable while moving, firing one-handed, or during sustained use. Reliability and durability. Self-cleaning system reduces buildup and wear. Resistant to dust, rain, sweat, and harsh conditions. Performance stays consistent over long use. Ammunition and reload. Magazine holds 50 rounds. Reloads are faster and smoother. Weapon ready to fire almost immediately. Ballistics. Barrel and ammo improvements increase stability, range, and penetration. Damage drop-off reduced at normal handgun distances. Access control. Weapon bound to Jackson. Unauthorized users are unable to use the weapon unless granted permission by the owner. Glock 19 has reached max level. Exclusive skill unlocked. Exclusive skill rapid fire. Requirement: Glock 19 equipped. Each shot is followed by an additional shot. Each kill permanently increases the user's speed by 0.01. Effect is infinite. Did it work? Natasha asked, watching him study the air as if reading something invisible. Jackson smiled and handed the pistol back to her. The skill's different, but the stat increase is there too. Natasha's eyes lit up. She had said earlier that it would be fine no matter the result. But now she couldn't hide her excitement. This was the way she could finally get stronger, strong enough to stand beside him. Come on, let's try it out, Jackson teased with a grin. No, nobody's going out, Natasha said sharply, though the corners of her mouth twitched with a hint of a smile. Jackson chuckled at her strict tone. He watched her as she turned the pistol over in her hands, examining every detail. The skill was important, sure, but something else caught his attention. The pistol was bound to him. No matter how powerful he became in the future, owning a weapon with magical effects would inevitably bring trouble. But now, he had the decision whether someone could use it or not. Jackson glanced at his remaining coins. Coins. 434. A shame, he thought. I was hoping to upgrade another one. To fully upgrade another pistol cheaper than his DMR, he would need at least 900 coins. He shook his head, satisfied. Seeing Natasha's rare smile and bright eyes, it was worth it. 3 days passed in a blur. Jackson spent most of them asleep, his family refusing to let him do anything but rest. Sometimes, when he half woke, he would see someone sitting beside his bed. Cindy, Isabel, Natasha. They took turns, never leaving the room empty for long. This feels nice, brother. Cindy giggled as she fed him carefully with a spoon. Jackson opened his eyes just enough to look at her. You don't have to feed me, Cindy. No, she said firmly. You're injured. I'll take care of you. He gave a weak smile and let her continue. Not just her. Sometimes, Isabel or Natasha wiped him clean with a warm cloth. Jackson remembered Isabel doing the same thing when they were younger, back when he was sick or hurt. Back then, it felt normal. Now it felt strange. Not bad, just unfamiliar. As the days passed, his body healed faster than it should have. Wounds that would normally take weeks slowly closed in just days. The pain was still there, but it was dull now. He could move without feeling like his body would fall apart. Brother, stay in bed. Okay? Cindy said after she finished. I'll come back later. Jackson replied softly. Don't get scolded again by Elena. Cindy froze. Her smile vanished as she rushed out of the room. Just as Jackson was about to drift back to sleep, a soft knock came at the door. Come in. He expected Natasha or Isabel, but instead, Elaine stepped inside. She looked as striking as ever. Her long blonde hair fell neatly down her back, her black eyes calm but observant, and her training outfit clinging to her toned frame. Hey, Elaine said quietly, stepping closer. You need something? Jackson asked, sitting up slightly. I haven't seen you for a while, she admitted softly. Yeah. Are the others looking for me too? Sorry, I've been resting, he said. A moment of silence stretched between them. Then Elaine spoke again. Natasha said you went out alone and got injured. That was reckless, Jackson. He knew Natasha had already told Elaine and the others about him going out at night, though she had tweaked the story to hide the truth about his system. According to Natasha, they had discovered a gun store through the drone, and he went to retrieve it on his own. She also filled them in where he got injured and the encounters with other survivors and mutated infected. You're right. I was reckless. I made things worse outside. I'm sorry, he admitted. Elaine shook her head quickly. No, that's not it. Huh? It's just... She hesitated, her cheeks coloring slightly. I was worried about you. Okay? Seeing her embarrassed, Jackson's eyes widened slightly as memories of their first kiss flickered in his mind. I see. Thanks, he said, clearing his throat with a small cough. Elaine nodded and stepped a little closer to the bed. Hesitantly, her fingers brushed against the edge of the blanket covering his arm. How are you feeling? He looked down at her pale hand, warm in contrast to the stiffness in his own body. Better, he admitted, meeting her gaze again. Especially now. That's good, she said softly, a small smile tugging at her lips. A comfortable silence settled over the room. Elaine's hand lingered a moment longer before she pulled it back, tucking a stray strand of blonde hair behind her ear. I really wanted to check on you, she said, a hint of complaint in her voice. But your sisters, they're on guard 24/7, never letting anyone near you. Is that so? Jackson chuckled, shaking his head. Elaine smiled, then spoke about the others. Her students had wanted to check on him too, but Cindy and Natasha had kept everyone away. She mentioned how everyone was improving, how the food supplies had helped them regain strength, and how their bodies were even healthier now. I should probably go, she said after a moment, glancing toward the door. Cindy will be back soon, and I don't want to get in trouble. Elaine, Jackson called softly as she turned to leave. Thanks for checking on me. She nodded, cheeks flushing faintly. Get some rest, Jackson. As she reached the door, she hesitated, then turned back with a small, hesitant smile. And, Jackson? Yeah? Be more careful next time. Okay? With that, she slipped out. The door clicked softly behind her, and she pressed her back against it, letting out a quiet sigh. What am I doing? She muttered, touching her flushed cheeks, feeling the warmth spread. Night had settled over the city. The room was dim, lit only by battery-powered lanterns and the occasional flashlight. Everyone had gathered around the table: Burgess, Elena, Elaine and her students, and the rest of the group. The city's electricity had gone out 2 days ago. It was surprising that anything had lasted this long before failing completely. The bunker had a generator, but they didn't dare turn it on. Any sound could attract the infected swarming the streets. Oh, look who's here. Our hero finally woke up, Elena said, smirking as Jackson and his family joined the table. Jackson, Hayen said, her eyes lighting up. I heard you were hurt. Are you okay now? I'm fine, he said, offering a small smile. He noticed Na-Rin watching him from across the table. Their eyes met for a brief second and Jackson gave her a slight nod. She quickly looked away, though a hint of relief still lingered in her gaze. As everyone settled, Jackson spoke up. How's the situation outside? Bad, Elena replied. The infected are still active day and night. It doesn't look like they'll stop anytime soon. Jackson sighed, then spoke. I apologize for acting by myself. Now I made the situation worse. Elena raised an eyebrow. You did? I'm curious what you did to get them so agitated. Natasha and Cindy narrowed their eyes, about to speak up, but Jackson quickly held up a hand, stopping them. I killed hundreds of them, Jackson said quietly. Or maybe they know there are still people alive in this city. Either way, it made things difficult for us. Don't take the blame, Jackson, Hara spoke, leaning forward. Maybe the infected are just acting strange again. We really can't know what they're up to. Elaine and her students remained quiet, silently nodding in agreement. Elena exhaled and waved her hand dismissively. All right. At least you brought us more weapons. Natasha then placed a hand on the map spread across the table, her eyes scanning the lines and streets. We only have 2 days left before the train arrives. We need to decide our route to the station. Using the drone, we found 2 possible paths, Natasha said, looking toward Na-Rin. Na-Rin nodded, then slid Natasha's finger aside and pointed to a narrow road running parallel to the main streets. This one, she said, an old service road, connects warehouses and delivery bays. There should be fewer infected since there aren't many houses nearby. Burgess raised an eyebrow. You sound pretty sure about this. I grew up here, Na-Rin replied calmly. My uncle used to drive supply trucks through these streets. When the main roads got jammed, this was the alternative. She then drew a zigzag line across the rooftops. And this is another option, she continued. Fire escapes and rooftop gaps. Most of these buildings are close together. We could move slowly and use cover along the way. Bongu frowned. Are you sure there aren't infected on them? What if we use the sewers again? The girls exchanged sharp looks, clearly not liking the idea. No, Natasha said flatly. The sewers connect too many zones. We have no way of knowing where we'll end up. Randomly popping out would only bring more trouble. Na-Rin added. Everyone shared their thoughts, offering suggestions, but no one seemed to agree on a single plan. Their options were too limited, with infected spreading and moving everywhere around them. Then Jackson's voice cut through the noise. None of those routes matter. If we walk straight to the station, we'll be seen, he continued. One infected spots us and screams. Another hears it. Before we know it, we'll be dragging a whole horde behind us. He studied the map, then looked at Na-Rin. We need a distraction. Something big and loud. We draw them away and move while the infected are focused elsewhere. His family frowned, catching on to what he had in mind. No, Natasha said sharply. You're not planning to handle the distraction by yourself again, are you? I'm not saying that, Jackson replied calmly. We'll use something instead. Use what? Elena asked. Fireworks. The room went quiet. We placed them far away, Jackson continued. Then we add something extra. Fuel, maybe. When the time comes, I'll snipe it from here. If I light the fuse from here, they'll all rush to it. That should give us a clear path. One chance and we move fast. For a moment, the room stayed quiet. Then Elena nodded slowly. That could work. But who's setting them up? Burgess asked. And where do we even get fireworks? I'll go, Jackson said. I know where to get them. No, Natasha, Cindy, and Isabel said at the same time. I made the situation worse, Jackson said quietly. I'll take responsibility for it. No one's blaming you, Elaine said softly. Thank you, Jackson replied. But someone has to do it. If we hesitate, we miss the train. Silence fell over the room. All right, Elena said suddenly. I'll go with you then. Thanks, Jackson said, shaking his head. It'll be faster if I go alone. No, Natasha said, standing. I'm coming with you. Jackson let out a long breath, knowing it would be hard to convince her otherwise. Finally, he nodded. All right, but it's only you, no one else. His gaze swept over Cindy, Isabel, Elaine, and Elena, all of whom had wanted to go with him. Morning came. The others gathered near the entrance as Jackson and Natasha finished preparing. They carried only what they needed. Their guns, small knives at their waists, and a 20-liter fuel can strapped to Jackson's backpack, siphoned from broken vehicles nearby. Before leaving, they coated themselves in a thick, crusty paste of black blood, masking their scent the usual way. You still haven't healed completely, and you're heading out again, Cindy said, looking at Jackson. Maybe he has a thing for those infected, Elena said with a chuckle. Jackson gave Cindy a wry smile but said nothing. Unlike Elena, the rest of the group watched them with clear worry. No one tried to stop them, but the tension hung thick in the air. This won't take long, Jackson said. We'll be back as soon as we can. Natasha nodded beside him. With that, the two of them turned and headed out. After the door closed, Elena clapped her hands once. All right, training continues. She looked around at the group who were still staring at the door. We have one more day before the train arrives. Remember what I told you. A slow survivor is a dead survivor. So move it. Groans filled the room as everyone dragged themselves back to their tasks. Elena lingered for a moment, glancing once more at the door Jackson and Natasha had left through. Then she turned away and followed the others inside. Meanwhile, Natasha and Jackson moved quietly through the empty streets. Natasha, stick close to me, all right? Jackson whispered. I know. Just keep moving. She whispered back, eyes scanning the shadows. The place they planned to set up the fireworks was west of their base, atop the watchtower of the old prison complex. From their base, Jackson had a clear line of sight. It was far, but just within his range if he pushed himself. The streets were eerily quiet, far quieter than they had expected. Wait, stop, Jackson hissed, pressing his back against a wall and peeking around the corner. Look there. Natasha followed his gaze, and her eyes widened. Hundreds of infected stood in the streets, frozen in place as if hibernating. Killing them might wake them up. Let's go around, Jackson whispered. Natasha nodded, and they moved down a parallel street, careful not to make a sound. As they advanced, Jackson frowned. The frozen streets weren't the only problem. Thin, pale strands of flesh stretched across the buildings and roads like webs, covering everything in sight. And a harsh, rotting stench filled the air. "What is this? It smells awful," Natasha whispered, pressing a hand to her nose. "I saw something like this at the building where I fought the mutated infected," Jackson murmured grimly. "It's like their nest, and now it's spreading. The whole city. They're turning it into their nest." Natasha shivered. "We need to move now." Jackson nodded. They pressed on, careful with every step, knowing that one wrong move could awaken the horde around them. Suddenly, a hoarse, guttural howl cut through the silence. "Get down." Jackson pulled Natasha behind a broken car just in time. From the shadows of a corner, a bald infected emerged, sniffing the air. "Natasha, can you hit it from here?" Jackson whispered, nodding toward the creature. Natasha peeked around the car. The target wasn't far, as she gave him a slight nod. "Go ahead," Jackson murmured, raising his rifle in case she missed. The shot came silently as her bullet tore through the infected's head without a sound. Natasha stared at her pistol in awe. "So much stronger now." Jackson smiled faintly. "Did you get a notification from the system?" She shook her head. "What about the effects? Can you feel anything?" he asked. "I don't know," she admitted. Jackson thought back to the exclusive skill of the pistol, rapid fire. Every time Natasha fired, an extra bullet followed almost instantly, like a second shot trailing the first. The skill was working for her, so the stat increase must be happening, even without a notification. "Good," he said quietly, slipping back into cover. "Let's keep moving." The two of them moved quietly, sticking to the shadows. Whenever an infected wandered too close, Jackson would signal, and Natasha would take the shot, each kill clean and quiet. To their surprise, they reached the edge of the prison complex with far less trouble than they had expected. Natasha frowned as she looked around. "This feels strange. The infected were active the past few days, even last night. Now they're just standing still." Jackson nodded. "I know, but we stick to the plan. We set up the fireworks as backup. It might save us later." The main gate of the prison complex stood half open. They slipped inside and began climbing the watchtower step by step, careful not to make noise. The metal stairs creaked faintly under their boots, but nothing stirred below. When they reached the top, Jackson lay flat and looked through his scope. Their base was visible in the distance, small but clear. "From here," he said quietly, "I can make the shot." Natasha glanced around the tower. "All right, let's get the fireworks next." "No need." With a few quick movements, Jackson purchased the fireworks packs from his system store. 100 coins spent. Fireworks pack successfully purchased. X10. They stacked the fireworks near the base of the tower, spacing them carefully so they wouldn't all go off at once. Jackson unscrewed the fuel can and slowly poured gasoline over the setup, letting it soak the ground and the wooden crates nearby. Natasha crouched beside him, securing the fireworks and tying fuses together. She kept everything low, hidden from the streets below, careful not to attract attention. Jackson squatted back and double-checked the trajectory. The explosion needed to be visible enough to draw the infected's attention, but far enough from the route they would take. Satisfied, he scanned his system store for the high-explosive incendiary rounds. One shot would be enough to ignite the fuel and set off the fireworks they had prepared. As Jackson and Natasha worked, a shadow moved at the base of the watchtower. Jackson froze, his eyes narrowing. Something or someone was down there. He aimed carefully and spotted a teenage boy, maybe 17 or 18, staring up at them. His eyes were completely black, locked on them. Jackson's grip tightened on the rifle. Why do these eerie ones always stare? He squeezed the trigger, but the boy bolted just as the bullets left the barrel. Concrete splintered where the shot struck, sending shards clattering around. Natasha's eyes widened. "Jackson," she whispered, following the sudden movement. He didn't answer. He just reset his aim, scanning for any other movement. "What's wrong?" she asked quietly, raising her pistol and swept her gaze across the area. "I saw a strange infected kid," Jackson said, his brow tightening. "Then we should leave now," Natasha said without hesitation. Jackson stayed still for a moment. "Do you think they have some kind of awareness? Or some kind of network?" She glanced at him. "What do you mean?" "Maybe I'm overthinking it," he said, eyes still on the prison below. "But something about that kid felt wrong. I don't like leaving it alive." Natasha frowned as she looked toward the prison building below. "What if it's trying to lead us into a trap?" "I don't know." Jackson hesitated, thinking it over. Then he nodded slowly. "We'll do it carefully. If anything feels off inside, we pull back right away." Natasha hesitated, then gave a short nod. Together, they finished securing the fireworks. Once everything was in place, they moved quietly toward the prison building, following the path where the infected kid had disappeared. Meanwhile, the teenage infected moved silently through the prison corridors. The floor was littered with corpses. One lay with its neck torn open, flies buzzing around the gruesome wound. Another had been infected but now was nothing more than a lifeless body, a bullet still lodged in its head. More corpses were scattered across the cell block, the stench of decay so thick it burned the nose and made breathing difficult. The boy walked past them without hesitation, his steps slow until he stopped in front of a single cell. Inside, a young girl curled on the cold concrete floor. Excrement, urine, empty cans, and scraps of food surrounded her. A few tattered blankets clung to her frail body, stained with dried black blood. Pinned to her shirt was a small name tag, Sumiko. Her eyes fluttered open as she sensed him. "June, you're back," she whispered, her voice trembling. In the chaos of the outbreak, she remembered the nightmare vividly. Their parents lost, devoured by monsters. June, her brother, had carried her through the darkness, shielding her from the horrors outside until they had arrived here. "Did you bring food?" she asked weakly, hunger gnawing at her stomach. The boy stared at her through the bars, his expression empty. Then, unervingly, his mouth opened wide, as if to devour her. Sumiko flinched. He slammed against the iron bars of the cell, again and again, the chains and padlock rattling violently. But the door held firm, keeping him from reaching her. "Brother, please stop," Sumiko whispered, tears streaming down her hollow cheeks. "I still haven't forgiven you for locking me here. And now, you're scaring me." She turned away, sobbing quietly. At first, she had been terrified when June locked her inside, telling her it was to protect her. She had thought he had abandoned her, but he never truly left her side. He would disappear for a while, then return with food, sometimes even bringing her favorite candies. Days had passed, and now he was different and acted strange. At times, he seemed to lose himself as he did now. "June, why won't you talk to me? Are you angry?" "I'll be good, I promise. Just smile at me again like you used to," she pleaded. Her voice seemed to reach him. The boy froze, his movements halting as he stared at her for a long moment. Sumiko tried to rise, but her body was weak, too frail from days of near starvation. She forced herself upright, but collapsed almost immediately, gasping. Then slowly crawled toward him, forcing herself forward. "Brother, you're all right, right? I'm here," she whispered, extending her trembling hand toward him. The boy hesitated, then slowly stretched a trembling hand toward hers. Sumiko's lips curved into a faint smile, a small thread of hope in the darkness, binding them together. "Brother, don't leave me here again, all right? You don't have to bring me food anymore. Just stay with me here." Sumiko's voice was barely a whisper, her body weakening day by day from lack of food. But seeing her brother always come back for her, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, the young boy's body convulsed, his movements rapid as he slammed himself again against the iron bars. "Brother, brother," Sumiko cried, panic rising in her chest. But her fear only seemed to fuel the boy's frenzy. "Natasha, wait!" Jackson's voice rang out sharply. Bullets pierced through the air, striking the boy in the back and neck. He collapsed onto the cold concrete floor, black blood spilling from his mouth. Inside the cell, Sumiko froze, staring at her brother in horror. "Brother, brother," she screamed, dragging herself forward, weak hands stretching toward him. Her fingers brushed his cold cheek. "June, wake up," she pleaded, her voice a mere breath. "Hey, kid, get away from him," shouted unfamiliar voices, but she ignored them. Her eyes were fixed only on her brother. Her vision blurred, darkness creeping in as her strength faded. The unfamiliar voices behind grew louder and closer. Rough hands pulled her away, but she resisted with all her remaining strength. "No, let me go. I need to be with him," she cried, her voice cracking with desperation. But they were too strong. They lifted her, carried her away from the cell, away from her brother. "June," she whispered. Her eyes fluttered open just once more, catching sight of him lying on the floor. Even through the pool of blood, she saw it once more, the familiar warm smile. The same smile he always gave her, even in the darkest moments. A smile that said everything would be okay. A smile that promised her safety. For a moment, comfort washed over her. Then her vision blackened, as she lost consciousness, carried away by strangers she didn't know. But for that moment, all she felt was the warmth of her brother's reassurance. Faint voices floated around Sumiko as her ears picked up the murmurs. "Who's that little girl?" Elena whispered. "We found her in the prison cell," Jackson said urgently. "We have to help her, quick. She's severely undernourished." Elaine's voice trembled. "What do we do?" "Check for wounds first," Elena spoke. "Make sure she isn't hurt. Her clothes, they're soaked and filthy," Elaine murmured. "We need to clean her and feed her." Gently, they rolled her onto her side. Sumiko felt cool, damp cloths brushing against her thin arms and legs as they cleaned small scrapes and bruises. Every touch was careful and deliberate, like they were afraid to wake her. Sumiko felt something soft brush her lips. A thin, warm liquid touched her mouth, but her mind was fogged with exhaustion. "June, where are you?" she whispered weakly. "Shoo. It's okay," Isabel soothed, brushing her dark hair back from her face. "Just rest." Too weak to resist, Sumiko let her body go limp. The warmth, the gentle touch, and the soft voices lulled her into sleep. Hours passed. Faint whispers floated around her. "What do you think happened to her?" Bongu asked quietly. "How would I know?" Burgess muttered back. "Quiet. She's sleeping." Heian scolded, and silence fell again. Meanwhile, Sumiko felt the warmth of a soft futon beneath her and a thick blanket covering her frail body. It was completely different from the cold, hard concrete she had been forced to lie on for so long. The soft murmurs of voices around her felt strange, unfamiliar after weeks of silence and loneliness in her cell. Slowly, her eyelids fluttered open. "Hey, look, she's awake," Hiromi whispered excitedly. In the dim light of lanterns and flashlights, unfamiliar faces appeared around her, watching her with concern. Her eyes darted from one face to another, then finally settled on one figure as her eyes lit up. "Brother June," she whispered weakly, a faint, fragile smile tugging at her lips. Elaine, Isabel, Cindy, and the others looked at Jackson, noticing the little girl's gaze and the faint smile she gave him. "Brother," she murmured again, voice trembling. "Please, please don't leave me again." Tears slid down her cheeks as she spoke. "She's calling out to you. Do something," Elena urged, glancing at Jackson. Jackson froze. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. She must be mistaking me for someone else. Didn't she know her brother had already died? He thought. Isabel knelt beside Sumiko and gently pulled her into a comforting hug. "It's okay, dear. It's okay. You're safe here," she murmured, her hands softly caressing Sumiko's back. Sumiko clung to Isabel instinctively, letting herself feel comfort for the first time in what seemed like forever. Somehow, in her arms, she felt safe. Elena turned to Jackson, her brow furrowed. "What's going on?" "I'm not sure," Jackson whispered, shaking his head. Perhaps she's confusing me with her brother. Her brother? Is he alive? Cindy asked. No, Jackson said quietly. The teenage infected we killed. That was him. Silence spread through the group. An infected person, family or not, were beyond saving. We found her in one of the cells where we killed him, Jackson continued. Thinking about it now, something doesn't add up. What do you mean? Cindy asked, leaning forward. How did she survive in that cell all alone? Jackson frowned. When we discovered her, the door was chained and locked. Empty cans, plastic wrappers. Someone must have been bringing her food. It must have been her brother, June, right? The name she keeps whispering, Hayin said softly. And then he got infected while scavenging for her? Bongu added. Yeah, maybe, Hayin replied. No. Natasha's voice cut through the room. Her eyes were fixed on the pistol at her waist, her frown deepening. Everyone turned to her. A single teenage boy couldn't have kept her fed for weeks. Natasha said, her voice steady but tense. Not with all the infected and mutations roaming this city. Then who was bringing her food? Horace asked, confusion written across his face. It was her brother. Na Rin said quietly, her voice almost a whisper. No way, Berger scoffed. There's no way a little boy could just go out and scavenge food in a city like this. Unless he's faster than me. The boy had been infected. Na Rin continued, her mind racing to the only conclusion that made sense. And he still kept bringing her food. What? Everyone gasped. How is that even possible? Hannah whispered. We found nothing but corpses in the prison. Natasha said, her hands trembling as she gripped the hem of her shirt. No other people, no other infected alive. Only that boy, and this little girl. And I killed him. Elaine, Hayin, Claire, and Hannah covered their mouths in shock. It was absurd, tragic, and heartbreaking all at once. Jackson stayed silent, remembering the moment they had left the prison. He had glanced back one last time and seen the boy smiling at them, or perhaps at the little girl. But it wasn't the hollow, eerie grin that usually haunted him. This smile was real, genuine. A quiet relief meant only for her. Elena's voice broke the silence. You saved the girl. Nothing's wrong with that. You said earlier that infected was attacking the cell where she was. That boy was dangerous. Leaving him alive would have been asking for trouble. A heavy quiet fell over the group. Then a soft, trembling voice reached them. June Sumiko, still curled up in Isabel's arms, whispered the name. Jackson's heart tightened, recalling how much she had cried when her brother died, the fear and helplessness in her eyes. He couldn't imagine the pain she had endured. He let out a long sigh and sat beside her, gently smiling. Hey, what's your name? Brother. Did you already forget? Sumiko murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Sorry, I did, Jackson said softly. Sumiko. Sumiko, he repeated softly. That's a nice name. I've always been a nice and good little sister. You are, Jackson said with a small smile, reaching out to pat her head lightly. Rest well, Sumiko. I'll stay by your side. And I won't ever leave you again. Sumiko murmured, a smile gracing her lips. She snuggled deeper into Isabel's arms and drifted back to sleep, finding a moment of peace. After a long moment, Jackson turned to the others. Get some rest. We still have to move tomorrow. You too, Natasha. Don't overthink it. In the first place, it was me who decided we'd follow and take out that infected kid. Natasha started, but Jackson held up a hand and gently interrupted her. You did what had to be done, he spoke. Then his gaze shifted back to Sumiko. We just have to take responsibility for what's left behind. Natasha hesitated, biting her lip, but Cindy reached out and gave her a reassuring squeeze before guiding her away as the others dispersed to rest, preparing for what tomorrow would bring. Only Isabel and Jackson remained in the room, quietly sitting by Sumiko's side. For a long moment, the room was still, the only sound her soft, even breathing. Then Isabel reached out, gently taking Jackson's hand. You saved her, Jackson, she said softly. Don't blame yourself too much. Jackson looked down at her, surprised at the quiet understanding in her eyes. He nodded slowly, squeezing her hand back. Together, they stayed by Sumiko's side, watching over her as the night stretched on. Morning came, and the group began preparing for the final push toward the train station. Jackson packed the remaining food, clothes, and essential supplies into his storage space, leaving nothing of value behind. In the living room, the others wrapped hard paper and tape around their hands, reinforcing them. If the infected got too close, they could use it to block bites and protect themselves. From one of the bedrooms, Isabel knelt beside Jackson, carefully tying Sumiko to his back with a soft cloth. "Does this hurt, Sumiko? Or is it too tight?" Isabel asked, her hands gentle as she adjusted the knots. Sumiko gave a small nod. Earlier, the others had tried talking to her, but she hadn't responded, except to Isabel, who made her feel safe, and to Jackson, who she still saw as her brother June. Jackson gave her a soft smile, patting her shoulder. "Sumiko, hold on tight, okay? And when we move, just stay silent." I trust you, brother," Sumiko whispered, hugging his back. Her body was still weak, barely able to support herself, but even if she could walk, Jackson would carry her. Her weight wasn't a problem, not for him. As Jackson and Isabel stepped out to meet the group, everyone's eyes fell on Sumiko, tied securely on Jackson's back. "Good morning, Sumiko. How are you feeling?" Elaine greeted her cheerfully, stepping closer. Hannah and Hae-in followed with warm smiles. Sumiko didn't respond. She buried her face into Jackson's back, hiding from everyone. Jackson chuckled softly. "Sumiko seems a little shy. Give her time." He then glanced at Natasha, noticing the lingering guilt in her eyes. "It's okay, Natasha. We'll apologize to her once she remembers." Together, Natasha gave a small nod, her gaze lingering on the little girl. Elena clapped her hands, breaking the quiet. "All right, everyone. We have to move or we'll miss the train." As the group began climbing out of the bunker, Burgess paused and looked back, a reluctant frown on his face. "This was a good shelter. Shame we have to leave it." "Then do you want to stay?" Elena asked lightly. "You're free to do so." "Of course not," Burgess said with a grin, brushing off the thought. "I'm coming with you guys. After all, I'm the ace of the group." Some of the girls chuckled, but they too hesitated for a moment. The bunker had been a rare safe haven. Electricity and water aside, it had kept them alive for a week in this chaotic world. A small comfort they didn't want to leave behind. "You guys ready?" Jackson asked quietly. Bonggu, Claire, and Hae-in nodded, their movements stiff. It was their first time stepping outside after a full week underground. Elaine gave them a reassuring smile. "We'll make it. Just stick to the plan." With a final nod, Jackson pushed the door open and stepped out first. The others followed closely behind. Elena had switched weapons, twin Uzis resting in her hands. She left her bow behind since her arrows were almost gone. Elaine, Claire, and Hae-in carried compact 9mm submachine guns. Bonggu held a bullpup submachine gun, while Na-rin kept the pistol Jackson had given her. The twins, Jana and Hiromi, stayed close together, each holding a subcompact pistol. They were not confident with it yet, but they kept it ready, just in case. Every weapon was fitted with a suppressor Jackson had bought earlier. He wanted to get optics too, but all his coins had gone into keeping their shots quiet. They moved carefully in lines. Jackson, Natasha, and Elena led the way, eyes scanning ahead. Bonggu, Burgess, and Harris stayed at the back, watching for anything that followed. As they stepped farther out, the city came into view again. The buildings stood empty and broken, worse than before. Walls were cracked, windows shattered, and dark stains marked the streets. It looked like the infected had torn through the area without restraint. The streets were silent, but Jackson knew they were nearby, maybe hiding, waiting, or perhaps watching them move through the ruins. With slow, careful steps, they moved through the streets, using every piece of cover they could find. Broken cars, collapsed walls, and shadowed alleys became their shields. At the front, Elena slowed when they turned onto another road. Her eyes narrowed. Hundreds of infected stood ahead, frozen in place, lining the street like statues. A quiet wave of fear ran through the group. Jackson lifted his hand and slowly lowered it, signaling calm. Natasha repeated the motion behind him, her eyes sharp. They guided the others to move back and take a longer route, one slow step at a time. They slipped past the street, leaving the silent crowd behind them. Thankfully, none of the infected reacted. A few minutes later, Na Rin's whisper broke the silence. Movement ahead. Infected approaching. She lowered her binoculars slightly, her voice tight. Cindy checked the same direction with her own binoculars. About 200 meters out, she confirmed quietly. No orders were needed. The group scattered with practice speed, pressing themselves behind wrecked cars, broken walls, and dark doorways. They waited in silence, their senses on high alert. Jackson had already taken aim. The suppressed shot was silent. A soft thud followed as the bullet pierced flesh, and the infected collapsed without a sound. Na Rin and Cindy scanned the area again. Target down, Cindy whispered. No other movement. Area looks clear. No one relaxed. They waited a few seconds longer before moving again, returning to their formation. Step by step, they advanced. Every encounter followed the same pattern. Spot, hide, kill, move. Everyone knew their role. They had practiced this plan over and over, and it was working. Soon, they reached a covered pedestrian bridge. By their estimate, they had already crossed about 1/3 of the distance to the train station. They cautiously approached the edge of the bridge, peering down at the roads below. A chilling sight greeted them. A sea of broken cars and thousands upon thousands of infected, standing motionless, packed tightly together. A wave of terror washed over them. Bongu froze in his tracks. His throat tightened as he swallowed hard. A hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back from the brink of panic. He turned to see Burgers, his expression grim, silently urging him to keep moving. Bongu forced his legs to obey. Then Burgers froze, his eyes widening. Without warning, he yanked Bongu back, propelling him towards the relative safety of the group. What is it? Bongu whispered, panic slipping into his voice. The movement caught everyone's attention. Burgess raised a hand and pointed at the side rail. From below the bridge, a bloody claw reached up and wrapped around the metal. Shit, Bongu breathed. To your positions, Elena and Natasha whispered at the same time. They stepped forward calmly, weapons already raised. The claw tightened. Slowly, something pulled itself up. A mutated infected crawled into view, moving on all fours. Its limbs bent at sharp angles as it climbed. A creature they had dubbed a crawler. Before it could fully haul itself up, suppressed shots rang out. Bullets struck its body, but the creature twisted and leapt from the railing, dropping to cover on the bridge. Blood sprayed across the metal as several bullets tore into its body, but it did not fall. From the opposite end of the bridge, another crawler appeared, its grotesque form climbing swiftly from below. I'll handle this one, Jackson hissed. You take care of the other. Be careful of its speed. He glanced back at Sumiko on his back, her small hands clinging to his shoulders, and his expression softened. Close your eyes, Sumiko. Don't watch. The crawler in front of him lunged, and Jackson moved at the same time, stepping to the side just as its claws sliced through the air where he had been. Why does it feel like it's moving slower than before? Jackson thought, his mind racing. He could now perceive the creature's movements with a precision he hadn't possessed before. The crawler sprang again. Jackson reacted instinctively, shifting his DMR in mid-air with lightning speed. He aimed the weapon at the back of the creature's head, his rifle so close that the muzzle almost touched its rotten head. Bang! Its skull burst apart as black blood and shards of bone sprayed outward, but Jackson had already stepped back, avoiding the splatter as the body collapsed at his feet. That was amazing, brother, Sumiko whispered against his neck. Jackson smiled faintly. He had not expected it to end that easily, the notifications ringing quietly in his mind. 70 EXP, 100 coins, and 0.70 speed obtained from the infected. DMR damage +1, agility plus 0.01. Jackson turned to see the rest of the group had formed a defensive line. Natasha, Elena, and Elaine held the front. Narin, Isabel, and Cindy covered the left. Burgers, Bongu, and Horace guarded the right. Hannah and Claire stayed behind as support. Despite their best efforts, the crawler had proven to be too fast and agile. Their bullets had missed their mark as the creature leaped from cover to cover, its movements erratic and unpredictable. However, it hadn't been able to get close to them either. Jackson raised his rifle again, trying to anticipate the creature's next move. As the group unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the crawler leaped into the air, attempting to evade the onslaught. Bang! The shot met it in midair, its head exploding, and the body crashed down hard onto the concrete, as Jackson heard another system notification. Silence returned to the bridge. One by one, the group let out their breath. They were about to move again when a low, hoarse howl echoed from below. The sound froze them all. Instinctively, they dropped to the ground, pressing against whatever cover they could find. Jackson crawled to the edge and peeked at the street. One infected's head twitched, then another beside it. Soon, the movement spread like a ripple, until more and more began stirring. Growls started to rise from the streets, low at first, then louder, thousands of them waking. They're waking up. What do we do? Hannah whispered, her voice shaking as she stared down at the horde. They hadn't seen the group yet, but any movement now would draw their attention. Jackson took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. He hadn't expected they'd actually need the fireworks this soon. Natasha and Elena glanced at him, nodding. Everyone, Jackson whispered, his voice steady. Get ready to sprint. Once the explosion goes off, run as fast as you can when I give the signal. The group nodded nervously. Sumiko, you're doing great. Stay quiet, all right? Jackson murmured. She nodded from behind him, holding herself close and silent. He reloaded his rifle with the high-explosive incendiary rounds he had purchased earlier, crouching low and peering through the scope. The watchtower was beyond his effective range, but Jackson adjusted, aiming anyway. The first round zipped past its mark, missing. Again. His frown deepened as round after round missed. Jackson, hurry. I think they'll be here any second, Burgess urged, his voice tight with fear. Jackson didn't respond. He stayed locked on his target. Stay calm, Jackson. Just one shot, that's all you need. Another round fired and missed again. He clicked his tongue, frustration rising. Wait here, he said, standing up. Hey, where are you going? Elena asked, her brow furrowed. Jackson didn't answer. He quietly climbed onto the roof of the covered pedestrian bridge. Once on top, he crouched low, steadying his breath. Wind steady. Target clear. He pulled the trigger. Boom! Flames erupted at the prison watchtower. At the same time, the fireworks ignited, bursting in a riot of sparks and explosions. The horde reacted immediately. Chaos erupted as thousands of infected surged west, toward the prison. Footsteps thundered across the streets, not just waking the ones nearby. They stirred infected across the city. The group pressed themselves flat against the bridge's cover, hearts hammering, praying they wouldn't be seen as the chaos unfolded around them. After what felt like an eternity of chaos, the distant roars of the infected began to fade into low, guttural echoes. Now go! Jackson's voice cut through the uneasy silence. Everyone sprang to their feet, running as fast as they could. Jackson leapt from his cover, sprinting ahead with Sumiko strapped to his back. They reached another desolate street when Jackson suddenly skidded to a stop, raising his hand sharply. Hold! His eyes narrowed at the scene ahead. Cars were being shoved aside violently, one after another, as if some unstoppable force was barreling toward them. Move to the side, he shouted. Bang! 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 Metal twisted and groaned under the impact. Glass shattered, raining onto the asphalt as heavy footsteps pounded closer. With a heavy, earth-shaking step, A hulking infected emerged from the wreckage, its massive form larger than any bodybuilder they had ever seen. It pushed aside the remaining cars aside like toys, charging straight towards them, its eyes burning with a primal hunger. Jackson leaped to the side. The others also scrambled to safety, barely escaping the hulking infected as it smashed into an overturned truck behind them, crushing it into twisted scrap. What is that? Hannah stammered, her body trembling as she stared at the creature. Don't just stand there. Run, Jackson barked, pulling Hannah and Horace behind him. Elena, Na-Rin, and Natasha grabbed the others, urging them forward. But the hulking infected was not alone. Dozens of bald infected came after it, leaping from car to car, closing in fast. Infected incoming, Elena shouted, firing without hesitation. An infected lunged from her side, catching her off guard, but a silent bullet tore through its skull. Elena spun, spotting Na-Rin kneeling behind cover with her pistol raised. She gave her a quick nod, then refocused on the horde ahead. We keep moving forward. Don't stop. Natasha's voice rang sharply, guiding the group as they returned to their positions. Bongu, Burgers, and Horace opened fire on the hulking infected trailing behind, but their bullets barely slowed it. The massive creature had raised its thick arms, shielding its head from bullets, then charged again, each step shaking the ground beneath them. Run, Burgers yelled, dragging Horace and Bongu out of its path. Before the monster could crush them, Jackson fired. The bullet hit its shoulder, tearing flesh and bone apart. The hulking body was flung backward, crashing into a car with a loud crunch. Damn, Burgers exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and relief. Keep moving, Jackson called, firing again. This shot struck the creature's head, and its skull exploded from the impact. Turning to Burgers, he spoke, Take Sumiko. I'll catch up. As he reached to remove the cloth holding Sumiko, her small voice trembled behind him. No, I won't go. Jackson froze, his hands still on the cloth. He glanced at her, then at Burgers, deciding she would stay with him. Slowly, he nodded to Burgers and the others. Go. I'll be right behind you. Jackson scanned the street, then climbed onto the top of a nearby truck, finding a steady position. He steadied his breath and raised his rifle. Each shot rang out silently, striking the infected in the head and carving a clear path for the group to move. Elena, Natasha, and Na-Rin, running and shooting at the front, noticed the horde collapsing under his precise shots. Each impact sent the infected flying like a shotgun blast, clearing the way ahead. Soon, Burgers and the others caught up, panting as they rounded the corner. Where's Jackson? Elaine asked, frowning. He said he'll catch up, Horace replied, keeping pace. Natasha's gaze lingered behind, her expression conflicted, torn between going back or pushing forward. She gritted her teeth and continued. They couldn't waste the opportunity he had created. From behind, Jackson's rifle continued to crack, each bullet keeping the horde at bay. At the front, Elena, Natasha, and Na-Rin were the most skilled marksmen in the group, finishing off any infected that came too close. The group advanced from cover to cover, rounding corners carefully. Soon, they reached a quieter road. A few infected still followed, but Elena and Natasha took charge, turning back to cover the group. Silent shots rang out, and the last of the chasing infected fell to the concrete. Everyone panted heavily, their lungs burning from the sprint while constantly firing at the chasing horde. Let's keep moving, Elena said, turning back to check the group. Wait, Cindy spoke, her voice filled with concern. Jackson isn't here yet. Yeah, we should wait a bit. Elaine followed, her brow furrowed with worry. Isabel nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring their concern. Don't worry about him, Elena said, trying to sound reassuring. He'll catch up to us. That guy's tough as hell. He can handle himself. But, Cindy started, but Natasha grabbed her shoulder and shook her head. We can't stop now, Natasha said firmly. We'd waste everything he's done for us. She knew Jackson's true capabilities. Even though worry gnawed at her, they had to keep going. Na-Rin, how much farther? Natasha asked, We're about 2/3 of the way, Na-Rin replied, eyes scanning the street ahead. Just one more push, and we'll reach the station. Natasha gave her a short nod. Then let's go. Cindy, Isabel, Elaine, and Hayan hesitated for a heartbeat, then followed. Na-Rin glanced back briefly, knowing Jackson would always come back, then fell in line with the others. As they rounded the corner, the group froze. A grotesque web of flesh was wrapped around the street and the houses, like a living net. What is this? Burgess whispered, his voice filled with disgust and terror. Bongu gagged and doubled over. And that smell is killing me. He wasn't alone. Hannah, the twins, Claire, and even Elaine suddenly began to gag and vomit. The rest of the group pressed cloths or sleeves to their noses, fighting to breathe through the choking stench of rot and decay. This is the thing we were talking about yesterday, Natasha whispered, her eyes scanning the twisted street ahead. The web of dark flesh stretched farther than she and Jackson had seen before. Jackson says, it's like they're building a nest. What do we do? Should we try another route? Hayan asked nervously, glancing around. There's no other way, Na-Rin said, her voice equally strained. If we try to find another way, we'll have to go back and go all the way around. We'll only lose more time and risk running into more infected. Then we move forward, Elena said, forcing a smile. It's not like this thing's going to swallow us whole. Just hold your noses and bear the smell. With heavy reluctance, everyone followed, pressing cloths and sleeves to their faces. Even so, the stench of rotting flesh burned their noses and throat, making each breath a struggle. The dark flesh under their feet squished with every step, soft and slimy. They tried to ignore it, forcing their focus on keeping quiet and moving steadily. As they advanced, a new horror stopped them cold. A mountain of corpses rose before them, nearly reaching the height of a 2-story house. Dark webs of flesh wrapped around it, binding everything into a grotesque, pulsing mass. And beneath it, something moved. A single infected was fused into the mass, its lower body swallowed by the flesh, but its upper body hung over the pile, suspended like a half-dead puppet getting sucked. A subtle twitch ran through its body. Its eyes snapped open, revealing a vacant, soulless gaze. Its head slowly turned, locking its gaze onto them. A cold shiver ran down every spine. Elena fired instinctively, but the infected raised its arms, shielding its head. Her shots stopped, fingers frozen on the trigger, when a sound cut through the tension. Wait, a hoarse, guttural trembling voice echoed. Wait, SP, spare me. The infected spoke, its words slurred and disjointed. It raised its hand, as if pleading for its life. What the hell? Elena exclaimed, as she quickly stepped back, her senses on high alert. Get away from it, Natasha barked, pulling the group back. Please, save me. The voice rasped again, the words filled with desperate pleading and pain. The group stood frozen, stunned into silence. They stared at the grotesque creature, their minds reeling, not knowing how to react to this unprecedented situation. Elena tightened her grip on the Uzis, stepping forward. We should end it. It's suffering. Wait. Elaine stopped her, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's asking for help. Elena hesitated, frowning. The only way to stop its pain is. Before she could finish, a single bullet slammed into its head. The voice faltered and died, a gurgling no fading into the air. All eyes turned to Na-Rin, who lowered her pistol with a tight expression. It was making too much noise. If we didn't, it would have attracted every infected nearby. Let's move, Natasha said sharply, pulling the stunned group along. Move it, or do you want to stay here? Elena snapped, glancing at those still staring at the fallen creature. Horace and Bongu's eyes lingering on the dead body for a moment before they followed. As they pressed forward, Hayan's voice trembled. Why is it speaking? Could it still be alive? Yeah, it's alive, Elena said grimly, but it's still infected. And a good infected is a dead infected. The train station loomed ahead. Elena, Natasha, and the others stumbled through the entrance, lungs burning after another desperate sprint. Huff! Huff! Finally, Burgess gasped as he dropped onto a bench. His legs gave out and he slumped forward, sweat dripping from his chin. "We're here." His voice sounded weak, almost like he did not believe it. Horace suddenly grabbed his sleeve and tugged hard. "What is it?" "Give me a second," Burgess muttered, still trying to breathe. The twins noticed his frozen look and slowly turned their heads in the same direction. A boy peeked from behind a low corner wall, staring straight at them. There's someone," Hiromi whispered, lifting a finger. The group stiffened at once. Natasha and Elena stepped forward, weapons raised, fingers tight on the triggers. For a brief moment, everyone thought the same thing. An infected. "Wait," Narin said quietly. A man slowly stepped out from behind the wall, pulling the boy close to his chest. When he saw the guns pointed at them, he raised his own pistol at once, hands shaking. A woman with hollow, tired eyes peeked out beside the boy, followed by a young man holding a blood-stained machete. "They're people," Hayen said softly. "Survivors." Natasha and Elena looked closer, then slowly lowered their weapons. Natasha raised one hand, palm open, signaling they meant no harm. Elena followed, her Uzis lowering inch by inch. The man hesitated, eyes darting across the group. After a long second, he lowered his pistol as well. He gave them a short nod, then pulled his family back behind the wall, keeping himself between them and the group. They retreated slowly, like frightened animals, never turning their backs until they were out of sight. "Did we just see a family of survivors? I'm not dreaming, right?" Hayen whispered, her voice a mix of disbelief and awe. "It's not just us who made it here," Elaine said, her tone quietly excited. "There are other survivors. In the city. Let's keep moving," Natasha said, her eyes scanning the station. "If we stay here too long, we'll get spotted by the infected." She led the group deeper into the station, keeping them close to the walls. They saw the floor smeared with black blood, and bodies of the infected were scattered like broken dolls. Someone had clearly fought here recently. "There's someone over there," Jana whispered, pointing toward a dark corner. The group turned to see two young men crouched in the waiting room. They wore worn baseball uniforms and gripped bats streaked with blood. Their eyes locked on the group for a long moment, cautious and silent, before they returned to scanning their surroundings. They weren't the only ones. From above, near the upper walkway, a rough-looking man leaned over the railing, an axe resting heavily on his shoulder. When he spotted them, he whispered something to the people beside him. One by one, more men appeared, their faces hardened, bodies tensed. Crowbars, pipes, and other blunt weapons hung from their hands. Their eyes lingered on the group of women, then flicked to the guns in their hands. Elena noticed the stares but kept her focus forward. "Let's find a spot to wait," she whispered, leading the group to a safer corner, ignoring the other group's intense gaze. Each group settled into positions of their own choosing. Silence hung in the air, each side keeping to themselves as they waited for the train to arrive. Soon, Natasha spotted a small receptionist room, tucked away from the main station. The group quickly slipped inside, closing the door behind them. Hayen exhaled quietly. "I didn't expect to see anyone else alive besides us. I thought we were the only ones left." "You're right," Claire said, her voice low. "There are other groups hiding around. Should we try to talk to them?" Bongu leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. "And say what? We should just stay put until the train comes. I just hope no more infected shows up." Cindy frowned, biting her lip. "I'm worried about Jackson. Where could he be?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Natasha, how much time until the train arrives?" Before Natasha could answer, a sudden chorus of vibrations erupted. Every phone in the room blared the same emergency alert. "Train evacuation starting. Everyone still alive. Proceed to the train station. Rescue team ETA. 12 o'clock noon." At the same time, the rails trembled under the approaching train, as a deep rumble echoed through the station. "It's here," Burgess exclaimed, a mix of excitement and relief in his voice. "Shoo! Keep your voice down," Elena hissed, her fingers tightening around her Uzis. The rumble and metallic clatter from the rails carried far, stirring the infected nearby. Low, guttural howls echoed through the station, growing louder as the creatures stirred. "They're coming too," Natasha said, her voice steady but tense. "Prepare yourselves. We hold our position until the train arrives. This shouldn't take long." Shouts and screams erupted from the station. The infected had arrived faster than anyone expected, tearing through the groups hiding nearby. Grunts, growls, and the echoes of violent struggles filled the station. Suddenly, the window of the receptionist room shattered inward, glass raining down around them. A snarling infected lunged through the opening, its clawed hand snatching at Jana, who had been standing closest. Jana screamed, stumbling backward as the creature's hand caught the hem of her clothes. "Jana!" Hiromi yelled, grabbing her sister and pulling her back. Isabel, standing nearby, reacted instantly, firing her M16 at the creature. But it didn't stop there. More infected slammed against the windows, dozens of them at once, bodies pounding glass and metal as they tried to break in. "Get into formation," Elena shouted. The group quickly formed a tight circle, backs to each other, guns raised, firing at every side. "Damn it! Damn it!" Bongu cursed, firing as fast as he could, sweat streaming down his face. Claire screamed as one infected managed to break through the shattered glass, lunging at her. Na Rin's pistol barked, and the creature collapsed, its head smoking from the shot. "What do we do now? There are too many of them," Burgess yelled, panic rising in his voice. "Just hold on a little longer," Natasha said firmly, her eyes scanning for gaps in the swarm. The infected kept swarming. More bodies crashed into the walls and windows, pushing and clawing, their guttural growls filling the room. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the chaos, the sickening crash of bodies hitting metal, and the sharp crunch of bone under heavy impact. The train had arrived. With a hiss of brakes, the train doors screeched open, revealing a line of heavily armed soldiers. "Team Alpha, to your positions," a sharp voice barked. Gunfire erupted, each bullet finding its mark in the heads of the infected that dared approach. "Team Beta, high ground now," another voice commanded. 5 soldiers broke from the line, sprinting toward the stairs. Rifles raised, they climbed quickly and took positions on the upper walkway, kneeling to fire down on the horde below. The station became a symphony of gunfire. Dozens of soldiers, clad in full combat gear, moved as one, covering each other flawlessly. Contact front. Clear left. The soldiers advanced steadily, stepping over bodies without hesitation. One fired while the other reloaded, rotating seamlessly, never leaving themselves exposed. Delta, secure the survivors. Echo, maintain pressure. A new squad peeled away, sweeping through corners and hiding spots. One soldier raised a fist. The unit froze instantly. He scanned the area, leaned out, fired 2 quick shots, then waved the civilians forward. The survivors, still trembling from the onslaught, hesitated for a moment, then slowly began moving toward safety, guided by the soldiers. Meanwhile, inside the reception area, Natasha and the others were still fighting against the relentless horde. "I hear gunfire. The train must be here," Natasha shouted over the noise. "But the sound seems far from us," Na Rin spoke. "We have to get to them." "Then we run," Elena said sharply, making the decision without hesitation. "I'll clear a path. Natasha, Na Rin, cover me." Natasha nodded, kicking the door open as Elena charged first. She fired in short, controlled bursts while moving, carving a narrow path through the infected. Natasha and Na Rin moved close behind, sweeping their sides with careful shots, keeping the path clear. "Go! Move!" Elena shouted, and the others sprinted after her, keeping formation as they pushed toward the sound of soldiers' gunfire. They caught glimpses of the rough survivors they had seen earlier, the men with blunt weapons. But the horde overwhelmed them, one by one, Their shouts were swallowed by guttural growls and the snapping of limbs. Survivors spotted. A soldier called from the platform, pointing down the line. The unit reacted instantly. Shift fire. Protect the survivors. Their leader barked. Half the firing line pivoted in perfect unison, rifles snapping toward the approaching infected. Each headshot dropped an attacker before it could reach the group. Front team, push out. 3 soldiers broke from the line. One dropped low, kneeling behind a fallen kiosk, firing carefully. Another slid beside him, moving and shooting in fluid motion. The third remained standing, scanning the flanks, ready to intercept any threat. Frag out. A grenade rolled across the floor. The blast tore through the front of the horde, sending bodies flying and buying precious seconds. Go, go, go. A soldier barked, waving the survivors forward. Natasha took the lead, gripping the twins' hands and pulling them along. Elena stayed just behind them, firing over their shoulders, bullets cracking through the chaos. Soldiers leaned out of cover, timing their shots perfectly to keep the path open. Left clear, a soldier shouted. Right side, 2 targets down. Berger stumbled, and a soldier grabbed his arm, yanking him forward. Move your legs. The platform finally came into view. Almost there, another soldier yelled. Near the train doors, a squad formed a human barricade, rifles locked and firing in rhythm. Last stretch. A soldier stepped directly in front of Elaine, taking the brunt of a lunge from a crawling infected. He fired point blank, its head exploding in a spray of black blood. Inside, inside, a voice shouted from the train doorway. One by one, the survivors stumbled onto the train, collapsing against walls, gasping, sweat and grime streaked across their faces. The soldiers held the platform. They had formed a staggered defense line across the open concourse. 2 fire teams held the front, while another stayed near the train, ready to cover a retreat. The floor was littered with infected bodies, piled near narrow paths the soldiers had chosen on purpose. Ammo check, the officer called out. Green. Yellow. A soldier fired short, controlled bursts as he spoke into his mic. Sir, we're starting to get swarmed. Recommend falling back. Negative, the officer replied at once. Departure window is not up yet. Hold the line for 5 more minutes. The ground shook as a deep, unnatural roar rolled through the station. Contact, someone shouted. Heavy contact. Concrete cracked above them. A large chunk broke free from the upper level and came crashing down. It smashed onto the platform, crushing one soldier in an instant. Man down! Man down! Before anyone could reach him, another impact slammed into the floor, taking down 2 more soldiers. Then something stepped into view. A variant. It towered over the infected, its body packed with thick, pulsing muscles. Veins bulged across its skin as it roared again, the sound shaking the air. Focus fire on it, the officer barked. Aim for the head. Bullets slammed into the creature, sparks and flesh flying. But it moved fast. With a violent pull, it tore a large sheet of metal from the wreckage and raised it, shielding its head. Then it leapt. The monster crashed down onto the platform as the impact cracked the floor beneath it. It grabbed a soldier who was reloading and bit into its head, swallowing it whole. A loud crunch echoed through the station, and the soldier's body dropped to the ground, limp and headless, as the variant roared again and turned toward the rest of the line. Fall back, someone screamed. But before they could react, the variant swung its arm. 2 soldiers were smashed sideways into a pillar, their bodies flying like ragdolls. One hit head first and died on the spot. The other slammed hard, his armor crushed inward as he slid down the wall, coughing blood, barely awake. Retreat immediately, the officer shouted. Fall back to the train. Now. Their formation broke at once. The horde they had been holding back surged forward, pouring into the gap with renewed fury. From another unit guarding the opposite train door, a second variant stepped into view. Cover, cover, fall back from it. Smoke grenades flew. They popped one after another, thick white clouds spreading fast and swallowing the platform. Gunfire flashed through the smoke as the remaining soldiers fired while backing away, step by step. One soldier dragged a wounded man by his vest. Another hurled a flashbang into the swarm, the sharp bang echoing through the station. Meanwhile, from the pillar where the soldier had been thrown earlier, the wounded soldier struggled to lift his head. The massive variant walked toward him slowly, its shadow looming over his body. It looked down at him, then raised both arms, ready to crush him. Before its fist could reach him, the creature's head burst apart. Blood and flesh sprayed backward as the massive body collapsed, crashing onto the ground and partly over the soldier. "Hey, soldier, get up!" An unfamiliar voice urgently called out to him. He then felt strong hands grab his vest, pulling him free from the corpse. When his vision cleared, he saw a young man standing over him. "You okay?" Jackson asked. The soldier nodded, barely able to speak. "Good. Hold tight," Jackson said as he hoisted the soldier up onto his shoulder, carrying him with surprising ease. "Sumiko, keep an eye on him." "We're sprinting again," Jackson said quietly. He dismissed his rifle, ran, weaving through wreckage and fallen bodies. Meanwhile, at the far side of the platform where the second variant had appeared, a soldier rushed out from the train and dropped to one knee. "Clear back blast." The RPG on his shoulder roared. Boom! The rocket slammed into the variant and tore it apart in a violent flash. Thick muscles and bone were ripped away as the blast swallowed it whole, leaving nothing of the creature but burning scraps. Smoke rolled across the platform, and from within the white haze, a figure burst out running. Jackson. He sprinted toward the soldiers guarding the train door. The moment they saw him, rifles snapped up, muzzles locking onto his chest. "Wait," Jackson shouted. "Don't shoot. I'm not infected." He slowed his steps and raised his free hand. Behind him, Sumiko weakly lifted her hand and gave a small wave, her face peeking over his shoulder. A soldier stepped forward, weapon still raised, eyes sharp as he scanned them. The wounded soldier on Jackson's shoulder groaned, further confirming their claims. "That's one of ours," the soldier spoke. "Two civilians, one wounded soldier." "Get them inside," the officer ordered at once. Two soldiers rushed forward, pulling the injured man from Jackson and dragging him toward the train. Jackson and Sumiko were guided in after them. "Final sweep," the officer barked. "No survivors in sight. Move! Move! Let's go." One by one, the soldiers boarded, firing controlled bursts as they backed inside. The last man stepped in and turned, firing until the very last second. Then, with a loud hiss, the doors slammed shut, sealing them inside. The train jolted, lurched, metal screaming as it pulled away from the station and left the chaos behind. As Jackson and Sumiko stepped inside the train, soldiers quickly guided them toward the medical area. A scanner swept over them, followed by fast checks of their eyes, skin, and pulse. Jackson stayed close as they laid Sumiko on a narrow bed. A doctor moved with quiet speed, pressing 2 fingers to her wrist, lifting her eyelids, and checking the color of her lips. "How is she?" Jackson asked, his voice tight with worry. The doctor didn't answer right away. He adjusted the monitor, watched the numbers for a moment, then frowned. "She's severely malnourished and dehydrated. Her blood pressure is low. Her heart rate is unstable." Jackson clenched his fists. "Can't you give her something? A shot, medicine, anything?" Sumiko turned her head weakly. "Brother," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "I don't want to get shot." The doctor glanced at Jackson. "If we rush food or medication, it could shock her body. She's been running on almost nothing for too long." "So what does that mean?" Jackson asked. "It means she needs rest, fluids, and observation," the doctor said. "She's anemic, her blood sugar is low, and her immune system is weak." "Then let her stay here," Jackson said at once. "There are procedures, sir," the doctor said calmly. "She can't remain in this area until she clears quarantine." "Quarantine?" Jackson asked, confused. "Anyone who just boarded is isolated first," the doctor explained. "We still don't fully understand how the infection behaves. You'll be moved to another carriage with the other new survivors. You'll stay there for several hours until we're certain you're not infected." Jackson hesitated. Then he carefully lifted Sumiko into his arms. "You'll be all right," he said softly, strapping her onto his back again. "You'll get well soon. Promise." Sumiko nodded faintly, her fingers gripping his sleeve. Soon, soldiers escorted them down the narrow passage and into another carriage. The moment Jackson stepped inside, Cindy spotted him. Her eyes widened and she rushed forward, throwing her arms around him as tears spilled down her cheeks. "Brother, you made it." Jackson let out a quiet breath and patted her head, a tired smile forming on his face. "Barely. I told you he'd get here," Elena said from behind Cindy. Then she crossed her arms and shot Jackson a sharp look. "She's been a pain, you know. Kept insisting we go out and look for you. And not just her." She shook her head and glanced back. Natasha, Isabel, and Elaine gathered behind, their faces a mix of relief and concern. One by one, they checked on him, asking question after question, their voices overlapping with each other. They then led him and Sumiko toward where the others stayed. Heian noticed him right away and let out a small sigh, relief and worry mingling in her voice as she immediately began recounting the horrors of the talking infected they had encountered along the way. Moments later, Jackson finally sank into a chair beside Na-Rin, letting his body rest. Na-Rin had been sitting quietly in the corner. When she noticed him, she froze. She looked at him for a long moment, her lips parting slightly as if she wanted to say something, then stopping herself. A few seconds passed when she finally spoke. "Hey." Jackson opened his eyes and turned toward her, but she looked away, silent once more. He tilted his head, confused. "Hey." Na-Rin met his gaze briefly. Jackson smiled faintly and spoke. "I heard you had impressive aim, and that you saved the group while you were on the way here." Their eyes met again, and this time, Na-Rin let out a small smile before looking away. A long silence settled between them once more. Then Na-Rin spoke, her voice low. "I was worried." "HM?" Jackson turned slightly. "When the train left, you still weren't there. We thought you were left behind." "So did I," Jackson replied, letting out a small smile. "But we got lucky, I guess." Na-Rin frowned. "Don't keep throwing yourself away like that." Her voice rose before she could stop herself. She paused, realizing it, then lowered her voice into a whisper. "You won't be so lucky so often. Don't do that again." Jackson looked at her, surprised. For a moment, neither of them spoke. "You must have someone you care about, don't you?" he asked. Na-Rin nodded slowly. "Then you understand," Jackson said. "I don't want to see anyone I care about get hurt, or worse." His gaze drifted for a second. "That's why I did what I could. Sometimes things have to be done, no matter the cost." Na-Rin stayed quiet, watching him closely. "Then you should understand this too." She glanced toward Cindy and the others. "You're not the only one who feels that way. If something happens to you, they won't just accept it. They'll follow after you." Jackson frowned, then froze as her words sank in. He had been ready to protect them no matter the cost, but he had never thought about what his loss would do to them. "You're right," he said quietly. "Thank you for reminding me. I'll be more careful next time." Na-Rin nodded. Then she spoke so softly it almost blended with the sound of the train. "I don't want you to die either." Jackson turned to look at her, but she had already looked away, her eyes fixed on the dark blur passing outside the window. Minutes later, soldiers arrived and began escorting the survivors toward the quarantine zone. Jackson stood in line and looked around as the soldiers checked each person. There were about 17 of them in total, survivors rescued from the city. "I haven't seen this many people in a long time," Jackson said quietly. Elaine's voice followed, heavy with sadness. "When we made it to the station, I think there were more. But some didn't make it." "Cheer up, Miss Elaine," Heian said, trying to lift the mood. "Our group was the largest and we all survived." Elaine's lips curved into a small smile. "You're right. We made it. We made it because we had guns," Bongu added proudly, a hint of a grin on his face. His words made Jackson pause as he remembered something important. Just then, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning, he saw Natasha gesturing for him. "Come here," she whispered. Jackson nodded and followed her to the very back of the seats, away from the others. Natasha crouched down beside one of the chairs and pulled out a bag, heavy and tightly packed. "The soldiers might confiscate it," she said softly, opening the bag to reveal their firearms. "I collected it as soon as we got here." Jackson couldn't help but smile. She really was dependable, always thinking ahead. He quickly stored the bag in his storage space, watching it vanish from sight. "Thanks," he murmured. Natasha gave a small smile before standing, and together they returned to the group, blending back in with the other survivors as the quarantine process continued. Soon it was their group's turn. A military officer stepped forward and spoke in a firm voice. "Everyone will be put into quarantine as part of standard procedure. This is to ensure that no one among you is infected." He pointed to a male soldier standing nearby. "All men, follow him to car 15. Then he turned and gestured to a female soldier. "And women, follow her to car 13. "How long will the quarantine take?" Natasha asked. 3 to 4 hours, the officer replied. "And after the quarantine, will we see each other again?" Hayin asked hesitantly. "Everyone will be moved to car 10 after the quarantine," the officer answered calmly. Jackson looked at the group and nodded. He leaned closer and gently patted Sumiko's head as she slept against Isabel's arm. "Take care of her. We'll meet again later." They all nodded silently. Not long after, the soldiers led them toward their assigned quarantine zones. When Jackson, Burgers, and the others arrived at car 15, Jackson froze mid-step. His eyes widened as familiar faces came into view. "Sam, Rex, Uncle Harlan, Jackson. So you were alive after all." Sam shot up from his seat and crossed the short distance in 2 steps. He pulled Jackson into a rough embrace, then stepped back and gave his shoulder a hard pat. "I barely survived that night," Jackson said, the memory of those horrible encounters still making his chest tighten. "What about you guys? I didn't see you at the survivor gathering earlier. I honestly thought you didn't make it." Sam let out a short breath. "That's what I wanted to say to you. You told us about the train evacuation, and when we didn't see you, we thought you died out there." He shook his head, then smiled. "Guess we got transferred earlier and missed you." "I'm glad you made it," Jackson said, meaning it. He turned slightly and gestured behind him. "Oh right, these are my friends. The people I've been surviving with. Harris, Bongu, and name's Burgers." Burgers cut in with a grin as he stepped forward and offered his hand. "You're the guys Jackson got the guns from, right? Those weapons are the reason we made it here." Sam took the handshake and laughed softly. "Nah, Jackson saved our asses back then. And besides, those firearms weren't really ours." He looked at Jackson and shook his head. "I can't believe you carried those bags of guns all night." "Had to do it," Jackson chuckled. "How's everyone doing?" "Kira's still kicking," Sam said, "probably giving the soldiers a hard time." He glanced around, then shrugged. "But as you can see, we're all breathing." From his seat, Uncle Harlan lifted 2 fingers in greeting. A cigar rested between them, smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling. Jackson looked at him for a moment, thinking that the man didn't seem to ever run out of cigars. It was as if he had a lifetime supply hidden somewhere, always ready for a smoke. "Kid," Harlan said with a slow grin, "figured we'd meet again. That kind of shooting doesn't come around often. I haven't seen that since my younger days." Rex, sitting nearby, glanced at Jackson for a moment, then turned away, saying nothing. Then Jackson's eyes caught something else. Sam's left arm, hanging loosely by his side, had turned completely black. Sam caught his stare and gave a small, casual smile. "Ah, this?" He lifted the arm slightly. "Got sprayed with something like acid that night." He shrugged. "Doc says it's badly burned. Won't be able to use it anymore." His voice stayed light, though there was a faint edge of pain beneath it. Then he laughed softly. "I'll be fine. At least I'm still alive." Jackson nodded, forcing a smile. They talked quietly for a while, Sam joking and retelling how they'd managed to survive until the train arrived. Eventually, Jackson and Burgers found a spot nearby and sank down, finally letting themselves rest. I'm already level 12. Huh, Jackson thought as the familiar notifications hovered in front of him. There weren't any major changes, just his stats. Better to save the stat points for now. The kills on the way to the train had pushed him up 2 levels at once, boosting his agility and increasing the DMR's damage stack. He let out a quiet breath and closed his eyes. Everything had gone surprisingly well. There had been danger, chaos, and near-death moments, but they had all made it here safely, and even met some familiar faces along the way. Looking through the train's reinforced windows, Jackson noticed the welded metal and the armed soldiers stationed at every corner. So they really put effort into this evacuation mission. I guess they hadn't entirely abandoned their citizens. Maybe I should see if I get the chance to assist the soldiers with killing the infected on the way to the safe zone. That would be ideal. Hours passed, and most of the passengers had fallen asleep. Sam, still awake, nibbled on a piece of bread from a crumpled paper bag. A light tug on his sleeve made him glance up. A thin boy stood there, his clothes ragged and dirty, eyes fixed on the bread in Sam's hand. He looked almost like a beggar. You want some? Sam asked, holding the bag out. The boy nodded eagerly. Without a second thought, Sam offered the rest of the bread, even the piece he had been eating. The boy snatched it up in an instant and bolted down the aisle. Sam chuckled softly, not bothered that the boy didn't even say thank you. He leaned back, made himself comfortable, and soon drifted off to sleep. In the back of the train, the boy arrived at a small corner where 2 younger children waited. His siblings, eyes wide with worry as hunger marked their small faces. "Big bro, you brought food," one of them exclaimed, grabbing his arm. "Yeah," the boy replied, holding up the bread. "Those soldiers said we couldn't get anything until quarantine was over. But don't worry, I got some for us." "Thanks, big bro," the youngest cheered, his eyes shining. They huddled together, sharing the bread. Each bite was quick and desperate, a hunger that made it clear they hadn't eaten properly in days. A few more hours passed. Jackson sat quietly by the window. His eyes followed the blur of the world outside, watching abandoned towns and cities slip past. Buildings stood empty, streets cracked and overgrown, remnants of a life that no longer existed. Silence stretched over everything, broken only by the faint rumble of the train. So this is what the world has become, he thought, a hollow weight settling in his chest. Now and then, he caught sight of the infected running alongside the train, drawn by the noise. They moved with terrifying persistence, but the train was faster than they could keep up with. Some slammed against the windows, only to be stopped by the reinforced metal. One by one, the infected fell behind, disappearing into the distance. I hope this holds until we reach the safe zone, Jackson thought. Soon enough, soldiers returned, guiding the survivors through a quick checkup before leading them to another car. From the speakers above, a voice rang through. Every survivor is a chance. You are hope for humanity. You lived through the end of the world and survived. From this moment on, you are safe. The government will protect you. Food and clean water will be provided. Warm clothing, medical care, and essential supplies are waiting for you. This train is en route to the Mongoloid safe zone, a haven where you can rebuild your lives, surrounded by others who share the same struggles. There, you will have the opportunity to contribute to the rebuilding of our nation. Your duty is to recover, to rebuild, and to become the foundation of a new society. You are not alone anymore. Welcome back to humanity. When they stepped into the next car, the survivors froze. Warm smiles greeted them, and the sight before them was almost too much to take in. Tables overflowed with food, a feast that seemed almost unreal. The aroma of roasted meat, fresh bread, and sweet desserts filled the air, rich and inviting. You are free to eat and take anything you want, one of the staff said gently, offering a kind smile. Is this real? A survivor whispered as he glanced at the others. Go ahead. A few people hesitated, staring at the food as if afraid it might vanish if they moved too quickly. Then slowly hands reached out. Plates were filled cautiously at first, some glancing around nervously before taking a bite. Only Jackson, Burgers, Horace, and Bongu remained frozen for a moment, stunned by the sight. Burgers swallowed hard, eyes wide as he watched others pile their plates with roasted meat, steaming vegetables, and fresh bread. "We should go too," he muttered. Then, without another word, grabbed a plate and started digging in. This is incredible," he mumbled between bites, voice muffled as he chewed. "I don't remember ever eating anything this good." "Hurry up, Jackson. You've got to try this," Horace called from across the table, juggling slices of cake, steak, and grilled vegetables with a wide grin. "What is with all this fancy food? Are they really giving us this much?" Jackson thought. He hesitated for a moment, scanning the car. Survivors laughed, whispered, and dug in greedily, their faces glowing with relief and hunger. Just then, a waitress brushed past him, bumping lightly. "I'm sorry, sir," she said politely. "It's fine," Jackson replied, stepping aside. "Don't hesitate, sir," she said with a small bow. "Help yourself to anything. The government provides these meals for survivors. We know it's been hard out there, so we prepare fresh food for everyone who arrives." "Thank you," Jackson said, nodding, a small smile breaking through his usual guarded expression. He didn't hold back this time, piling food on his plate. Staff moved steadily through the car, offering warm clothing, blankets, and essential supplies. Doctors and nurses quietly checked on those who looked weak or in need. Jackson's gaze shifted, and he spotted the girls who had been in quarantine being escorted into the car. "Brother." Cindy's face lit up, and she waved frantically, taking a few hurried steps before a staff member gently guided her to her seat. Jackson's eyes immediately searched for Sumiko. "Where's Sumiko?" His voice tightened with worry. "They brought her to the medical room." "Mom's with her," Cindy said quickly, her hand gripping his sleeve for reassurance. Natasha stepped closer. "She'll be okay," she said, though the faint worry in her eyes betrayed her words. Jackson gave a small nod and turned his attention to the food. Slowly, the group gathered around the tables, each grabbing plates piled high. The spread was impressive: steaming meats, fresh vegetables, fragrant bread, and desserts that made the air smell almost unreal. Elena barely contained herself, shoving food into her mouth. "This is so good," she mumbled around a mouthful. Jana and Hiromi laughed. "Eat your food first, big sister. We can't understand you when your mouth is full." They smiled, happily piling their plates with steaks and sweet treats. Claire and Hayen squealed with delight, grabbing plates with both hands, trying to balance as much as they could carry. This is amazing. It's like a chef actually cooked it." Claire giggled as she piled cake on top of steak. "With food this good, they probably did," Bongu laughed, taking a bite. "Or maybe I'm just really, really hungry." Elaine smiled as she watched her students and the group enjoy themselves. She noticed Na Rin barely touching her food, looking almost stunned. Without hesitation, she added a piece of steak to Na Rin's plate. Na Rin looked at her, hesitant. "Don't just stare at it. Eat your fill too," Elaine said gently. "It just feels so strange," Na Rin admitted, her fingers hovering over the plate. Suddenly, something was shoved into her mouth. Natasha had slipped her a piece of food, forcing her to swallow it. When she glanced to the side, she saw Natasha eating fried chicken heartily with the other hand. "Don't think too much. They're giving us free food, just eat," Natasha said, grinning. "But why would they treat us like this? We haven't even arrived at the safe zone yet," Na Rin said after chewing. "That's up to them," Natasha shrugged. "We can't change it. We just take what's offered and deal with what comes next." Nearby, Jackson quietly slipped pieces of food into his storage space. If he brought them out later, they'd still be fresh. He couldn't pass up the chance to stock up. Then a staff member's voice carried through the car. "If anyone wants to wash up, we've set up baths and resting rooms. Please take care of yourselves." Hayen's eyes lit up. "Baths? Really?" Elena clapped her hands, nearly spilling her drink. "I'm going first." I'm definitely going first. Moments later, in a small bathroom, Jackson stared at himself in the mirror. His body had changed subtly but noticeably, muscles more defined, jawline sharper, and even his skin seemed to glow faintly. Everything feels different, he thought. The warm welcome, the food, the safety, it all felt like a glimpse of the old world, a stark contrast to the chaos and blood they had endured. After a moment, he stepped out and rejoined the others. The girls were already there, their voices lighter than he remembered. Cindy laughed as she talked about the bath, her hair still damp, while Claire kept brushing her arms, marveling at how clean she felt. Together, they made their way to the next car, the passenger area where the survivors were gathering. The sight that greeted them made them pause. Dozens, maybe even 100 people were alive, smiling, laughing, as if the chaos outside didn't exist. Military personnel moved among them, ensuring everyone remained safe and in order. I wonder how all these people managed to survive, Jackson thought. He wasn't the only one feeling out of place. Their group lingered, watching people talk and move normally. The whispered voices they'd grown used to, the constant tension of being hunted, the ever-present threat of death, all of that was gone. It was disorienting to see life continuing without fear. A woman in a staff uniform noticed their hesitation and approached with a gentle smile. Feels strange, doesn't it? The group nodded quietly. Everyone who arrives feels the same at first. And we understand all survivors have endured horrors beyond imagination. That's why this place is meant to give hope, to show that the world has not completely ended. We hope you all feel that way soon too. She smiled warmly. Jackson nodded, still taking in the unbelievable scene. Let's go find a spot, he said, finally breaking the silence. Elaine let out a small, relieved smile. The idea of a safe zone no longer felt like a distant dream. Meanwhile, in one of the smaller rooms of the train car, 3 young boys huddled together on the floor, hands clutching their stomachs. Big brother, the youngest whispered, tears pooling in his eyes. My stomach, it hurts so much. The eldest tried to speak, but no words came. Pain tore through him like fire, twisting his insides violently. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. It wasn't just him. All 3 of them writhed quietly, their bodies trembling. Something inside felt wrong. A dark, heavy warmth spread through his chest, crawling down his arms and legs, like poison moving through his veins. His muscles tensed, his heart pounded, and his body fought desperately against the sickness. A dark stain appeared at the corner of his mouth, black blood. The room tilted, spinning around him. His vision blurred, then vanished completely. When he opened his eyes again, everything was pure black, like staring into empty nothingness. Beside him, his brothers convulsed weakly, shivers running through their small bodies. When they opened their eyes, theirs had turned pure black as well. The others from Jackson's group slowly spread out across the train. Some wandered toward the food, eager to enjoy more meals. Others walked the aisles, eyes searching the faces of passengers, hoping to find a familiar name, a lost friend, or a family member who had survived. On the other hand, Jackson stayed seated with Natasha and Cindy. They did not feel the need to roam. They had each other, even if there were people they once knew on the train, it did not matter as much anymore. Jackson leaned back and let out a quiet breath. Natasha, how long until we reach the safe zone? After we pass Iron Point City, we should be close, Natasha replied. Just a few more hours. Jackson nodded. Will this train stop again for rescues? Natasha shook her head. No, our city's the last one. From here, we're heading straight for Mongoloid. I see. Jackson smiled faintly. I'm really looking forward to the safe zone. Meanwhile, inside the train's rooms, the infected young boys kept howling. Without infected blood masking them the scent, they could sense it clearly. Hundreds of living humans were packed inside the train. Their cries grew louder, twisting into unnatural sounds that carried far beyond the train. Far away, the city of Iron Point, where the train would soon pass, lay in complete silence. At the heart of the city, A skyscraper rose hundreds of meters into the sky. Once a symbol of human pride, now stood abandoned. The upper floors were covered in thick, fleshy webs, dark veins of infected tissue spreading across broken walls and ceilings. At the very top, where the roof had partially collapsed, hung a massive cocoon. It was torn open and rotting, built from hardened flesh, bone, and fused corpses. It looked like the cocoon infected from the school where Na-Rin, Elaine, and the others had barely escaped. But this one was different. This one had hatched. The remains of the cocoon clung to the walls like shed skin, ripped open from something far larger than it was meant to hold. Thick strands of flesh still connected the shell to the ceiling, twitching faintly, as if refusing to let go. At the center stood a creature no longer human. Dark, uneven plates of hardened flesh covered her body, rising and falling slowly, as if she were breathing for the first time. From her back and sides stretched dozens of writhing tentacles, each lined with rows of small, clicking teeth that opened and closed on their own. When they dragged across the concrete floor, they carved deep marks into it. Her head was worse. Where ears should have been, wide membranes of flesh unfolded, stretching outward like umbrellas. They trembled softly, sensing vibrations, movement, and distant noise. Every infected in the city sent signals to her, and she listened to all of them at once. Her face was a nightmare of eyes, scattered without order. Some were large and unblinking, others small and half-formed, rolling beneath thin, translucent skin. Each eye moved independently, tracking heat, motion, and life. Around her stood thousands of infected, frozen like statues. Not just average kinds, but mutants and variants as well. Dozens of the same powerful infected Jackson had fought before were gathered here, silent and waiting. Then the tentacled creature let out a long, hollow howl. The sound carried through the empty streets. Instantly, the infected around her twitched, their bodies jerking as if pulled by invisible strings. Even the variants, creatures that normally led their own hordes, answered her call. One of her wide ear membranes stretched outward, trembling, catching a signal carried through her kind. Her many eyes opened wider. Her mouth split slowly, releasing a low, pulsing hum that vibrated throughout the city. Across Iron Point City, the frozen infected began to move. Tens of thousands stirred. Dozens of mutants and variants turned simultaneously. And then, as if guided by a single monstrous will, they surged south, straight toward the approaching train. Back on the train to Mongoloid, hours had passed. A soldier named Jaren was stationed near a corner, joking quietly with his squad leader over the comms. "Did you see the survivors that just came? Some of them are real beauties," the squad leader said, his voice carrying over the radio.
Jaren left.
"Here we go again, sir. Trying to score points already? Of course. Humanity needs to repopulate. I'm just doing my part to help," the squad leader replied, and both of them chuckled quietly. Jaren continued his patrol the car, scanning the area, when something made him stop. A faint, irregular sound drifted from one of the rooms, a low banging, like something desperately trying to get out. "Squad leader, something doesn't feel right in here," he said, switching his tone serious over the comms. The squad leader went silent for a moment, then replied sharply, "Copy. Check it out and proceed with caution." Jaren's footsteps slowed as he approached the door. The banging continued, like something massive was pressing against the doors. Then suddenly it went quiet. "Is everything okay in there?" he called softly, pressing himself against the frame. But no answer came. He frowned and tapped on the door with his knuckles, keeping his rifle ready. Still nothing stirred inside. Jaren's fingers clenched tightly around his rifle. He counted silently, 1, 2, 3, then kicked the door open. The moment it swung wide, the youngest infected boy lunged at him. "Fuck!" Jaren shouted. "Thup, thup, thup." The muffled rifle barked, each shot precise. The first shot hit the kid's head, dropping him instantly. Another infected screamed from the shadows, a harsh, animalistic wail, and charged. It closed the distance in a terrifying blur, but bullets met it in the mouth, cutting the attack short. How the hell did one of these get on the train? Jaren muttered, frowning as he sent a quick alert over the comms. Sir, infected on the train. I repeat, infected on the train. Infected? How did? His squad leader's voice cut off, startled. Yes, in a room in Car 9, Jaren said, keeping low and moving cautiously. He scanned every corner, keeping his weapon raised. 2 infected kids, he reported quietly, when suddenly the eldest infected lunged from above, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Jaren screamed, struggling to pry the small, vicious body off. Pain shot through him as he stumbled backward, trying to keep the rifle aimed. Jare! Jare! What's happening? The voice of his squad leader crackled through the comms. Jaren could only scream in response. The noise was so loud and frantic that the squad leader quickly yanked the headset from his ears, trying to protect them. Immediately, the squad leader called in the other soldiers and reported to command. Moments later, the squad commander stood at attention before their superior. Sergeant Thomas, take your squad and check it out. Their superior ordered. Yes, sir, Thomas said, saluting sharply. He gathered his squad and moved toward the scene to check on Jaren. The squad moved quickly, weapons raised. As they reached the car, a single infected child darted toward them with unnatural speed. In a coordinated volley, the 9 soldiers took it down instantly, leaving it no chance to escape. Alpha, proceed with caution, Thomas called, signaling his team forward. He led them into the room where the children had been. What he saw made his stomach twist. His friend had turned, hunched over the corpses of the other infected kids, devouring them with terrifying speed. Shit, Jaren, Thomas cursed under his breath. The Jaren they knew was gone. In his place was a frenzied, infected soldier, lunging with unnatural speed. Thomas barely had time to react. He squeezed the trigger, the rifle cracking, and the transformed soldier collapsed immediately. Fuck, Thomas cursed, breathing hard. He steadied himself and keyed the comms. Sir, Jaren's dead. We've neutralized 2 infected and 1 more that we took out, he reported. Search the area. Make sure there are no others and find out how they got inside, the superior ordered. Thomas's squad moved through the car methodically, clearing each corner. No more infected appeared. The team exchanged uneasy glances, silently questioning how something like this could have happened aboard a secured train. Suddenly, one of the soldiers froze, staring at the corpses of the infected kids. Sir, these kids, he said, voice tight. They were some of the survivors we rescued. Thomas spun toward him, eyes wide. What? I'm certain, sir, the soldier continued. I saw them just a few hours ago. They weren't infected then. Thomas's stomach dropped, then keyed the comms quickly. Sir, we just found something. Those kids, they were rescued survivors. And now they're infected. What do you mean? Didn't they pass quarantine? His superior's voice came back, sharp and alarmed. One of my men is sure, sir. They were cleared, Thomas replied. You're saying, those who cleared quarantine could still turn? That's the only explanation, sir. We checked every corner. No infected could have gotten inside from the outside. Thomas said grimly. A long silence fell over the comms, heavy and tense. Even the superior was stunned into thought. Finally, Thomas broke the quiet. Sir, what are your orders? After a long moment, the reply came. All survivors recently rescued from Hudson City. Find them. Separate them from the rest immediately. Do it now. Copy, sir, Thomas replied, as he relayed the orders and began moving his squad. Meanwhile, on Car 8, where most of the survivors, including Jackson's group, had gathered, the train speaker system crackled to life. Tension. All survivors from Hudson City, proceed to Car 17. I repeat, all survivors from Hudson City, proceed to Car 17. This is a mandatory order. What's going on? Burgess mumbled, still chewing on a piece of steak, his brow furrowed. Jackson, Natasha, Elaine, and the rest of their group exchanged confused glances. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers appeared, moving quickly toward them. Are you Jackson Hawk? One of the soldiers asked, voice sharp. Yes, "That's me," Jackson replied, nodding. "You and your group need to come with us," the soldier ordered. "Excuse me, sir," Jackson asked, trying to stay calm. "May I know why we're being transferred to Car 17? The soldier shook his head. "It's an order. You'll be briefed once you arrive." Jackson glanced at Elaine, Elena, and the others. They returned his glance, sharing his confusion, but none of them resisted. It didn't seem like they were in immediate danger. After all, the train staff had been nothing but hospitable so far. A sudden shout broke the uneasy silence. A group of survivors from Hudson City, older men and women, were arguing with soldiers nearby. "Why are you separating us from the others? We're under government protection." A man in his 40s barked, his tone sharp and commanding, like a politician used to being obeyed. "This is a mandatory order from our superiors," the soldier replied, standing his ground. "But you promised us safety." "I won't go unless you give me a valid reason," the man insisted. Others around him began questioning the soldiers too, voices rising, frustration and fear echoing through the car. They had just begun to relax, finally tasting warmth and safety. Now that security felt fragile. Being separated from the rest of the survivors made the air heavy with unease. Jackson tightened his fists slightly, sensing the tension building. Thomas, standing with his soldiers, frowned deeply. "Take them away. Use force if necessary," he ordered, his voice cold and firm. The argument escalated, led by the politician, as soldiers began grabbing the resisting survivors. The group fought back fiercely, struggling against the trained soldiers, shouts echoing through the car. Suddenly, Thomas drew his pistol and fired a shot into the floor. The loud bang echoed through the car, freezing everyone in place. "You all are being separated because there is a high possibility that you are infected," Thomas announced, his voice steady but grim. "What?" the politician stammered, disbelief painting his face. His eyes widened, and around him, the other survivors began to murmur in shock. "But we passed quarantine," he protested. "It doesn't matter anymore," Thomas replied grimly. "There are survivors from your group who turned after passing quarantine. No bites, no scratches, nothing to indicate infection. And yet they still became infected." A stunned silence fell over the car. Survivors exchanged nervous glances. No bite marks? If that was possible, then anyone here could be infected. Fear and doubt began to creep into every corner, unspoken but palpable. Thomas clicked his tongue, sensing the rising tension. The laughter and relief that had filled the car disappeared instantly. This was exactly why he had hesitated to give the reason here. Then why are we the only ones being separated? What about the other survivors here? The politician demanded, still trying to argue. "Everyone else has been here for days," Thomas replied evenly. "They're less likely to be infected." The man opened his mouth to respond, but a survivor from another city cut in sharply. "You all just go in there. Stay away from us." The politician's head snapped toward the voice and froze. The man staring back at him had a cold, unsettling expression, almost as if he had already judged them infected. Not just him, others nearby wore the same wary, unwelcoming look. "Get out of here," another voice shouted. "Don't touch us. You might infect us too." The whispers grew louder, echoing through the car. Fear and suspicion spread like wildfire. Jackson's group, and the survivors from Hudson City, suddenly felt the weight of every eye on them. They weren't just being separated, they were being cast out. Behind him, Jana and Hiromi clutched his clothes tightly, their small hands trembling. "Big brother," Jana whispered, her voice barely audible, her wide eyes full of worry. Cindy, Elaine, and her students were speechless, unsure how things had turned so quickly, from safety and relief to distrust and fear. Jackson's jaw tightened as he realized how quickly the world could turn against them, even here, in what was supposed to be a safe place.